9 wins, a bowl trip, and Noah Fifita chasing history. Arizona is back again this year, and the expectations are awfully high. He's Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. A lot of confidence in the desert around Brett Brennan's Wildcats this year, and there's a lot of good reason for that.
I mean, what a turnaround in year 2 last year to do what they did, and the plus win margin was masterful. They were kind of like a dark horse in the Big 12 that nobody saw coming last year. It also starts with Noah Fifita, the quarterback, who I believe was just 829 passing yards away from being the all-time passing leader in Wildcat history. He already owns a single season passing touchdown record and all-time passing touchdown record. So I know that's a feat that he's looking to take down this year.
73 career touchdowns passing-wise for Noah Fifita. And one of the reasons we can expect to see more of that this year is continuity as far as his offensive coordinator is concerned. Seth Doege is back, and Noah Fifita is excited.
And it's a scary thing to think about, Pete, because last year, Seth Doege, that was his first year in the system. So for Noah Fifita to have the offense down like he had it last year, just imagine in year 2, most quarterbacks always tell me, it takes 2 years to really lock into a system. So this will be his second year. He'll be more comfortable, have more command of the offense. And not only continuity when they talk about offensive coordinator, but continuity in the receiving room as well.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about the continuity in that receiving room. It's so important, right, to have chemistry with guys on the outside, especially when you're a passer like Noah Fifita who's constantly on the move. There's a correlation there, right, a connective tissue. I'm on the run, you're going here. How do you expect that to play out?
So the interesting thing about Seth Doege's offense is he uses about 5 receivers in his offense. Guys rotate in and out. Now, their top 2 receiving leaders are no longer there, but 3, 4, and 5 all come back. Trey Spivey, a big-bodied receiver that can go up and get the football. Chris Hunter will have the privilege of talking to him today. He looks to step up and have a bigger role. And a young freshman they had last year, Giovanni Richardson, I'm really excited about this kid. I think he can have a major role in this offense.
All right, we talk about the cohesion. We keep talking about it. You mentioned the defense. Danny Gonzalez, his second year as a DC, they did a phenomenal job last year. Now, they lost a lot of guys in the defensive backfield to the NFL, which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Correct.
It speaks volumes about your program. But up front, they returned 4,500 snaps in the front 7, so they do still have experience.
A lot of experience in the front 7, and the interesting thing about Danny Gonzalez's defense, it's an exotic 4-3-3-4 hybrid. He wants to muck things up in the middle of that defense. He slants defensive linemen. He brings corners off the boundary. Javion Cole comes back as the experienced guy in the secondary and more of a leader in the secondary. You're talking about it. 3 guys get drafted and go to the NFL for the Wildcats in that secondary alone last year. But Danny Gonzalez's defense, his scheme, it's still going to hit because of all the experience you talked about in that front 7.
Or don't get it twisted, because that's what he likes to do. He likes to twist out of tackles. How about the passing game? One more time, I want to revisit Fifita and just how special he is. Because he's a great human being.
Oh, man.
And we'll have a chance to chat with him a little later today, but he really is just tremendous. He's one of 5 quarterbacks in the country that is finishing his career, he's a senior now, with the school he started it with. So he has a concept of history with those guys. Nick Foles is a dude he talks to, and Nick Foles is a guy who he's chasing record-wise. Just what does that mean for a school and a program to have a guy at the top that has an understanding like that?
Such a selfless guy. It's never about him. It's always about his teammates. He does everything for the program. There's a story that I can't wait to talk to him about. Seth Doege's daughter had a birthday. He showed up with his family members with a birthday cake. Wasn't to actually do it, just decided to do it to show love to Seth Doege's daughter. Does dinners for his offensive line. When they win games, he refuses to go to the podium because he wants to highlight his teammates. When they lose games, he's the first guy on the podium to talk about how it was his fault. So just a selfless guy, a guy that was loyal to Arizona, especially in this age of college football. It's rare to have a guy stay at one program that long.
I love it. All right, one guy that always has to go to the podium after a game is Brett Brennan. We're going to talk with him coming up next. More Arizona Wildcats preview. The Arizona Wildcats took a big step forward last year, and now the Big 12 and the entire nation is on notice. Here is the man responsible, head coach Brett Brennan, coach Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. I got to start with your shoe and sock game right there. I asked you who was on the socks, and you said your family.
Yeah, absolutely. I got my 3 kids on there, Blake, Casey, and Scotty. They're older now, so it's not as fun. You know what I mean? But it's still cool to rep them here at Big 12 Media Day.
It's very cool.
Coach, Pete talked about it, +5 wins and a win improvement last year. Second year in the program, you're kind of able to put your handprint, your culture into it. What do you think specifically aided to the turnaround last year?
I think we just had really clear expectations, a great alignment from our staff throughout our football team, support of our administration, and everybody's moving forward together. You know, the first year was tough. I got hired a little bit late. I didn't do a good enough job in terms of like just managing that and coming into the situation when I did. And you know, year two, we just said, no, this is how we're going to do it, and this is how we're going to move forward. And everybody, the buy-in, everybody was all together, and I think we got the results. You know, more of the results we were shooting for.
Noah Fifita is chasing history, and he has earned every bit of praise that he's gotten from you and all of us. For you, when were you surprised, or was there a moment you were surprised at his evolution and how he continued to get better ever since you took over as head coach?
No, I think our first year we got beat up pretty early in the offensive line, and we had trouble running the football and protecting him, and so it was hard to see his talent really shine through. But I just being on the practice field with him and seeing him what he does day in and day out in the practice environment, and then having a chance for it to translate to game day last fall was so special. And the kid is magic in every way. He continues to be loyal to the University of Arizona. He chooses the university, his teammates, Tucson, the coaching staff. He's just special in every way. I mean, the kid has a Heisman resume, and he needs to be part of that conversation.
What does it mean to you that he decided to stay when you were brought on as head coach? You talked about that he's loyal to Tucson, he's loyal to the university, but for him to have that faith and trust in you and what your vision was, for him to stay on, what did that mean to you?
It meant everything to me, and I think if you get a chance to spend any time with Noah Fifita, you'll get a quick idea of how high his character is. He's got incredible parents, this great foundation as a man. But then when you see it kind of now in this, adult iteration of where he's at, he's just really, really special in every way.
I love a good Heisman campaign,
I
right?
love it. Yeah.
Especially when it's warranted. And one of the reasons it's going to be even more so warranted this year is because of Seth Doege. Now, second year as a coordinator, same with Danny Gonzalez, but there's cohesion now among your staff and your players. Can you quantify that, like having those guys back for another year with this group of players?
Well, it's awesome because I think Coach Doege and Coach Gonzalez also fit in the same category that Noah does, is that they both chose to stay, right? So, because they had people pursuing them at the end of last season, and they chose to stay because they believe in the U of A, they believe in this team, they believe in our process, and so I think both of those guys have been huge contributors to what we did. They're obviously awesome football coaches, but they're also great men, and they're great leaders for our players, and I think that part of it is you don't always see day to day. You know what I mean? Like the public can't see that. I get to see that, and so they're both really special. I'm really grateful that they're both with us.
When you talk about your team, specifically your defense, we touched on Danny Gonzalez, but you lost a lot of guys to the draft on the back end, and that really is the tip of the cap to the program. But you got like 4,500 snaps returning towards the front part of that defense. What are your expectations out of that unit this year?
I think everybody expects them to be even better than we were a year ago. And I know we have to answer some questions in the back end, but there's great candidates there. And we've got Javion Cole coming back, and we're expecting Gavin Hunter to have a big year because he played meaningful snaps for us last year when Trayden Stukes was not fully healthy and ready to play yet. And then there's been some really good players that have joined us from the portal there. So I think we're excited about it. I know I got a lot of faith in our secondary coaches and Chip Viney and Brett Arcee, and I'm excited to see what Danny G does with it.
Coach, talk about your red line philosophy. How did you come up with it, and what does that mean to you?
Well, the biggest thing about Redline is I just needed something for our players that was easy to understand and easy for them to verbalize to each other, right? So Redline, like kind of the three parts of it are effort, execution, and accountability. And the way we define effort is 100 miles an hour, 100% of the time. The way we define the execution is prove it, and then the way we define the accountability is own it, fix it. So for our players, it's very, very clear that, if they're being held accountable to something, it's easy for someone to just say Redline. And your only choice as a member of our football team is to own it and fix it right now, right? If you want to be first team, like you got to execute at a level that proves you're first team. So prove it, and then 100 is like trying to put it in words that kids will use, because kids are always using that term. So so that was, and so I think that part of it for our players, and that was a big part in year two, is that guys had a very clear understanding of what Redline was, a very clear understanding of how we were going to hold each other accountable to it, and just like really big buy-in on that. And it's been fun to watch it move forward.
Nice. 100.
Yeah, that's right.
100.
That's right.
100. Hey, all right, let me ask you about your team and the progress you've made. 6 wins last year in conference. That is tough to top, but you're a team that can do it. How have you improved this offseason? Where have you taken the biggest step forward?
I think we've had a huge move with our strength conditioning staff. Coach Colin Carroll has really been pushing that guy. You know, I think so much of your toughness and your connection is built in that off season, and it's harder because, like, you know, we're not around as much because we're not allowed to be. But you know, that part of it has been a huge move for us. And then I think our team as a whole, the retention of the players in the offensive line.
Yep.
I think last year that was a really unproven thing for us. You know, we ended up playing well in the offensive line. Josh Oglesby, our O-line coach, does a fantastic job with them, and so we have a lot of returning pieces in that O-line group, and we've added a couple through the portal that we're really excited about. So to me, that's one of the areas that we're really, really excited. I think we've added some explosiveness at wide receiver, which I think helps us. That's going to be a really competitive room in training camp. So, you know, I would say those 2 areas have been the big areas of improvement.
Coach, I want to ask you one more question about Noah. You talked about who he is off the field and how special of a man he is. You talked about it earlier, Seth Daggy, this is his 2nd year in his offense, so it's scary to think how good he can be. From a perspective on just on the field, where have you seen the biggest growth from him taking command of this offense?
It's funny, you know, someone just asked me that question a couple minutes ago. I would say the biggest thing is, you know, we had a day this summer, early in the summer, when all the coaches were on the road for camp, so we were out of town.
Correct.
And the team didn't have a good day. And by the time I got back to town the next day, it had been handled. And it had been handled by Noah and the leadership of the team. And so I grabbed Noah, and Coach Daggy grabbed him in the morning. I got him in the afternoon, and I'm like, hey, fill me in on what happened. And he's like, he broke it down for me, but he's like, we handled it. So they got the leadership council together, right, and had it out. And then they got the whole team together and called their own team meeting and worked through it and kicked ass for the next, you know, since then.
Speaking of kicking ass, you said it first. What would it mean for Arizona to be back here in North Texas in a Big 12 championship game in December?
Well, I think that's always the goal. You know what I mean? I think everybody says that, but that's always the goal. And everybody wants to play for the conference championship. And in this league, I think it's unique because I think there's been a lot of different conference champions over the last, 5-6 years.
Correct.
Right? And so I think that part is really exciting because of the depth in this league, but also the parity. And everybody feels like they have a chance to win it. And we can't wait to start playing.
I love it.
It is easy to understand why you have had the success you have. 100.
That's right. There you go. You got it. Your red line, baby.
All right,
Your red line.
Bear down. We got some of the Wildcats coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's time to bear down. We got the Wildcats in the house, Noah Fafita and Chris Hunter. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Noah, let me start with you. You're chasing history, but your goals are the same as the team. And I think that's so important for somebody who plays quarterback. What are your goals for this year?
Big 12 championship in the Rose Bowl. That's all it is. It's never been about me. It's always been about this team. So I think we got the personnel, the coaching staff to go do what we want to do.
Chris, let's talk about your growth on this team, and obviously the 2 guys ahead of you, they're gone. You're looking to have a bigger role in this offense. What has it been like for you preparing for this season as you have a bigger role in this offense?
Honestly, I didn't try to treat it no different than any other offseason. Just working as hard as I can, you know, getting more comfortable with the new guys coming in, the new receiving group, and obviously building and expanding upon that connection with Noah and Coach Daggy and Coach Bobby, just to have that, you know, that trust within the system. And I think, you know, those guys have made it really easy for me to try to, you know, go out my way and advance in that role. You know, we have a lot of guys who can really ball. So I think competition always boosts, you know, your own morale and your own skill. And so it's been really good.
Noah, your relationship with Arizona has been mutually beneficial. You are one of 5 guys in the country who are going to finish up with the team they started with right now.
Yes, sir.
How much does Arizona mean to you and Tucson? Well, you know, it's running through your blood at this point.
Yeah, Tucson and Arizona in general means a lot to me. I love the university, but I think it's because the university showed me and my family so much love and so much respect. But for me, I love the people in the building more. That's really what I'm here for. I'm here for Chris Hunter. I'm here for these guys that have decided to continue to stay here or continue to come here. And I also believe in Coach Brennan and Coach Deggy. So that's really why I'm here. And I want my legacy to be the first team in Arizona history to win a conference championship and go to a college football playoff.
Chris, we hear some of the goals, right? The team goals. For you to accomplish those, there's got to be some progress. And I'm talking about the team. Where did you see your squad take the biggest step forward from spring football to now?
Honestly, I think the biggest jump was everybody's bought in now. You know, I think we had to overcome some obstacles to try to find like where we might be weak at. I think if you feel like you're all the way there in spring ball, you're doing a disservice to yourself by the time you get to season. So I think we kind of talked as a group. I think the leaders really stepped up and got the whole team to raise the standard. And I think that's shown wonders.
Noah, last year was your first year in Seth Dagy's offense, which is scary for teams around the country because you put up prolific numbers. Talking to quarterbacks, it always seems like it takes 2 years to get a full understanding of the offense. Where are you at comfortability with the offense, and has he given you more freedom in the offense in year 2?
I'm extremely comfortable, and I think I've told people this all the time. I think Coach Deggy is the greatest mastermind when it comes to offense in the country. When you talk about mentality, you talk about confidence, and then you talk about schematics, the way he times up your quarterback's feet to the protection, the way he times up feet to the progression and tying different routes together to get people to be open. Your timing of your eyes. He played the position at a high level, so he knows what it takes. But he's been such a great mentor for me. He's been such a great big brother for me. He's helped me in so many ways. But I think I'm extremely confident. I think this scheme fits me perfectly. And I think when you combine the scheme with the personnel that we have on the perimeter, but also our tight ends and our running backs, I think we have a chance to be the most explosive offense in the country.
You know, you're on track, if you keep it up, to break Nick Foles' all-time passing record at Arizona. You already got 73 passing touchdowns in your career. I know you've talked to Nick. What's that relationship like? Can you bring us inside that?
It is pretty cool. He's a great mentor for me, but he's also, in a sense, we kind of have a brother relationship as well. So he knows him. There's other guys as well. Khalil Tate, they're all in my phone, and they're just always open if I ever need advice, if I ever need help. But these are guys that play the position at a high level, especially Nick Foles. He's played on the biggest platform that you could play in this sport. So just seeking his advice, I really appreciate his insight. I appreciate his support. And, he's been a great mentor.
This question is for both of you guys. We're talking to Coach Brennan earlier, and I was asking him about red line and 100-100. What does that mean to each one of you guys?
Well, first of all, our first cue of red line is 100% or 100 miles per hour 100% of the time. I think we live and die by that. You know, there's no room for lack of effort. There's no room for second guessing things. You have to just go 100 miles per hour, and I think he gets us to that point where we want to run through the wall. We have execution, prove it at that point. There's no room for to say, like, I feel like I could do this. I feel like I should do this. Just execute what you do. It's X's and O's. Just do what you have to do, all 11 on the field, and go ahead on that. And then we have accountability. Own it, fix it. You're going to make mistakes. It's part of the game of football. Yeah. We're not perfect, but just knowing how to respond from those mistakes and take it upon yourself, like, okay, I made a mistake. I'll fix it. I'm on to the next thing, and I'm ready to improve. We live and die by that. We truly believe red line, and I think it helps us.
Both of you, what's on your game day playlist? Start with you.
I'm a gospel guy, so Goodness to God is probably my favorite song. I'm a big CeCe Winans fan, so that's my top one.
I do also listen to gospel, but once I get closer to game time, I'm an NBA young boy. And then one song that I got to listen to right before I go out is We Major by Kanye West. I got to listen to that song. It's like an uplifting song. It get me in that mode.
Question for both of you guys. If you could get to the Big 12 championship, what would that mean for this program?
Everything. We've never had an outright conference title in program history. We've been to it, but we've never won it. So for us, that's the goal. That's why I came back. I know that's why a lot of guys came here or stayed here.
He hit it right on the head. It's our driving goal. It means so much to the city. We just want to put on for them. And also, we just want to prove ourselves right at the end of the day. So when you have something that you're looking so forward to, like finally holding that trophy, it would mean so much. And then at that point, we know there's a lot more to do. We got more games to play in January.
Time to bear down, baby. Thanks to the Wildcats. We'll be back to wrap up Arizona after this. It is hot in Arizona on and off the field. A lot of excitement around this season for the Arizona Wildcats. Taylor McHargue, Leger Douzable, Pete Souza. Let's wrap this thing up and get down to the moment of truth. Who is your MVP of the Arizona Wildcats?
A preseason MVP, so it's got to be Noah Fafita.
Yeah.
Your quarterback, your leader, a guy that did a great job cutting down his interceptions. Had 12 in 2024, just 6 a year ago. I think he'll continue to take care of the football. Also makes so many plays happen off script. For Arizona to have a championship caliber season like they have talked about in this expectation, he's got to play well, and for that reason, he's my MVP.
Without a doubt, it's Noah Fafita. Second year in Seth Dagy's offense, which is scary if you think about it, because he seemed so comfortable in the offense last year. Only 829 yards away from becoming the all-time Wildcat leader in passing yards. So Noah Fafita is my MVP.
Must-win game.
October 10th on the road at West Virginia. And the reason I say that is there is a stretch that for Arizona that comes beginning on Halloween where they get into a really difficult part of the schedule. And before that, you need to get that win against West Virginia to maintain that momentum once they start to really get into the meat of conference play. So I'll go October 10th at West Virginia.
I'm going to go Iowa State for that same reason. At the end of October, going into November, a very tough stretch. That could be a game that could be a trap game for them. That is a game, if they really have aspirations to get to the Big 12 championship game, they got to get that game.
All right, so we obviously got the toughest stretch in. Let's go to the game to watch. How about you?
Halloween at Texas Tech. And it wouldn't matter who was playing. Anytime you get a Halloween game in Lubbock, that's a must-watch game. But for Arizona, just like Leger touched on, if this is a championship caliber team, they're going to have to go in and beat Tech at home, and that's going to be a crazy atmosphere. That will be much must-watch television on Halloween.
Say they do slip up Halloween, I think a must-watch game is the Kansas State game, second to the last game of the season at Manhattan. If you have, again, there's ramifications to get into the Big 12 championship game. If they're able to get that win, it could go a long way into them being real contenders for the Big 12 championship game.
All right, what do you have the record at? Where do they finish?
9-3 dark horses for the Big 12 championship game.
I'm right there with you. I've got them at 9-3, and those losses, I think what clips them is that stretch in November.
Correct.
You've got a Utah in there. You've got an at Kansas State, at Texas Tech. There's just too much there at the end of the season for me to have them in the Big 12 championship. But I will say, for Wildcat fans, this is absolutely a roster capable of proving both of us wrong and getting to that double-digit win total and getting into the Big 12 championship.
I got it right here. I got them at 9-3 too in the Big 12 championship game race. I really believe they have what it takes this year in Tucson to punch through, and that's what it's all about. We talked to Noah Fafita. They've got to win a conference championship. That is on their list of goals, and it feels like it can be realized.
100%.
Taylor McHargue, Leger Douzable. Cannot wait to see what they do this year in Tucson. For now, we'll see you later. Kenny Dillingham is back in Arizona State, and so are the championship expectations. I'm Pete Souza. He is Leger Douzable. This is the Arizona State Football Sun Devils preview show. We got to start with Kenny Dillingham. The fact that he stays entrenched in that community in Tempe, that means so much to him. That means a lot for this program.
Without a doubt, a guy that Arizona State means so much to him. Obviously an Arizona State alum. And there was a lot of rumors because of the success he had at Arizona State. Could a team come calling and try to pluck him from Arizona State? Signs the 5-year extension in December. I know Sun Devil fans are ecstatic that he's back.
Kenny signs the check. He's looking for others to stroke the checks. And,
Correct.
Yeah, that's why they got the influx of talent, though, at Arizona State. But they do have an influx of questions under center. Four guys who could be competing for the job.
Yeah, when you look at it, I think that's the biggest question, and we'll be able to sit down with Kenny Dillingham, ask him what's going on with the quarterback competition, right? Because Levitt is no longer there, moved on to LSU. You got Cutter Boley, who was in the SEC at Kentucky, 4-6 last year at Kentucky. Really does a really good job being accurate with the football, completes around 65% of his passes. But the one bugaboo, the turnovers, 12 interceptions, which was second in the SEC. Then you have a guy that has played a ton of football in Mikey Keene, whether it was at UCF or Fresno State. Last year was the backup at Michigan. And when you look at it, another quarterback coming in, Jake Fetty, the 4-star recruit out of El Paso, Texas. A lot of hype around his name. And then Cam Dyer is the only returning quarterback in that room. So he has the experience of knowing the offense. So this will be a real interesting question for Kenny Dillingham. And I wonder when he's going to be comfortable enough to name his starting quarterback, because you kind of always want that heading into fall camp to build up that continuity with the receivers.
Well, whoever it is, they're going to have some toys to work with on the outside.
Are they?
Some big, physical, fast toys once again for the Sun Devils.
Omarion Miller comes over from Colorado. I believe he led the Big 12 in yards per catch, averaging 18.1 yards per catch. Probably one of the best contested catchers in all of college football. He comes over. Reed Harris is a guy that comes over from Boston College. And whoever's at quarterback, having a 6'3", 6'4" receiver that can go up and body the football high, that's your best friend. So whether it's Cutter Boley, whether it's Mikey Keene, if you're in trouble, just throw it up to these big receivers that you have. And then you have Raiden Vines Bright coming over from Washington. He'll probably be more of their slot receiver. He's a shifty guy, inside-out guy. He's a guy that's going to command action in the middle of the field. So there's going to be a lot of toys for whoever's at quarterback to throw the ball to.
And toys behind him, too.
Yeah.
Kasson Brown, comes back for Arizona State. That's a huge deal.
I'm so excited for him to come back because he started the first 2 out of 4 games last year for Arizona State and then goes down with the injury. Him and Raleek Brown were going to be one of the best pairing in all the Big 12 at the running back position. Now with Raleek Brown moving on, Kasson Brown steps into that leadership role, steps into that feature back role. And this is a guy that not only can run in between the tackle and runs physical, he's also a really good sure-handed running back out of the backfield catching the football. So if you're in trouble, be able to dump the ball off to Kasson Brown. They're excited to have him back, and I'm excited to talk to him as well today.
Defensively, you love what you see on the edges for Arizona State. You told me that offline. I got to ask you now, why do you love those guys so much?
Well, they bring in Jalen Thompson, who has a lot of experience from Michigan State. He was a highly recruited defensive end coming out of high school. Hasn't really lived up to that billing yet, but I think coming over to Arizona State, we could see a big leap of production for him. And the guy that you know really well, Amarion Winston, coming over from Baylor. He was very productive at Baylor. I know Baylor's defense struggled at times last year, but he was able to affect the quarterback not only in passing downs, but also get in the backfield and create some tackles for losses. So I really like what they did in the portal on the edge.
Now, when I go overseas, if I ever do, which is not a ton, I'm eating the food, I'm walking around. Guys like you are actually going overseas sometimes to play football games.
Yeah.
And that's what Arizona State has this year with the Union Jack Classic.
Correct.
You've played a game overseas at Wembley Stadium in your time with the Jets. What is that like, the trip, the prep, and then the coming back to
Correct.
America and refueling your body and getting rest?
First and foremost, what a unique opportunity to push the game forward, right? If you're Arizona State, who's going to play Kansas, to go over to Wembley in London and push the game of college football forward in another country across the pond, amazing opportunity. You talked about it. Jet lag is a real thing. I remember a quick story when I played for the Jets in 2015. We flew over to London and we played Miami Dolphins. We flew over on Thursday after practice. The next day when we landed, we had practice like 2 hours later, but everybody was so jet lagged, half the team missed team meetings that morning. So like, that's a real thing both of these coaches are gonna have to consider, because it's not like it's the week 1 game, it's a week 3 game. So it's the middle of your season. So there'll be a lot of prep to get prepared to go over to London.
Well, we're looking forward to talking to Kenny Dillingham. This is Media Days here at the Big 12, presented by Monster Energy. He is the monster of energy. Kenny Dillingham coming back with us talking Arizona State football. Most coaches try to create energy. Kenny Dillingham walks in the building with it. We are here, Arizona State preview. Coach Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, thank you so much for joining us. And I got this written down. Be a good person, make good decisions, and have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. Those are your core values at Arizona State. Can you speak to how those impact your mission?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's college athletics. And you're dealing with 105 guys from all different backgrounds, right? You've got guys from Louisiana to Hawaii, from Richmond to Detroit, from Chicago to Cali. And then you're like, okay, how do you get all these guys to believe in one vision? And I read a book, I listened to a book by Pete Carroll about how words matter and how everybody can take a word and view it differently, like is good or is average and okay? Which one's better? If I'm doing average, is that better than doing okay? Well, you may view average better than okay, right? and he said to simplify words essentially was what I learned. So I said, okay, well, how do I create rules in a pillar of a program that is simple? Be a good person. I don't care where you're from. You know if you're being a good person or not. Like, I don't care where you're from, you know if it's a good decision or a bad one. You know if you're about to do something that's a little bit on the bad side. And there is no gray. And then the last one is like, love what you do. Have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. Like, I want people who walk around our building and have a passion for what they do. Like, they're blessed to be here. They're blessed to be able to do it, and they do it with that passion. And they understand that the only way to be good at something is to work. It's about the work. And if you're about the work and you love the work, right, then you're going to be successful. So I think that's kind of how that shaped.
All right, let's get the warm and fuzzy stuff out of the way. Who's going to be your quarterback?
I don't know. We got a battle right now. I love the battle. Two guys with kind of different backgrounds, and two guys that really three and a half guys that that are going to go into it with a really good shot.
I want to dive into that a little bit more. Cutter Boley comes over from Kentucky, has a lot of experience. Mikey King, UCF, Fresno, back up at Michigan. Jake Fetty was a big-time recruit from Texas. He comes in as well. And then Cam was the only guy that was returning in your room last year. So what have you liked from each one of these guys as they're going through this competition?
Yeah, I'll go in reverse. Cam's gotten so much better as a passer. That was a guy who we wanted him to improve his ability to pass. Ultimate leader, super smart, care level high, a guy who won in high school at a high level. And he's improved his ability to play pocket quarterback at a high rate since he's been here. Jake Fetty, obviously high ceiling, super athletic. So I think you're only going to see him go upward with strides. Cutter Boley obviously has experience starting in college football in the SEC, and he played really well in a lot of games last year. A better athlete than people give him credit for. You saw him throughout spring. Learned the new install, right? And he was about here, and then all of a sudden, as he got comfortable with the new install, that trend go up and up. And you have Mikey, who's played so much football that you teach him how to run snag, and he's like, oh, this is just snag. It's more of a vernacular problem. He's like, I don't even need you to coach it. I know how to read out snag, guys. So he was a guy who got the install and was way up here and was just steady Eddie throughout the entire thing. So I love our room. I love the dynamic there, and I'm excited.
You get a chance to represent Arizona State football on an international stage overseas in Wembley Stadium in the Union Jack Classic. I was talking to Leger. He played in Wembley Stadium when he was with the Jets.
Oh, wow.
It's quite an undertaking. Have you been leaning on, whether it's other head coaches or other players that have gone before you and made that seismic trip?
I have. I've asked people what they thought when we should fly out, what the biggest challenges are, the food, right? The slippery grass. When you practice out there, how slippery the grass is. So we're trying to take precautions to kind of learn from the past. We play at Texas A&M the week before.
Yeah.
So I was asking all these other coaches, should we fly home, lose 2 hours in the flight to then fly back? Or do we just go straight from A&M and roll? And their advice was all go straight from A&M because you're going to fly out Tuesday anyway. So you get home Sunday in the morning, and then fly out 2 days later on a 2 hour longer flight, and you 2 hour more of a time change, or you just go from there. So I've taken a lot of advice. What I've learned is you're way smarter when you listen to smart people. So I just listen to a lot of people, right? It's a good strategy.
I'll give you a recommendation, burger and lobster. Check that out in London,
Okay.
burger and lobster.
Oh, that's good.
Whoever wins the quarterback battle, they're going to have some really good weapons you brought in to throw to. Marion Miller led the Big 12 in yards per catch last year. To me, he's one of the best contested catch receivers in football. Reed Harris is another guy that can go up and get the football. Just talk about those two additions on the outside, and no matter who wins the quarterback position, they'll have some friendly targets to throw to on the outside.
No question. I mean, I think the goal is, if you're a quarterback, and you got to be able to beat zone coverage. You got to be able to beat blitz. If you're a quarterback and teams are dropping the zone, you should be able to play catch.
Correct.
Right? And you should be able to beat pressure, right, because they're not contested. When teams play man, when they play match, and our league in college football has gotten way more match-oriented.
Correct.
Whether it's match thirds, match quarters, just play straight man-free, right? That you got to be able to win. So I think for us, it was adapting to teams are playing more match, teams are playing more man. let's get 2 different guys, and I love our wide receiver core as a whole, but you mentioned those 2 guys that people are gonna, wake up on a Tuesday and say, well, what if they get this matchup? How are we gonna cover them?
Correct.
Do we want to play man? And if they do, just throw them the ball. At the end of the game, the game's very simple when teams play match if you have a guy who they can't cover.
Facts.
So the goal was to get people they couldn't cover and then get everybody else away from them. And then if they use more than one person to cover them, then somebody else has to step up.
Well, you know what it's like when the confetti falls on you after winning a Big 12 title game at Jerry World. What would it mean for this program to get back there?
Man, it would just show that we're in the right direction, that we're staying there. I always say, you don't want to be, there's so many teams that are a flash in the pan, right? Is you're a flash in the pan, then you make a drastic drop-off. We had some injuries last year, but we didn't make a drastic drop-off. We were playing that last game of the year, even though we lost. There was still a math equation that could have got us back to that game in week 12. If we're consistently playing games in late November that can get us to that championship, we're 1 game away from the playoff, and who knows from there. So I think this is a big year because we had a lot of turnover. To show that we're a stable program. We're a program that's going to stay at or near the top of the league, and we're a program that when you play, our guys are going to play so hard. They're going to play with such passion. They're going to be physical. They're going to be right on that edge of where you got to take them out the game. Because at the end of the day, that's how you want your guys to play. You want them to play free, and you want them to play with a passion for each other. And I think hopefully we can show that with a lot of new guys, that we can still play with that passion and play with that physicality.
Coach Dillingham, thank you so much. From Tempe to Texas A&M to London to maybe the promised land, back here, man. It's great to talk with you. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right, some of those guys on the edge coming up next. Arizona State Sun Devils. Arizona State has been electric in the Kenny Dillingham era, and these are 2 big reasons why we expect them to do that again this year. Lyric Rawls coming over, the transfer, and we've got Kyson Brown coming back. These 2 guys are here to talk to us today a little bit about the Sun Devils' football chances. And we got Lyric Rawls already. He's made himself at home. You're going hiking now in the mountains of Arizona? I mean, this is a dude coming from the Midwest. What's it been like for you in Tempe so far?
Oh, it's been great. The atmosphere, the love from the teammates. It's just been a great feeling to be in there.
Kyson, talk about returning from injury. For people that don't know, for a player, a lot of times it's more mentally taxing than it is physically taxing. What was that process like for you as you returned from the ankle injury, and what did you lean on to get back to where you're at now?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people don't understand. It's hard to see your teammates playing. You want to cheer them on, but you want to be out there also. Correct. So that aspect was hard for me. I really appreciate my parents and my coaches, my teammates. For the most part, they were always just around me, basically just helping me get through the tough times. I really appreciate the doctors over there at Arizona State. They really helped the recovery process go smooth. So I feel 100% and, ready to go.
Love it.
From an outsider, somebody who covers the Big 12 and covers Arizona State, it just seems like a vibe. It seems like a place you want to be. For you, Lyric, to come over, what was the #1 reason you transferred into Arizona State?
When I came on my visit, I knew a couple guys on the team already, and then just coming here and meeting the guys, and then being around the coaches, it felt like so at home. I felt relaxed. They wasn't uptight on me. I just could be myself.
Kyson, you've talked about your relationship with former ASU running back Malik Brown, but with him moving on, it's going to be a bigger role for you. How have you approached this offseason knowing that even last year you started 2 of the first 4 games and think you got hurt, but knowing that you're going to have a bigger role in this offense?
Yeah, I just take the same approach. Always being prepared. That's the biggest thing. My coach preaches, and I believe in that. Just being prepared. You never know when that moment is going to come. So just being ready for the moment when it does come is the biggest thing I harp on. So yeah, just being prepared.
So Lyric, you guys are in a unique situation this year. Week 3, you get to go over to London.
Yes, sir.
But it's more unique for you because you get to play your former team. Have you thought about that, being able to play your former team across the pond in London? And what will that week be like for you?
I didn't ever make it more than what it was than another game, just going out there and lining up against who in front of me. But, it'll be good to see some of the similar faces and after the game to talk to them,
I feel you on that,
And then, it's always good to catch up with your guys.
Yeah, Kyson, what was your reaction when you saw you guys were going to be playing in this Union Jack Classic and you were going to be playing in Wembley Stadium? That's like a soccer stadium. People go crazy in there.
Yeah.
What was the first, your instant reaction?
To be honest, I don't know nothing about London.
Welcome to the club.
You're going to learn quick.
I don't know much about London, but it's definitely going to be a great experience just going over there to play. I heard a lot of people are excited for this game, and I'm definitely excited to go over there and play, so it's definitely going to be an experience.
Kyson, you got to tell us how you got your nickname, Sid. But we see it on your chain there. I saw you earlier kidding with Coach Dillingham at the press conference. How did you come up, or how did you get the nickname Sid?
Okay, so I'm originally from Tupelo, Mississippi, and I moved to Dallas actually when I was around like middle school. So before people knew who I was, they just called me like the kid from Mississippi. So my original nickname was Mississippi, and like
It's a little long for a nickname.
yeah. So they used to call me Mississippi, and then as the time went over, it just got shortened to Sip, and it ended up sticking. Everybody just knew me as Sip, like, so it became so popular that just became who I was and a part of my brand. So yeah.
Lyric, were you surprised at all when you got to Arizona State? The competitive fire that rolls on after practice, right? Like after meetings. Coach Dillingham talks about it, like we're playing Madden, we're playing ping pong. It just seems like a different animal, not a unique situation that you'd find in college football. Did it surprise you?
Definitely. I like how he always interacting with us, always competing with us, and it makes us compete with each other even more, And like you said with the other question about the vibe, it is a vibe there for sure. Like I be telling the boys all the time, man, I'm glad to be here. I'm thankful to be here. I'm just going to continue to be where my feet at.
We look forward to seeing the family have some success.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys were here a few years ago in North Texas playing the Big 12 championship game. Look forward to seeing you try to do it again, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
We appreciate the time.
Yeah, appreciate
Stay
it.
with us. We got more Sun Devils preseason coming up. They are very excited in the Valley for Arizona State football. Leger Douzable, Taylor McCarg, Pete Souza, wrapping things up here on the Sun Devils. Taylor, we've got a battle at the quarterback position. Take us inside that room in that competition. What is that like, and what do you anticipate happening?
Well, it's wide open right now. I mean, you got 4 guys right now that have a real shot at not just winning the battle, but getting snaps early in the season. I think right now you're seeing a lot of Cutter Boley and Mikey Keene. Mikey Keene, college football fans, 4th stop for Mikey Keene. I think the biggest thing for Arizona State, and some of what we saw last year, is regardless of who's at quarterback, they're going to have to run the football well. Because Raleek Brown a year ago was unbelievable. Well, now he's at Texas. So how do they supplement, as you're working through in September, especially a quarterback battle, you got to be able to protect and run the football to benefit them. Because I think we're going to see 3, maybe 4 guys in the month of September at quarterback for Arizona State.
All right, we got the quarterback wing on the quarterback room. Let's go through now our segment 4, our finality, our lists. Who do you have as MVP?
That's a perfect segue because I have Kyson Brown, the running back, being the MVP for them. He's a guy coming back from injury. If you look at what he did the first 4 games with Raleek Brown, was very effective running the football. And now with Raleek Brown removed from the team, he's going to have a bigger role on this offense. He's coming back from an injury. He was here today, was really excited to talk to him. He's going to be an integral part of this offense, so I have him as the MVP.
I'm going to go Cutter Boley. I'm going to go with the guy coming from Kentucky, played well down the stretch for the Wildcats. I think that's going to be the shot in the arm that they need at quarterback. I don't think he's going to be quite to the level that Sam Levitt was when he was healthy for Arizona State, but I'll go Cutter Boley. I think he solidifies. I think he wins that quarterback battle, and he's going to be obviously integral for them and their success this season.
I like Amari Miller. You mentioned his production, 8 touchdowns at Colorado last year. Look forward to what he's going to do this year. Okay, when you talk about a must-win game, how about you? Who do you have on the schedule that's a must-win game for Arizona State?
I think Kansas State at home. If Arizona State wants to potentially be in the running for the Big 12 championship game, they got to get it done at home versus Kansas State. Obviously, there's a lot of nuance with a new coach coming in that was a former Kansas State Wildcat at quarterback in Colin Klein. But to me, that's a big game on the schedule. If they're able to get it done at home versus Kansas State, that'll go a long way in them potentially being dark horses in the Big 12.
Yeah, I love that. I would have Texas Tech circled right in the middle of the schedule. They go on the road. You talk about championship aspirations. If you're Arizona State and you get a win in Lubbock, you talk about totally changing the trajectory of your season, because then you got BYU on the road 2 weeks after that. So you're coming into a tough stretch of the season, back half of the season more difficult than the first half, and if you win at Texas Tech, I think that would be a season-defining win for the Sun Devils.
All right, what about the game to watch? I have a feeling I know where you guys might be going with this. I'll start with you first.
It might not be the game you think, because I know everybody would say the Arizona game because it's a rival game. I'm going to go the game in London.
That's what I'm
versus
going
Kansas.
with.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think that's a big game. Being able to push the game forward across the pond, to be able to play your first conference game overseas, I think if they can get that done, that goes a long way in their season. Plus, dealing with the elements of traveling over and being able to be ready to play a game.
I'll go with the cliche answer. I think at the end of the season, Arizona State, Arizona, rivalry game. I also think as good as we expect Arizona to be this season, even if Arizona State is not in a position to be competing for a championship this season, which they might be, I think they still, in all likelihood, have a really good shot to play spoiler at the end of the season. So anytime you've got an opportunity to ruin championship aspirations for your rival, big opportunity. I've got that one at the end.
All right, let's wrap this up. How do you think they finish? Leger, let's start with you.
I'm going to go 8-4, and they'll be bowl eligible. I don't know if they'll be competing for a Big 12 championship game, but I think they'll be very competitive in the Big 12.
I've got them at 8-4 as well, and I think the challenges are on the road. You know, when you think about at BYU, at Texas Tech, at Texas A&M early in the season, week 2, there's just some tough, when they get on the road, especially in conference play, there's some tough games in there. I don't think they compete for the Big 12 championship, but I do have them at 8-4.
And we're competing here, and we're doing pretty well. Taylor McHargue, Leger Douzable. Been a long day, been a fun day. That's our Arizona State preview. Thank you so much for joining us. Time for Baylor's Big 12 preview show. He is Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. If you're going to reset your roster, no better way to do it than with the superstar quarterback. DJ Lagway makes his way to Baylor and Waco this offseason. Just how impactful can that be?
It's massive. I can't wait to see the marriage between offensive coordinator Jake Spavital and DJ Lagway. One of the top recruits coming out of high school goes to Florida. Now he comes back to Baylor, where his dad actually played football as well. This is a guy that has a ton of experience, but also a high upside. The biggest thing with him, he's got to limit the amount of times he gets hit. He can't take as many sacks as he did when he was at Florida. I believe he's taking 32 sacks or something like that. You can't have that at Baylor as well. And Jake Spavital will do a really good job making sure that he has easy reads, gets the ball out of his hand. He has a quarterback-friendly offense I think bodes well for DJ Lagway.
What's the number one thing outside of Lagway that excites you about this Baylor team?
I just think when you talk about Jake Spavital and how exciting that offense is, and they've just been able to find ways to bring in receivers that don't have big names and get high productions out of them. Look at Josh Cameron last year, now in the NFL. So them being able to bring in different recruits to help DJ Lagway as they try to build this offense that lost so much. One, Sawyer Robinson, the quarterback, who's no longer on the team. I think to me, that's the most exciting thing. If I'm not mistaken, they were the number 4 offense in all of college football, number 1 in the Big 12. So that is what excites me about this Baylor offense.
All right, we go over to the defensive side of the ball. Joe Klanderman comes over as defensive coordinator. He will call the plays this year.
Correct.
Rather than Dave Aranda, who we know is one of the brightest defensive minds in college football. How does that change help this defense get better?
The interesting thing is, Pete, me and you actually called the Kansas State versus Baylor game last year, so Dave Aranda had a front seat on how Joe Klanderman runs his defense. So it's interesting because we asked Dave Aranda in the meeting, what made you continue to call the defense as a head coach? And I'm always interested to see for head coaches, what goes into that decision? Do you hand it off the calling or do you continue to do it? And he said he just wanted to feel a part of the defense, so that's why he called it. So now with Joe Klanderman coming in, it'll allow him to put a handprint on the rest of the team and allow Klanderman to just call the defense. And all you got to do is look at the history of Kansas State's defense. It's been one of the better defenses in all of the Big 12 over the last couple years with Klanderman as the defensive coordinator. So that's where they really struggled. They really couldn't affect the quarterback. They struggled to get off the field on third down. And I believe they were minus 13 in the turnover margin. They didn't turn teams over. So Joe Klanderman is trying to bring in some excitement on that side of the football.
You lose Bryson Washington. You'll actually see him during the season when you play
Week
Auburn week 1. But you've got Dawson Prendergrass, who was lost all last year to a knee injury. Great to have him back. And Caden Knighton leading your backfield effort. What do you like about those guys?
Knighton's a home run type of runner. He can take any carry 5, 10, 20 yards, 30, 40 yards down the field. Now, speaking to Jake Spavital last year, he said he would like for him to read the offensive line a little bit more. Too many times he felt like he was trying to bounce it outside, but that's what happens when you're a freshman running back. So you would think another year experience in this offense, he'll be able to hit it downhill and use that speed to get down the field as a running back. I also like some of the people they brought in at receiver. Draylon Miller was a guy from Colorado who's kind of like a Weapon X. It'll be interesting to see how Jake Spavital really uses him. And a guy that I really love, that didn't get talked about enough in the Big 12, Gavin Freeman. He was their best player on offense for Oklahoma State last year. He's a guy that does a lot of his damage in the slot, but they gave him a lot of speed sweeps. He's a guy you just got to get the ball to in space. He's a really good athlete. So those two guys could be pivotal in the development of DJ Lagway.
How much better can DJ Lagway make those guys? Like, he is that type of player, like almost LeBron is in basketball. Is DJ that good that he can take some of these second-tier guys and bring them on a level with him?
I look at it like this, Pete. Those guys are so good in space. If you just give them a catchable ball, it'll help build your confidence. There's nothing better than a quarterback where you can just throw a swing pass for 5 yards or a screen play, and it goes for 20 yards. It builds your confidence up to throw some of those tight windows throws. So like Draylon Miller and Milner and also Gavin Freeman, if you just get the ball to them in space, it'll help build DJ Lagway's confidence.
Speaking of confidence, quiet confidence with Dave Aranda coming up after this. Well, a lot of coaches try to win with volume. Dave Aranda does it with vision, and he's looking to get Baylor back atop the Big 12 this year. Coach Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, thank you so much for joining us. We got to start at the top, which is DJ Lagway.
Yeah.
Just an absolute tremendous job by you and your staff to bring him back to Waco. We can say that as he's an extension of his dad. But what are the expectations in the building around what DJ can do for Baylor football this year?
I think he can bring excitement. He can bring wins. We want to see DJ play free. I really think that's the reason why he chose us. I think we could tell on his visit that he was looking for freedom. You know, I think he felt kind of straitjacketed, and just the whole experience in the past had kind of gotten him kind of closed up, tightened up, and he wanted to be free. And so from January till now, smiling, enjoying, engaging with teammates, leading, and is the best I've been around it, leading through football and connecting through football. And he's got guys believing in him and rallying behind him. And so I'm excited for him. And for what he can do on the field when he plays free is what we need more of. And so I'm excited for that.
Coach, you talked about DJ playing more free. Coach Spavital, he gives a lot to the quarterback in regards to making checks and stuff at the line of scrimmage. How do you see DJ Lagway's specific skill set highlighted in Coach Spavital's offense?
He can make all the throws, and so if we're on the right hash and it's FSL and formations into the sideline, and there's an X receiver to the field, and they press us and they put a safety in the post, DJ can make that throw. From the right hash all the way over to the left numbers, right, and put it where it needs to be. And so once that's on tape, then defenses have to acknowledge that.
Correct.
and get 2 over 1. So he changes the game that way. He has put more time into virtual reality. You know, there's a couple different programs that use virtual reality. We've used it now for 3 years, but as a DJ is obviously first year doing it. And they sent us an email about a month ago saying, like, Dave, you guys are breaking world records. There's no one ever that has put more hours into virtual reality than they have NFL teams than Baylor, and that's DJ. And so he's just working so hard. And I think so much of it for him is like, hey man, this chip on the shoulder, this motivation that you have, man, do it for you. Don't do it to prove anyone else wrong. Do it to prove yourself right.
I'll tell you what fires me up. Talking to Dave Aranda, I feel like we got to get a whiteboard in here.
Yeah,
We're ready to go. When you get on the whiteboard, especially defensively, you're dangerous. So you hired Joe Klanderman this offseason, a great hire. But what did you, someone who knows defense, see in him that led you to believe this guy's perfect for us?
There's so few guys, and there's so few guys in college football that are good men and good coaches, like down to the core. I think there's an overabundance coaches that know how to play the game and can play the game. You know what I mean? Of whether it's connections or it's small talk and just all of it. Where I think Joe's a real one, and it down to the bone. He's got a good heart and a good soul, and so that with just really strong intelligence just gives me where it's like I feel completely confident with him being there, and then that frees me up for special teams, offense, defense, right? I feel like at times last year too, I kind of covered up. You know, we got a big UFC fight coming up Saturday. I'm excited for it. And so you get to where like guys cover up or adversity or kind of incoming and that. And so to get it to where it's like you're opened up, I think is a hard thing to do. And so, but I think it pays dividends when you do that to your team and to your fan base and to everything else. So I've been really trying to do that as best I can.
Coach, you lost a lot of leaders this offseason. Sawyer Robinson, Josh Cameron goes to the NFL, Keaton transfers. But you still bring a lot of people that are used to your program, used to your culture. When you look at Kylan Reed and Cade Siraki and a few other guys, do you depend on these guys to show some of the new incoming transfers the Baylor way and the culture you guys have built there?
Yeah, at the very beginning in January, we started with culture. And that was I was freed up to do that because I wasn't on defense anymore. And so we started with a leadership council. And so that was about 3 weeks in, which was kind of sudden. But the team voted on 18 guys, and so they were each guy had 3 votes. So they had who was the leader in your class, your academic class. Okay. So freshman, sophomore, junior. We had to show them what class they're in. Some of them. So your academic class, who's the leader in your position room, you know, and then who's the best leader on the team. And so those were the 3 votes everybody had. And so then what we have is like we have leaders that are freshmen, leaders that are sophomores, leaders that are juniors, leaders that are tight ends, leaders that are O-linemen, so you had all of those facets covered. And so I would meet with them once a week. We read a book called Captain Class. Yep. It was on captains that were the reason for the team's success. And a lot of these captains were kind of like, not necessarily the team's best player, but they're kind of their guy that was carrying the water for everybody, the guy that was doing all the dirty work for everyone, that was in the shadows, kind of motivating and connecting. And so from that leadership council, then the team voted from those 18 guys. We have 6 captains. Those are the guys that are here with us today.
Coach, Leger and I have been lucky enough to call some of your games and be able to speak with you and hang with you like this. But a lot of folks around football really don't know Dave Aranda. But now we've gotten social media Dave Aranda during the offseason. How has that been received by people who know you best and are close to you? We love it. I love it, and it's cool to get to see more of you and a different side of you. What's the reception been like?
No, it's been good. Yeah, it's hard to do. I would not, to become a head coach, I always thought that wasn't for me. When I was at Wisconsin or LSU, I always thought that's for other people. I always thought my ego probably ain't big enough for this and all this, and so I never thought it was for me. So I wanted to do it because I was kind of scared of it, or I just thought it's not for me. And I'm kind of doing the same thing here again with this. I just feel like I could sense myself kind of doing this, and so to not do that, the social media is a part of it. My girls have helped me, Jalen and Jordan, so they've kind of helped run it for me. And so I'm going to have to be able to kind of get a little bit more self-sufficient now that they're going to go back to school. So I'm going to have to run it now. But I've enjoyed it. A lot of it is when I know that I'm going to do it, I'm like focused. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm locked in. It's like game day. So I got to get it to where it's not like that, where it's a little bit more just easy to do. But yeah, I'm trying. All
right, we got to get you out of here, but I want to ask one more question of you. There's not too many guys who are going to sit here today that have experienced winning a Big 12 title game at Jerry World. What would that mean for you to get Baylor back in that position?
That would be huge, yeah. I think it would show guys that, hey, you have a vision, you got the right people together, all believing in that vision, working together, that you can do it. And, I think it can be that simple, but there's so many things that get in your phone, negativity, all these things can get in the way of it, but to have a real strong vision, man, this is, I showed the team clips of the New York celebrations after the Knicks won. Did you guys see that?
Yeah,
the streets
insane.
Of what can happen when a place rallies around a team. And so we can do this thing. You got to believe it first. And so, we're all about it.
Yeah, well, you've got us thinking big right here, right now. Thanks so much for spending the time. The Baylor Bears, some of the players coming up next. Baylor could be working on one of the best stories in college football this season, and these are two big reasons why. You got the electric signal caller, DJ Lagwex, and this guy hunts down ball carriers and he leads the team, Tyler Jordan. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us. Absolutely.
Yeah, DJ, I want to start with you. A big story this offseason was you coming to Baylor. And your father obviously plays for the Bears. I read a quote of yours that I loved. You said Baylor was the origin of your love affair with football. Now that relationship continues and comes full circle, actually. What's it mean for you to realize your dreams now back in a place that you know very well and means a lot to you?
Yes, sir. It's just crazy how the Lord works, like being in a situation where I'm in, on how everything works full circle. It's a blessing to be here.
DJ, I want to add on that. You come over, Jake Spavital is the offensive coordinator, learning his offense. What's that transaction been like for you, and how does this offense highlight your specific skill set?
Yeah, it's been really good, coming from totally different offenses, but like seeing the similarities in some things, but being able to, what I love about Coach Spavital is just the way he works towards the QB strengths. So I'm excited, to go out there and play my brand of football and play free and have fun with the great players around me.
Kyler, another big change this offseason is Joe Klanderman being in addition to the defense's defensive coordinator. What have you liked about his system so far and just him as a guy and a coach?
Yeah, first of all, about him, he's awesome. That guy loves football, lives, breathes, and eats football. The coach is supposed to be off. Coach Klanderman's in there watching film, doing extra. But I love his system. I think, if anything, it's going to allow us to play fast. We're going to get a call in. We're going to play fast, be able to play vertical up front, which really I haven't really got to do in college. So I'm really excited. Just really excited about that.
Kyle, there are a lot of turnover in that defensive line room, but you've been one of the mainstays over the last couple of years. How have you been able to lead, to show the other guys transferring in how you do things at Baylor?
Yes, sir. I think it starts at winter training, whenever we get back. Like, you set the tone early. It's like, look, we work hard here. This is how it is. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. But that work, you're going to come here and you're going to work. And I think with that comes a lot of respect, which gives you influence as a leader. And then I think that ultimately, helps me lead that room and bring the best out of everybody.
Kyler, you've been on campus in Waco at Baylor for a little while now, right? You're the veteran of this group, the elder statesman. The beard works for you, I
appreciate that.
What have you seen in Coach Aranda and this team as far as steps forward this offseason? How has this Baylor football team gotten better over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, first of all, bringing in Coach Klanderman has allowed Coach Aranda to really be a head coach, deal with all the administrative stuff. He's done a lot better job of making personal relationships with us because he has time to now. And so, first of all, that's been huge, and to see that out of Coach Aranda has been really cool. And I think another cool thing with Coach Aranda is just, he hasn't really changed, the things that he preached, he's standing on that. And I can really respect that as a man and as somebody who's played for him for 5 years. He's like, now we believe that the person drives the player, and, we're going to have good people on this team, but we're going to have really good players too.
DJ, you obviously have a lot of experience coming over from Florida. As you look at how this offseason has played out for you, going through spring, getting ready for fall camp, what's been the major thing that you wanted to work on to hone in on your game?
I would say my footwork. I've changed a lot of things. I've changed my stance. I'm a left foot forward guy now. So just working on different things, just to help get the ball out quicker and being able to get the ball in the intermediate game more consistently, quick game more consistently, and being more accurate in those areas. So that's what I've been working on a lot.
Who's a guy on your offensive side of the ball that people are not talking about right now in July, August, that we will all be talking about in October?
Yeah, I say Matthew Klopfenstein, our tight end. He's a baller. We got a really good tight end room, even with Tony Livingston. Man, those guys are going to make a lot of plays, and I'm excited for him.
Dave Aranda almost seems like an influencer now, right? He's on social media, DJ, and you've been following Baylor for a long time, so Dave Aranda before social media. Now, I love this new social media Dave. What do you make of it in the locker room?
Yeah, man, I make fun of him every time I see it. I like trolling him about it, but no, I love it that he's trying something new, and I respect that.
Yeah, well, I respect you guys taking the time, sharing the time with us today. Looking forward. Yeah, I know you guys have a goal of being back here in North Texas at the end of this season, and we wish you best of luck on
Thank
this.
you. Yes,
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
We'll be back to wrap it up. Baylor football 2026, the preview. Can the Baylor Bears bounce back? That is the big question, and DJ Lagway is going to have a lot to say about that. Pete Souza with Leger Douzable. What was the number one thing you were able to pull out of our conversation with DJ Lagway today?
I think his confidence in Jake Spavital's offense will allow him to be free and be the guy that he always wanted to be as far as freedom in the offense, where he felt like maybe in the past he didn't have that freedom. Talking to Jake Spavital over the last couple years, he gives his quarterback so much freedom in the offense. I think that's something that DJ Lagway was looking for when he was in the transfer portal, and now he has it at Baylor.
It's undeniable that there's a little bit of magic at play here. The fact that DJ Lagway would come to Baylor from Florida as one of the most prolific guys in the transfer portal. And then you think about the fact that his dad played at Baylor. There's synergy there. That's why I have him as the team's MVP. Who is your MVP?
So I'm going to give a name that probably a lot of people haven't heard of or are talking about. Gavin Freeman is the receiver from Oklahoma State that's transferring over to Baylor. And just, if you know anything about Jake Spavital, he does a really good job with transfer receivers coming in and being able to have them be integral parts of the offense. The other thing about Gavin Freeman is he's kind of like a Weapon X. You can give him the ball out of the backfield. He's a speed sweep guy. Get it to him on screens. He's really good run after catch guy. So if you want to help your quarterback's confidence, just get it to Gavin Freeman in space and let him go to work.
I'll tell you what, I do love that pick by you because I feel like there is a little bit lacking in the running back room. So a guy like Gavin Freeman can really enhance the offense. Let's talk schedule now. Do you have a must-win game for Baylor? If you do, which one is it?
I think it's the Iowa State game. When you look at how their schedule pans out, I think they have to win that game if they want to become bowl eligible, and we'll give our predictions later. But I think the Iowa State game, if you hone in on that one, to me, that's a must-win for Baylor.
I have the Auburn game. It's their opener. And I
Week
have
one,
I have it because it really feels winnable because it's in Atlanta. I think that site change opens the door for an upset for Baylor. And if they could make that happen, I think it could set the table for an early run and confidence build.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because there'll be some synergy, and we'll talk about that later when I talk about my game to watch. When you look at it, Auburn, new head coach, new quarterback. Alec Golish is trying to bring his system in too. So that would be a big game. If Baylor were able to start 1-1, 1-0 on the road, and yes, the game is in Atlanta, but Auburn isn't that far, so there's going to be a big contingency of Auburn fans at that game.
Game to watch.
It's a game that you talked about them being a must-win, and it's week 1 versus Auburn. I talked about there being synergy there. Bryson Washington, the former Baylor Bear, he's now playing for the Auburn Tigers, and he's their starting running back. So that's the game to watch because last year Auburn came into Waco and got the win. So that's a big game for the Baylor Bears to start the season.
I have them at Arizona State because if they are playing well early in the season, that will be an opportunity for them to solidify status in a bowl possibly, because if they don't get it done there, you got that back end of the schedule, which is
tough.
absolutely nasty. All right, let's get to the finality of this whole thing. What do you have Baylor's record? Are they bowl eligible? Where are they?
I think they go 6-6 and become bowl eligible. They just missed out on it last year going 5-7. That's why I think the Iowa State game is massive for them. If they're able to get that win, I can see the Baylor Bears going 6-6 and getting back into bowl eligibility.
See, when we do this stuff, there's a mathematics to it. You know, if I make somebody 9-3, I got to make somebody 3-9. I got Baylor at 3-9.
Ooh.
I love Baylor. I love Waco, but I'm a realist. When I look at the schedule, it was hard for me to find wins.
Tough schedule, especially down the stretch. They have to start the season off fast.
For Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. This has been your Baylor football preview. Cannot wait for week 1 in Atlanta against Auburn. 12 wins, a trip to the Big 12 championship game, and 13 starters back. If you haven't figured it out by now, we're talking about the BYU Cougars. Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, 2026 Cougar College Football Preview. The big news, honestly, for this team, I feel like happened in December when Kalani Sitake decided to not only stay at BYU, but also generate more revenue through NIL for his players. That's unheard of, Leger. Like, what does that mean to the program?
It means everything, and I can't wait to talk to him later and ask him about his thought process, because there was rumors that teams were going to try to poke him and pull him from Pro Bowl, but that place means so much to him. So the fact that he signed an extension to stay there, and then the NIL to be able to pay some of those players, and you talked about it, Pete, 13 players coming back, that shows you the culture that he's built there, because in this era of college football, that's unheard of.
A superstar like L.J. Martin decides to come back. He would have gotten drafted, but ahead of him in the offense, or at least the way it's positioned, is Bear Bachmeier. He was absolutely spectacular last year. Really the story of the Big 12 outside of Texas Tech and their college football playoff appearance. How much better can he get going into year 2?
Well, you have to think about this. He wasn't there the entire offseason. Remember, he was on another team during the spring. He was at Stanford. So for him to come in fall camp and compete and win the job without having an off-season program shows you he can only get better in this offense. And you could tell as the year progressed, they started giving him a little bit more. They started trusting him a little bit more in the offense. I mean, the easiest thing for a quarterback to do is turn around and hand it to L.J. Martin, right? But when you're a young quarterback developing, they got to put a little bit more on your plate. And again, I can't wait to talk to Kalani Sitake about that, and also Bear Bachmeier when we have him on later today. Just talk about his growth and his path from coming from another school in spring, getting to fall camp at BYU, competing, and then winning the job.
You know, listening to L.J. Martin this offseason, talking to him, he wants to get more explosive, more explosive. What does that mean for the opposition if this dude gets more burst?
Good luck. I would say good luck for everybody playing the BYU Cougars, because L.J. Martin is a perfect example of 4 yards in a cloud of dust. But then he breaks one for like 10, 15 yards, and then he wears on the defense. That's the thing. Me and you talked about this last year, Pete. Like, in the fourth quarter, guys make business decisions. They don't want to tackle this dude in the hole, especially safeties, and the way they're able to run that RPO offense and that zone scheme. He's perfectly tailored for that one cut, get downhill, because he's going to fall forward every single time. So if he gets more explosive, good luck.
Back to the way that the Cougars actually attack. They are a punishing attack. And Bear Bachmeier, one more thought on him, you know, led the team, or second on the team in rushing last year. He is a bruiser. As a player, when your teammate, your quarterback, is out there knocking guys over, banging through them to the end zone, what does that do for a team's chemistry and confidence?
When you're able to run the ball with physicality, not only with your running back, but your quarterback is punishing people, that ignites and excites the entire team on the sideline. So if you're on the defensive side and you see your quarterback drop a shoulder, now you don't want to make that a common thing, right? Because we need you for the entire season. But at 240 plus pounds, if he's taking on a safety in the hole and he needs to get a first down, you know you can trust Bear Bachmeier to do that. That gives you so much excitement, and it gives energy to the sideline.
Well, BYU promotes Kelly Papinga from within to be their defensive coordinator after Jay Hill leaves to go to Michigan. I mean, that's beyond understandable, as Kalani Sitake has said himself, and we'll ask him about that. But how much does that cohesion help? The fact that you've got the same guy in the building, or a guy who was in the building, and you've got dudes like Isaiah Glasker flying around the field making plays.
I think it's massive to have a common voice in your ear. And I thought that Sitake did a really good job by promoting Papinga, because you talked about it, he's been in that room. He's got the history with Fred Warner as a linebacker coach. So he's a guy that knows their system. He's also a BYU alum that played there as well. So you know it means something to him. So when you just look at Kalani Sitake's staff, a lot of ties to BYU. And as a player, I love seeing that coming into the roster, because I know these guys genuinely care.
Well, as a fan and doing what we do, I cannot wait till that Saturday night in October when BYU takes on Notre Dame in Provo. I mean, what are the expectations for the vibe around that? And really, I guess we know the vibe's going to be awesome, but let me ask you, because you're the analyst, what does that do for BYU's college football playoff hopes?
It's massive. They have that game in Provo at home versus a team that has aspirations to go to the CFP. When you look at non-conference games, that will boost you up higher than anything if you're able to come away with that win at home. So that is a massive game for the BYU Cougars midway through the year.
The table is set for BYU to quite possibly make a college football playoff run. We'll talk to some of the players for the Cougars after this. A lot is changing in college sports and college football, but one thing that stays the same, the winning culture at BYU under Kalani Sitake. Coach Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, thank you so much for joining us today. 23 wins in the last 2 years, but all I want to know is, did you and your family get to Disney World this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, we were fine from Disney World. Actually, we're at Disneyland more.
Okay.
My wife's from Orlando, so she doesn't really care about going home, you know. So when we're trying to go to the amusement parks, but if we're gonna go back to Florida, we're gonna probably be at her parents' house down in Polk County. So,
Okay.
but yeah, we've had plenty of time. I think vacations is it's kind of interesting. You're there not long enough until your family gets sick of you, and then they want to kick you out to fall camp. So it's all working to plan.
Coach, in the era of NIL and transfer portal, it's usually unheard of to have 13 returning starters on your team. What does that say about the culture you've built at BYU?
Yeah, it says a lot about the culture, but more about the players and the camaraderie that they have for each other. I mean, listen, the players will stay more for each other and for the locker room than they will for me. You know, so my job as a coach is to provide an environment where these guys can really be close together and treat each other as brothers. And so the fact that we're able to retain them, number one, we have an amazing fan base that takes care of our players and they love them. And then the fact that they love each other is a key. And we've built this culture around love. I wish I could take credit for it. It's what Lavelle Edwards did for me when I was a player. And so, and those relationships are still there for me to this day.
It's hard to think that you guys could get better, but you've got Bear Bachmeier back for his second year as a full-time starter. You have L.J. Martin, the reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, who's the Offensive Preseason Player of the Year. How much better can those guys get with the nucleus that Leger just mentioned? You got a lot of guys back, too.
Yeah, I think the goal is not really for them to try to improve in drastic things. It's like just keep it about the fundamentals and the basics. I know that LJ doesn't care about stats. The only stats he cares about is us being in a position to get the victory. And so we're going to have to ask them to sacrifice some of their own personal needs and for the glory of the team. If the team does well, everybody else should get their own accolades, their own personal, awards and things like that. But these are team first guys. I love being around them. It's easy for me to coach guys that are about the team first, and that's easy. I'm an old fullback, so it's not like I was in it for the spotlight, But these guys, luckily, they have that same type of mentality, which is take care of the team first.
Coach, I love how your coaching staff is constructed. So many ties to BYU. When you look at the coordinators, all four of those guys played at BYU. Was that something that you were cognizant of when looking out to fill out your roster? Knowing that I'm going to bring in guys where this place means a lot to them.
Yeah.
They care about this place, so they're going to care in the success of our players at this place.
Yeah, I think the key is, and it's a great question, I think the key is to have, you could look at guys like Kyle Whittingham that played at BYU for Lavelle Edwards, Steve Sarkisian that played at BYU, Andy Reid that played at BYU. So all these guys are they're actually ones that benefit from Lavelle Edwards being there for so long. And there's this really cool brotherhood that's there at BYU because Lavelle was there for 3 decades, and it'd be foolish of me as a head coach not to do anything similar.
You mentioned, Kyle Whittingham and that strong family tree. Jay Hill joins Kyle Whittingham in Michigan, which I've heard you talk about it. You say change is good sometimes, and you really can't deny him that opportunity. So now we got Kelly Papinga, right? Who they call K-pop.
Yeah.
That's the best nickname in college football, maybe. You recruit him or promote him from within. You work with him a little bit in spring ball just to kind of get the vibe together. How has that relationship been so far in his new role, and what do you expect from him?
Well, I knew K-pop was going to be a great coordinator, and I've seen him throughout his career as a coach. It's been really impressive, his reputation. And I could say honestly, since he's been on staff with me, I knew that he'd be the next guy in line. I just felt really good about him, his progress that he's made as a coach, the way that he recruits, the way that he connects to his players. And so you're always looking at guys that you think can be elevated, and especially from within. he's one that I had my eye on from the very beginning. When I first got the head job 10, 11 years ago, guys like Fred Warner had a lot of positive things to say about the position coach. That's something that stuck in with me for a long time, and being able to coach Fred Warner for 2 years and the development that he's already made from his freshman year to his sophomore year and see where he's at, it'd be crazy for me not to see the people that actually allowed him to make that happen.
Coach, I want to talk about your quarterback, Bear Bachmeyer, and his ascension to the starting quarterback position for BYU. In the spring, he's at another school, comes over at fall camp. When did you know that this freshman coming in fall camp was going to be the guy? And then just talk about his growth throughout the season and then going through spring ball this year, knowing he's going to be the guy. What growth areas have you seen from him?
Well, to begin with, I don't know any other way than to play the best guys. And the one thing that I'll really be proud of is that we provide an opportunity to compete, and I can look people in the eyes because the best play. That's just I don't have any other agenda than to get the best, and you get what you deserve. And so when it came down to it, we had a great competition. He was going against guys that have been in the system in the offense for over a year, guys that have started at D1 programs, and so those guys actually brought him in and they took him under their wing and taught him everything. I don't know a lot of places where they teach your competition the whole playbook, and we have that really cool situation on that type of brotherhood at BYU. Man, I wish I could take credit for that. But it's just the love that they have for the team, and so to have that type of environment, it's pretty easy to pick the best player.
You mentioned picking the best player. Penn State tried to pick one of the best coaches off, but you stay in Provo. Now you're on a mission to see through this goal that, saw you fall just short in a Big 12 championship. What would it mean for you and the Cougars to break through, get back to the Big 12 title game, and ultimately win it and punch a ticket to the college football playoff?
Well, I mean, that's a loaded question there. For me, I'm never focused on the result of the game. I'm focused on trying to get these guys to play 12 times at their best. And part of that is making mistakes throughout the week. We learn through mistakes that we made. We're trying to avoid catastrophic ones. We ran into a really talented team in Texas Tech last year, but we played them in the Big 12 championship game. I don't know a lot of teams that hang that team. They had that long period of time. I think it's 25 days where they didn't play a game. And then I don't know if the bye really works for the teams. I mean, 7 out of the 8 teams lost in those bye situations, and so I think Indiana's the only one to figure it out. So I think everyone's that looking for the bye position is going to be in a different situation than before. But all that being said and done, man, this is a game that we can't control. I can't control the other 15 teams here. They're all gifted teams with a lot of talent and great leadership, great coaches. So I can control what we control. If it means that I can get this team to play 12 opportunities at their best, it means that we earn more, and how much more depends on how good of a job I do. All I'm asking for these guys to be at their best. We'll live with the results afterwards, and so we can have goals and all those things, but play your best 12 times. Let's start with game one, and away we go.
He's humble. He's funny. He's a heck of a football coach. Kalani Sitake, thank you so much for joining us today.
Appreciate it, guys.
We'll be back with some of the Cougars to chat with about this season. BYU coming off one of its best seasons in recent memory, looking to break through this year to win the Big 12 title and punch a ticket to the college football playoff. L.J. Martin, Bear Bachmeyer, Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and I love the khaki suits.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for having us.
They're looking really good. Yeah, LJ, I want to start with you. You are the reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, and now the preseason Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. You had opportunities to go to the NFL. You stuck in Provo. What was the biggest reason for you to stay at BYU?
I would say just being able to cement my legacy at BYU and coming back playing another year with a guy like this. It just kind of brought me back, as well as just knowing my NFL journey. I had to have really good testing in order to be drafted where I wanted to. So that's why I ended up coming back.
Bear, take me back to last year. Had to be a bit of a whirlwind for you, right? You're at Stanford and you transfer in, no spring ball at BYU. You come in right before training camp and you win the starting job. If you can explain what last year was like for you, how would you explain it?
Yeah, it was a crazy roller coaster. I think everything happens for a reason, and man, I'm just so grateful to be at BYU and I mean, to represent such a great university and to play with such great people like LJ. So yeah, it was an awesome experience.
A lot of the great ones, a lot of the best of the best, Bear, they have someone in their family who will go before them. I mean, these are extreme examples, but like Steph Curry or Patrick Mahomes, right? Your brother Hank playing at Boise State, when he did too, at an earlier part in his career, how much did that help your journey?
He's been an integral part in my journey. I mean, I've learned everything from him. I try to emulate his game, and yeah, I love him so much. He's taught me everything I know. So I love him, and my success is his success.
LJ, you were a hooper in El Paso, right? I mean, very, very good. He was very good.
But he's cheese about that one. He ain't like that word, a ball.
And you got to be explosive to have bounce and to be a baller. On the football field, you want to be more explosive next year. I've heard you say that. Yeah. What are you doing to accomplish that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to do little extra things, you know, just get with the strength staff after workouts, things like that. Just trying to find the little things I can do just that way I can be more explosive on the field, you know, turn those long runs into touchdowns and just trying to finish those runs, really.
Bear, you wear the number 47, and for people that don't know, it's a real unique story behind it. LJ kind of laughed when I said that. Can you look to the camera for people that don't know, explain why as a quarterback you wear the number 47?
Yeah, when I first started playing football, I played middle linebacker and running back. My dad picked the number 47 for me, and kept playing that. And then when I made the transition to quarterback, I just kept the number, and yeah, just sticking with it.
I heard that there's a mentality with it too, because you play linebacker and running back, and you do run very physical when you have the ball in your hand. Do you think wearing that number really does tailor that instinct that you're a running back when you're out in the open field running the ball?
Yeah, and then it's like your primitive nature, kind of like, let me just go hit somebody. And yeah, my dad picked it for me, so it's just a constant reminder that, you know, yeah, I got my family with me as well, so it's cool.
You come from a great family, and they just might see you break a record this year, becoming BYU's all-time leading rusher. Is that something that's on your mind going into this season, chasing down that record and cementing your status as an all-time Cougar?
Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome, right? Because I'm talking about guys that like Jamal Williams and Coach Harvey and guys like that, guys I looked up to, you know. So just being able to be in that conversation with them, that means the most to me. But, you know, it's not the reason I came back. It's, you know, to win games. So I'm more focused on winning games right now, just trying to go through the season, you know, just trying to help the team do whatever we can to win. So, yeah.
Is there a guy when you guys go on a road trip and he leaves the team hotel that you're worried about? He might get lost in whatever city you're in. Is there one guy on BYU that you might worry about in that respect?
Probably Glasgow.
Really? The veteran?
Oh, I mean, like.
But no, we're talking about the road. If you think he'll get, yeah.
It's not in that way. It's just like like not throw him under the bus, but for today, for example, something happened with his suit, so we had to help him out.
Just weird stuff happens around.
Yeah, just like something always happening with them.
Well, look, I don't care where that guy goes. He can find the football. Yeah. So it's good on us. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking time to talk to us. It's I feel a lot of joy coming off you guys, and I really look forward to seeing what BYU does this season.
And I got to add, LJ copied my suit, so don't get it twisted.
So first, I used that line first up there, and now he's reusing it, so yeah.
So it'd be funny to see who else uses it for the rest of the year.
I think I ordered my suit first.
So he just be trying to reuse it, so we can see who like, he thinks he's funny, but
he's funny.
Thanks for having us on.
You guys, appreciate it, you guys. We got to say goodbye. Okay. Yeah, this is our preview here. Bear and LJ, thank you so much. We're coming back to wrap it up with the Cougars after this. Big things are going down at BYU in Provo. We're here to wrap it up for you, give some predictions on Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, Taylor McHargue. Let's start with you, Taylor. Who's your MVP for the Cougars?
It's got to be Bear Bachmeier to me, a guy that wasn't named the starter until June of last year with everything that happened with Jake Retzlaff, and led them to a Big 12 championship. Now he's got the full season in the offseason to prepare as the starter. I think if the championship aspirations they have, if they make it back to and were to win the Big 12 championship, it's got to be on his shoulders, in my opinion. So I've got Bear Bachmeier as my MVP.
I'm going to go with the guy he turns around and hands the ball to, and L.J. Martin. And again, this was a guy that won the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, over 1,300 yards last year. And in that zone scheme, he's one of the best running backs, getting one cut, getting downhill. You know this, Taylor, if you can get 4 yards in a cloud of dust, you stay ahead of the chains. That's what L.J. Martin provides. Go L.J. Martin as the MVP.
Must-win game.
I'm going to go one that may be a little under the radar for a lot of BYU fans, but Week 4 at TCU. You've just gone on the road at Colorado State. TCU, your first league game, that's one that you build that momentum. You back-to-back road games, they'll be favored against TCU, but I think that's a sneaky road test against a team that I think TCU is going to be better than a lot of people think. We'll go early in the season, need to get that win on the road to build some confidence at TCU.
I got a sneaky game as well at UCF. Let's not forget the week before they play Notre Dame. If they're able to get that big upset, the highs and lows of football, having to travel to the bounce house, everybody's going to be excited to play BYU. That's the game to me. If they win that game, they have real aspirations for the CFP, not just the Big 12 championship game.
Game to watch.
It's got to be Utah. I mean, come on, get to the end of the year. It's that the emotion in the rivalry in that game. Watching it year in and year out, it's a knockdown, drag out. It's one of those that I know it's cliche, but throw the records out because even if a team, one side or the other, has not had a great record to date, it still ends up being a one-score game, it feels like, every year.
Notre Dame in the middle of the season. When you look at that game, both of those teams have aspirations to go to the CFP. Notre Dame always has that in their back end. They want to be a team that competes in the CFP. So if they're able to win that game at Provo, which is a key to this, right, because they play at home versus Notre Dame, that to me is a must-watch game this year.
Yeah, that game is a goosebump check for sure. How are they going to finish?
11-1. I think there's a lot made of Texas Tech, and I get that they're the favorites in the league right now. I think BYU top down as the most talented team in the Big 12. I think they lose to Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame may end up being your national champion this year. And I think BYU ends up being 11-1 in the regular season.
College football playoff?
Absolutely. I think they win the Big 12.
Taylor's been looking at my notes. 11-1. I have them not only winning the Big 12 championship game, but being in the CFP this year as well.
Great minds.
Whatever you say. All right, big things in BYU. I can't disagree. I got them in the college football playoff as well. Looking forward to a big year from the Cougars. For Taylor McCard, for Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Thank you so much for watching our BYU preview. Welcome to the Big 12 preview shows from the start. I'm Pete Souza. He is Leger Douzable, and it is time to talk UCF. Scott Frost, the sequel, year 2 for a program, lost 9 straight to close the season last year, but a lot to be excited with for the Knights in 2026, starting with Alonzo Barnett.
Without a doubt, a guy that has a ton of experience coming over for JMU, a guy that has college football playoff experience and can really run this Scott Frost offense. I think last year when you look at UCF's offense, too much influx at the quarterback position. It's rare that when you talk about a UCF team, you're not talking about their offense. You're talking about more on their defensive side of the ball. So I think Alonzo Barnett, getting him in the transfer portal was massive for Scott Frost.
A little more on Barnett. One of the concerns was his work in spring ball, or his lack thereof.
Correct.
I know you've talked to people around that program who feel pretty good about his health going forward.
Yeah, had an undisclosed injury, didn't participate in spring ball at all. So you're always concerned about getting that continuity, building up that rapport with his pass catchers. But from everybody I talked to, Pete, and we'll obviously talk to Scott Frost later, he's done a really good job this offseason being able to throw the ball with some of his receivers to build up some of that timing. We saw a clip of him at the Manning Passing Academy, and boy, can he really rip it. And I think the part of his game that isn't talked about enough is his ability to run the football. I thought last year at quarterback, UCF didn't get enough out of the running game from the quarterback position. Alonzo Barnett can help with that.
Mackenzie Milton was the steward of a 13-0 UCF squad.
Yeah.
How much do you think having him on staff as a quarterback coach helps a young man like Alonzo Barnett?
It's massive. Relatability is a real thing in college football. You have a positional coach that not only played in your shoes, but played for that exact school. So you know he's eager to have that success again that he had when he was playing. So if you're Alonzo Barnett, that's somebody you can really lean on. Mackenzie Milton's been in my shoes. He's played for Scott Frost. He knows how this offense runs. So if I'm him, I'm excited to have a coach like Mackenzie Milton be in the building with me.
All right, that is through the air. How about on land? You like this running back room?
I really do. Duke Watson coming over from Louisville is more of a change of pace, home run speed type guy. You got Chambers, the back coming from Central Arkansas, 5'10", 215 pound, like a bowling ball. This guy does not go down on first contact. That was another thing that was lost in this UCF game. A consistent run game. They didn't have that last year. Now they have it with those two guys in the backfield.
Well, you mentioned they're talking a lot about this defense in Orlando.
Man.
One of the big reasons why, or two big reasons why, Jay Bellamy and Lewis Carter.
Really good players, man. I love what Alex Grinch did with this defense last year. People always are used to talking about UCF fast with the offense. Last year, this team was led by its defense, Pete. When you look at it, they were top 6 in points per game allowed. Number 2 in the Big 12 when you talk about pass yards allowed, only giving up around 185 pass yards per game. And total yardage per game, they were top 4 in the Big 12. So Alex Grinch, to be able to get a lot of the secondary members back, and then you talked about Lewis Carter, his second year in this defense, and he even goes back to his time at Oklahoma with Alex Grinch. This defense looks to be even better than it was last year. And that's saying a lot, because they lost a first-round pick in this past year's draft.
Yeah, that first-round pick will be training and working out here at the Star, talking about Malachi Lawrence. Let's stick in the trenches. On both sides of the ball, obviously this is always a crucial part for teams when winning is concerned. What do you like up front about UCF?
I love their defensive line. Again, they lost 2 guys in Ajalik Kelly and Malachi Lawrence to the draft, but there was guys behind them. Isaiah Nixon is a guy that's about 6'4", 260 pounds. He's like that third defensive end that rotated in. A ton of experience there as well. Then you have Sincere Edwards, a guy that was kind of banged up last year, but had a lot of hype coming around his name last year. He's fully healthy, participated in spring ball, looked really good as well. And then Lockett, the defensive tackle, this dude was a battering ram in the middle of that defense. So I love the depth that they have at defensive line. And we talked about that secondary, a lot of experience coming back. Brandon Marshall, the slot corner, he's like the tip of the spear for this defense. He brings a different type of physicality. Antoine Jackson at corner, and also Jaden Bellamy, who will be here as well. Those make up one of the better duos at corner in all the Big 12.
All right, we got about 30 seconds left. You are a proud UCF alum,
I
so
am.
no bias here. What does success look like for the Knights?
To me, getting back to a bowl game, that's 3 consecutive years not getting to a bowl game. And then also, you have to take some of that home cooking on the road. 9 consecutive losses on the road. You cannot have another season like that if you're UCF. So getting back to a bowl game is success for the UCF Knights.
Yeah, and Scott Frost knows a little something about success at UCF. We're going to talk to him next, coming up after this break. His offense is fast, his personality is fearless. He is Scott Frost, head coach of UCF. Scott, Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, thank you so much for joining us today. We're in the Star, by the way, and this is where one of your former stars, Malachi Lawrence, is going to be playing next year. You send a lot of guys to the NFL. Your program does. Leger's a UCF guy, played in the NFL for 10 years. What's it mean for the program to have guys ascend to heights like that?
I think it's great. We're so proud of him and the other guys that are on NFL teams, but Malachi really ascended throughout the course of the year. I don't think he was on the radar to the point that he got drafted at the beginning of the season, and he did everything right, and he worked hard. And you know, the NFL is going to find you wherever you're at, and we're proud to have one that got taken so high and ended up in such a good place.
Coach, we got to talk about your quarterback, Alonzo Barnett. When you were in the transfer portal searching for a quarterback, what made him the guy that you thought could run your offense?
You know, I think he brings a lot of things to the table that we haven't had yet, and probably the first is experience, and he's got a ton of it. He's played in a lot of games. They've won at a high rate, and you can't put enough of a value on somebody that's won, guys that can figure out how to get their team over the top and win. He's in charge, and there's no question who the leader of our offense is. We were missing those things to a great degree last year, and really excited to have him fill those roles.
Is there any anxiety about the fact that he wasn't in spring ball, like getting him up to speed, or is that just noise?
Yeah, you know, we can have some workouts with the guys now after spring ball, and I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a little bit of anxiety about having him not out there in spring. But then he started with the team right after that, and my anxiety went away watching him perform. So he did a great job during spring, learning the offense, making sure he was involved, and then he stepped in and looked like he hadn't missed a beat. So excited to have him going, and we're lucky to have him.
Coach, what a difference a year makes. I remember we were talking about this last year, there only being one transfer portal window. To me, what does that do for you when you're trying to build a culture at UCF, knowing that guys are going to be on your team for a bare minimum a year compared to in years past, you might have a guy for only a couple months and then he's gone.
Yeah, that was a bad deal. I don't think there's a coach in America that liked that. You know, it was tough to coach them the way that you want to for fear that they're going to leave. You know, it was terrible coaching someone through spring ball and pouring into them and trying to make them better in strength conditioning and on the field, and then they just decide to leave. And then you just add the drama of trying to keep guys through a second portal. You thought you had your team built and then you don't. This is a lot better model, and I'm glad that cooler heads prevailed, at least in regards to this issue.
Two guys who have the best kind of hotheads in the best way possible are Lewis Carter and Jaden Bellamy on that defense of yours. How excited are you to have those guys back and then leading your defense, which Leger and I were talking about it before you came over, was phenomenal last year?
Our defense really did well last year, and they kept us in some games. We had a bunch of close games. We won 3 or 4 of them, lost a couple that we had a chance to win. But for the most part, the defense, they pulled their weight. We lost 2 guys on the edge on defense that are going to be tough to replace, but feel good about what we have there. And, you know, the collective that we have on defense, I think is going to make us a better defense than what we had last year.
Let's talk about those 2 guys you lost on the edge, and Najee Kelly, and obviously Malachi Lawrence is here. Got Isaiah Nixon, who played a lot last year for you guys, and then Sincere Edwards was kind of banged up, but he comes back as well. What have you seen from those 2 guys that gives you confidence that they can step up into those roles?
Yeah, Isaiah can be one of those guys, just like Najee and Malachi were last year. We're getting him focused. He's had a great offseason. We're getting Sincere back. He's full speed now. We added a couple pieces there with Bruno, Ken Talley, L.A. Jesse. We feel like we got some guys there, and I hope there's not a drop-off there, but if there is, you know, I feel like we're better at every other position on defense. So again, the collective group that we put together, I feel like can be pretty strong.
And that collective group features a lot of Florida kids, and you love the Florida kids. They play fast, they play loose, they have fun, and that is your style of play and your style of offense. How do you find that gear with this group this season?
You know, they're kind of finding it on their own. I think we did a good job recruiting character, and the group has come together. We don't have to coach effort right now. We have a high care factor on the team, and the guys are giving us everything that they can. You know, the biggest reason I love Florida kids is because they love football. And when you got a team that loves football, they want to be out there, they want to be working, they want to be around each other. We get a lot of kids that get tempted by the shiny hook and go somewhere else from Florida and, you know, want to come back. And we're one of the main places that they come back to. Orlando's beautiful, and I think we benefit from Florida bringing their boys home.
Because I want to talk about some of the offensive weapons you brought in via the portal. Landon Chambers is a guy, 5'10", 215 pounds, hard to go down on first contact from Central Arkansas. Duke Watson's more of a slasher type running back, and then Josh Derry had a lot of success at Monmouth. Just talk about those 3 guys and how they're going to fit into your offense.
Yeah, start with Duke. I've liked Duke watching other people's games for a couple years now, and he fits what we do really well. We got another running back, Chick, that is going to be really good and be 1-2 with him, and Landon's right there battling with him. But we had Miles Montgomery and Jaden Nixon last year, and I love those guys. They were reliable. I think we're more talented now, and that says a lot because I thought those 2 guys were really good. Josh Derry has really been a surprise to me. You know, when you watch somebody that produced that high at a lower level, the one question is, can he come do it at this level? And he's been awesome since he's been at our place. So he just gets football. He has instinct. He's faster than I thought he was. He was a big get for us, and we're excited to get the ball to him.
One last question for you. We know you've got zeroed in on your opener, but we're sitting here right now in the Star, Big 12 Media Days. What would it mean for a guy like you with Big 12 roots to play in the Big 12 title game?
Yeah, unfortunately I played in the first one and we didn't win it, but then we got our revenge in the second one down here. I guess it was in San Antonio then. But the Big 12's meant a lot to me for a long time, but it would mean more to me for UCF. I've said this a lot, but I feel like our group, the first time I was there, was kind of responsible for elevating the program and helping it get to the Big 12. It'll be fulfilling to me to help see UCF become somebody that people have to contend with in the Big 12, and I think we're on the path to that.
Coach, thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely, good to see you guys.
Yeah, Scott Frost, he's the guy that oversees the vehicle. We'll get the guys jumping in the car to make it happen coming up after this break. We're expecting the bounce sounds to be bouncing this year in Orlando, and two huge reasons why. Alonzo Barnett and Lewis Carter joining us. Fellas, Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, cannot thank you enough for taking the time. I want to start with you, Lou. You led the team in tackles last year, and you just have a nose for the ball. It seems like you're everywhere. What have you done to enhance your game even more so this last offseason?
Really working on opponent study, trying to study more of opponent tape, trying to understand what kind of schemes, their weaknesses, their strengths of their offenses and stuff like that, trying to know what they think is a weakness for our defense and what they're going to attack with us.
Alonzo, I know you missed all the spring, but I saw some clips of you at the Manning Passing Academy, and it seems like you are all the way back. Where are you health-wise right now as we get ready for fall camp?
Yeah, I'm all the way back. Figured out I had to take a little time off as a precautionary measure from spring ball, just to make sure that I'm geared up and healthy and ready to go for fall camp and beyond. So I feel great right now. I'm 100%.
Toughness is synonymous with UCF football. I'm surrounded by it right now, right? That UCF toughness. But you were tough at James Madison. You suffer a debilitating knee injury. You come all the way back, help your team get to the college football playoff. Where does that come from?
I'd say, naturally that's just who I am, but that's also learned. My upbringing, nothing came easy. You don't expect life to be easy, and fortunately we get to learn life lessons through the game of football. So if an ACL injury is what I have to deal with, then that's what I have to deal with. And then just internally as a man, with my faith-based background, there are times in life where you have those mountains and you have those valleys, but being able to bounce back and know things that are working for your good, was really what kept me going.
Lewis, you have a history with Alec Grinch going all the way back to Oklahoma. You guys set a standard on defense last year. What's been the message this offseason as you get ready for fall camp to keep to that standard going into this season?
Yeah, UCF fierce. One thing you tell us a lot of the time is when you far away from the ball, violent arms, run into the ball, and anytime you near the ball carrier, violent hands. And one thing they've been overemphasizing is takeaways. We need that ball. We need it. If you got a chance to get a pick or you got a chance to punch out the rock when you're near it, make sure you do that.
For you, Alonzo, what are your expectations around your play this year? What are some of your goals at UCF?
Yeah, my goal is to win. When it has to be an expectation, I don't think in my previous 4 years of college football that there was any other expectation. There wasn't a second thought of what if we lose, what if we do this, what if we... No, the expectation was to win. And there's a certain confidence and a certain swagger that comes with that, but all that is earned, and it's earned in the off season. That's earned in the one-on-one or low time that you spend with yourself. It has to be important to you. It can't just be a hobby. Football has to be your job and treat it like with that workman mentality.
Lewis, guys like you were like the heartbeat of the UCF operation, and you laid it all out there last year. We talked about it, a tremendous season. But under center offensively, it seemed like just a rotating door, right? Just a bunch of different guys, injuries, a bunch of different reasons. What does it mean for you to have a proven winner like Alonzo on your team this year? As the leader of the defense, you got to feel pretty good about having a guy like that under center.
Yeah, I feel great about it, man. Him coming in, he came in as a guy that was willing to listen, he was very observant, and he knew, like, you're going to have to go out there and show your action. You got to let your action speak for you. You don't got to go out there and say too much. You can go out there and let your actions work for you.
Alonzo, how's it been trying to integrate into this offense and get that continuity with some of your receivers? I know, like I said, you missed some of the spring, but I believe you've been already throwing with your receivers like Josh Deary, also Speedy Thompson on the outside. How's it been trying to integrate into that offense, and how can Scott Frost's offense highlight your skill set?
Yeah, you know, obviously me getting acclimated to them was in a different way in the spring. So I did a lot of film watching on my own, seeing how those guys come in and out of breaks, you know, where do they make their best catches, where do they like the ball, and that was more like a verbal communication of where you like this ball, where you like that ball, what were you seeing here, why'd you do this, why'd you do that. But you know, now going into the summer, being able to actually like run those routes and kind of talk through, you know, my thought process, you know, why I put the ball, where I put the ball, and kind of getting on that same page and eliminating all gray area is what I've really enjoyed so far. And just speaking on his offense, I mean, coming in, I told them, y'all don't have to change anything. Like, you know, I love what you guys run already, and, you know, me personally, the confidence that I have in myself, I believe I could fit into any scheme and system. And with that, it's, you know, incorporating what I've done well on tape and how does that fit into this offense. So I'm super excited for it.
Lou, you guys play fast, offense and defense.
Yep.
Who's the fastest guy on the team?
Fastest guy on the team. We got a few guys that can move. I'll say Speedy up there on offense.
Yeah. DJ Bell fast too.
DJ Bell can move for sure. Antoine Jackson can move. We got a few guys that can move. They haven't put a race together yet, but I know it's coming. It'll probably come before the summer over with, before we get into the fall camp.
All right, well, don't blink because you might miss these two. Alonzo, Lou, thank you so much for taking time with us. We look forward to seeing you guys in your success this season.
Thanks for having us.
Stay with us. More of the UCF Knights preview coming up after this. The sequel of the Scott Frost situation in year 2 in Orlando, UCF football. A lot to be excited about, Leger.
Yeah, there is a lot to be excited about. Alonzo Barnett comes over from JMU. He has college football playoff experience. And I think for the Knights, they needed somebody to steer the ship at the quarterback position. They really didn't have that. Now they have the guy under center.
How did you feel about the Knights today? Just getting a chance to see him operate, move around, and to chat with them.
Confidence was key, but it wasn't cockiness. Lewis Carter was a guy that led them in tackles last year. He's coming back. He has history with Alex Grinch, the defensive coordinator, so he can kind of bring everybody together on defense. Not enough people talked about how good the Knights' defense was. And then Alonzo Barnett, again, a quiet confidence, but assertiveness. And I think, again, that's what the Knights needed. They needed somebody that was assertive, that knows how to run the offense, that could keep them ahead of schedule.
They felt locked in.
Yeah, man. Like, just football dudes. Like, that's the best way to describe them. They are football dudes. Sitting here with Alonzo and also Lewis Carter, it made me want to get back in the locker room and get ready to play a football game.
Who's your MVP for UCF?
I'm going to go Lewis Carter. Just talking with him today, man, his mentality and how good they think they can be on defense, and more so how good this team could be. They think they could be a really sneaky team this year in the Big 12. Again, has a lot of experience with Alex Grinch in that defensive scheme. He's going to bring everybody together on the defensive side. I'm going to go Lewis Carter as the MVP.
I got to go with Alonzo Barnett. Just, again, seeing how locked in he was today, his confidence, and the way he came back from a knee injury last year at JMU to lead them to the college football playoff. He's a proven winner on the biggest of stages. I really look forward to a big year from him.
Without a doubt, and again, I just think at the quarterback position specifically, UCF needed somebody that can captain the ship. They didn't have that last year. Multiple quarterbacks play. Anytime there's influx at the quarterback position, it's not good for the morale of the team. So having a guy that you know is a proven winner that can be +1 in the run game, because that's something that UCF struggled at the quarterback position too. Having a guy that can consistently make plays with his legs, I think Alonzo Barnett is that captain that can steer the ship for UCF.
What is a must-win game for the Knights?
I believe it's the Iowa State game at home. We'll talk about our predictions later, but if they want to go where I think they can go, winning that game at home, Iowa State having to travel all the way from Ames to UCF to the bounce house, I think is a must-win game for the Knights.
I think it's got to be the Pitt game. Early in the season.
On the road, huh?
Yeah, because they struggled on the road last year.
Yeah.
And I think if they can break through against a non-con opponent from a power conference, that does wonders for their confidence. And I already feel like they have some of that. How about the toughest stretch?
To me, it has to be the beginning of October. You look at it at Houston, at Oklahoma State, and then you get BYU at home. That's a very tough stretch. Going back-to-back road games at Houston and Oklahoma State is tough, and then getting one of the top teams, not only in the conference, but in the nation, at BYU at home.
All right, let's not fool around. You're a UCF guy, a UCF alum. Yep. This has got to make you proud to see that, if at least it feels like this program is back after a down year. What do you see them finishing at?
8-4, and that's not me being a homer at all. When you look at some of the moves they made throughout the transfer portal, Josh Deary has been a real big playmaker for them throughout the spring. We talked about Alonzo Barnett, and they are having so much synergy on defense. Again, this was a top 4 defense in the Big 12, and nobody talked about it because we talk about UCF, you always talk about UCF fast, but they were led by their defense. It was UCF fierce last year, so really excited about this defense and then what the offense could be with Alonzo Barnett at quarterback.
Well, I agree with you. I have them at 8-4 as well. Ooh. I think they exceed expectations. Something about Scott Frost being back at UCF, having 1 year under his belt, and you nailed it. That defense, they're a bunch of dogs. They fly around the field. So many of them are back. We're sitting here at the Star where Malachi Lawrence was drafted to. Correct. That's what you guys do. You churn out stars at UCF and guys who love football. I look forward to the Knights having a big year.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. It should be a really big year for the UCF Knights. I know a lot of preseason polls, I think, had them finishing like 11th. They could be a sneaky team to watch in the Big 12.
Leger Douzable, I don't like when we disagree, and I definitely like when we agree. My man.
Love it.
Looking forward to seeing the Knights play, and we're looking forward to having some more time with you as the Big 12 season progresses. But for now, for Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. That was our Knights preview. Cincinnati won 7 games and reached the bowl, and now they have handed the keys to the offense over to a gun-slinging quarterback. The 4th year for the Bearcats in the Big 12 is about breaking through, but Leger Douzable, a lot of people around this college football country, more questions than answers around the Bearcats this year.
I think the biggest question coming into the spring and this offseason, there was supposed to be a quarterback competition with J.C. French and Liam O'Brien, who they brought in from Penn. But J.C. French is going to be here at Media Day. We're actually going to talk to him later. So does that answer the question if there is truly a quarterback competition? And then for Cincinnati, a lot of turnover, which there's been like that, especially in the wide receiver room. It is like that again. Obviously, they lose their quarterback in Brandon Sorsby. So you're right, Pete, a lot of question marks. But the one place there isn't question marks, the offensive line. 3 of the 5 starters from last year come back to the Bearcats.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the offensive line. That is so important for a team that could be in, flux, to have stability up front in the trenches. What do you like about the Bearcats offensive line?
What you talked about, stability. There's a lot of experience. Those guys have been Bearcats through and through. They've been with the program for a majority of their career. And you talked about it, whoever's at quarterback, whether it's J.C. French or Liam O'Brien, you have to sleep well at night knowing that 3 of the 5 guys have been in the program. They know Scott Satterfield's offense. They know how to protect up front. So Brendan Sorsby was one of the least hit quarterbacks in football last year. So if I'm J.C. French, I'm ecstatic that I know I have 3 of my 5 guys that have been in the system. They're going to be protecting me each week.
Let's drill down a little bit on J.C. French. Yeah. You and I both like him as one of the sleeper quarterbacks to emerge this year. What exactly do you like about him?
Accurate quarterback that shows really good mobility in the red zone. And it seems like Scott Satterfield has a keen eye for a certain quarterback in his system. I think J.C. French can really run that system. Coming over from Georgia Southern, was very effective running the offense there as well. So you got a guy that has a lot of experience, a guy that can be mobile if you need him to, and he can run the offense and give the ball to the receivers in open space.
Another thing Scott Satterfield has done a tremendous job of over the course of his career, especially his time at Cincinnati, is find gems, find diamonds in the rough, particularly at wide receiver, FCS guys, D2 guys that come to the Big 12 and ball out.
We saw Jeff Caldwell be one of those guys last year, and it's kind of rinse and repeat for him right now. Malachi Henry is a guy that he brought in. Flynn Sheely is a guy that he brought in from School of the Mines. Also, Lorenzo Ferner comes from South Dakota, over 1,000 yards receiving last year. So he has a keen eye for finding guys at the lower levels, the FCS level, the Division II levels, and maximizing their skill set and giving them an opportunity in the Big 12 to show that, yes, I was at a lower level, but I can play with these guys. Because, again, we saw it last year with Jeff Caldwell.
Real talk, I didn't even know they had a football team at School of the Mines. And that's what we're talking about, how well Scott Satterfield does finding these guys. I did know that Nate Woody was a dominant defensive coordinator at Army. He shows up in Cincinnati this year. What particularly jumps out about his way and his strategy?
Nate Woody was dominant at Army, to your point. They were the top defense, I think, the last 2 years in the American Conference. And the thing about Nate Woody's defense, everybody has to do their job. Everybody needs to know where they're going to be lined up and do their responsibility. It's never important. You hear this cliche term all the time, 111th. That's literally what Nate Woody preaches. Do your 111th every single time. Don't try to do the next man's job. So it's going to be a structured defense. They're going to be exactly where they need to be. And when it's your time to make the play, you have to make the play. Don't go out of your way and try to make somebody else's play. He's going to structure that defense like that.
I'm a little disappointed, though. I don't think Travis Kelce invited Scott Satterfield to the wedding. But, you know.
Maybe not. It seemed like a lot of people were at that wedding, though. Where was my invite? I wanted to go to the wedding. What was my invite?
This guy played in the league. I definitely wasn't going to be there. All right, we get to talk to Scott Satterfield next about some reasonable expectations for his Cincinnati Bearcat squad. Cincinnati coming off a 7-win season, looking to take another step forward this year in 2026. We're here with head coach Scott Satterfield, coach Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. I can't start anywhere else than your offensive line. The protection they provided last year was incredible, and this year, obviously, with the change under center, it'll be even more important. How have you kept that cohesion going?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously, if you want to have a group of players that are back and good, it's your offensive line. It should all start with the boys up front because, you know, I think offensively everything goes in that, you know, the guys up front. Quarterback play, receiver play, running back room. You know, I think we've just done a great job of keeping those guys tight-knit together, developing them. A lot of these guys we've developed over time. Gavin Gerhardt was a senior last year who was a 3-time captain that really set the tone for the leadership in that room. And now these guys have just continued on with that. But these are great guys. They work hard. They're the leader of our football team. And in that locker room, you know, there's power in numbers. When you think about offensive line, we've got 19, 20 of those guys. So what they say, everybody else does. And I appreciate that help that they give us in the locker room.
Coach, I want to talk about under center. You bring in J.C. French and Liam O'Brien. And I know J.C.'s here, and we'll talk about him later. What did you like about those two guys when you were in the transfer portal, and how's that competition been going?
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, anytime you got to get in the portal, quarterback position's obviously one you better be good at.
Correct.
You know, a guy like J.C. French, who played at Georgia Southern, who all-time leading passer in their school history, brings a wealth of experience. He can really throw the football. He's a very accurate passer. That's what we're looking for. But he also can move a little bit. I think he ran for 7 touchdowns last year at Georgia Southern. So he can move. He can throw. The things that you don't really know about because you get in the portal is leadership ability.
Yep.
And he has that. You know, so he's confident, but yet he's humble. You know, the guys really have taken on to him and followed his lead. So we're excited about what JC is going to be able to bring. You know, Liam was a guy you got to have some more quarterbacks. You know, in case something happened. You know, so you know another guy who's played, has great experience, very cerebral guy, smart guy. We also have Samaj Jones back that played for us last year, played in the bowl game. You know, so we feel pretty good about that running back room, and you know, but obviously think JC can have an outstanding year for us. I think he's a really good quarterback.
So he's going to be the starter most
he'll
likely?
be the starter,
Okay.
He'll be the starter.
And defensively, a lot of people are talking about Nate Woody coming over.
Yeah.
That's a big acquisition for you. Where do you expect to see that pay off?
Yeah, Coach Woody was with me at App State when I got the head job at App State. He was with me 5 seasons and really, you know, helped us to go, you know, take on in the Sun Belt Conference and win a bunch of championships there. I'm excited about Coach Woody back. He's been in Army for the last 5 seasons. You know, actually went into Kansas State last year and beat Kansas State. He does an outstanding job with his defense. It's a multiple defense. He can bring a lot of pressures from a lot of different places. The one thing we had to do better defensively was to cause more havoc, and I think that's what, you know, we've charged Coach Woody to do. You know, put pressure on guys. You know, get the ball back to us, one way or the other. You know, and I think that's what we're going to be about.
Coach, the one thing I've admired, because I had the privilege of calling your game versus Bowling Green last year, is your ability to develop receivers from like the FCS Division II level, Jeff Caldwell being one. What is it about your program where you're able to bring guys from the FCS Division II level and really develop them?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we've done that. You know, Jake Golday came in from Central Arkansas, who high draft pick last year. Like, we're just trying to find these guys that play at a high level, no matter where they're playing at, play at a high level. who's looking for that opportunity to go play at the highest level. And, we're able to find some of these guys. They're hard workers, number one. They have a chip on their shoulder. They're trying to prove something every single day. And I think guys that do that on a daily basis become really, really good players.
We talked a little bit about your defense and Nate Woody and getting the ball back regardless of how you do it. Antoine Peak Jr. has forced 6 fumbles over the course of his career. He's back for you guys, a prolific player. What's it like to have a leader like that back on the gridiron this year?
Yeah, Antoine Peak Jr., he's a guy was a walk-on for us initially, and, a local guy, local product right there from Cincinnati, so he's got a lot of pride. And he's that guy that just did all the dirty work in the he didn't, he's just working, man. He's on special teams, and he's elevated himself into an outstanding defensive player. This year, we're going to even move him closer to the ball, so he's going to be coming down in that Sam nickel spot on the outside edge.
So
there.
More forced fumbles.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, absolutely. And being able to utilize his ability to maybe at times get into the backfield, and bringing him off the edge. I think so potential strip sacks on the quarterback. I mean, that's what we're going to be looking for with Antoine. And then getting closer to running backs is like you mentioned. I mean, he'll have an opportunity to have impact in these games. He's put on some good weight. I mean, I think he's 220 now. So, he's an outstanding person, number one, but a great player for us and a great leader. And I think, obviously it's an honor to bring him to media days, a guy who's, had a huge impact on our team. I'm excited about what he's going to be able to do. With this new defense that we have here, he's going to have a lot of opportunity to do a lot of different things.
Coach, I want to talk about somebody you brought in from the transfer portal, Cade Wolford. I know on the website he's listed as a receiver, but looking at his tape at Kent State, he was everywhere. He was in the backfield at receiver. They gave him the ball on screens. They handed it to him. They gave him speed sweeps. How will he be integrated into your offense?
Yeah, I mean, Cade, he's one of these guys I'm talking about, works his tail off. And he is probably one of the faster guys on our team. Like, he can go. And
Correct.
like you mentioned, what we loved about what he did at Kent State was all the different things. Speed sweeps, knocking the top off, the under routes, and he's been able to show all that this spring and this summer. And he's also pretty thick. Like, he's an almost 200-pound guy, and so he's put together well. And he's still, it's hard to believe, he's a young player. I mean, he's a freshman last year. So we're excited about Cade, what Cade will be able to bring to the table. We're going to try to find some ways to get him to football, like in a lot of different space. But one thing I do love about how he can knock the top off and hit those deep balls as well.
Coach, you're the head coach of Cincinnati football. I mean, you have done a tremendous job. Any disappointment you didn't get an invite to the Travis Kelce wedding?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have loved to show up for that wedding. That'd have been awesome. No, we're happy for Travis and Jason and the whole crew, the Kelces, man. They're killing it right now.
Let's wrap it up with the real question and something that really could happen. You guys being back here playing for a Big 12 title game. What would that mean for the Bearcats, this program, and the school to really try to punch through this year?
Yeah, it just shows the progress we've made over the time that we've been at the power level. We just got there 3 years ago. So, each and every year we're getting better and better and better. I feel like this is one of our best teams that we've had since I've been there. So to be able to come back to Dallas to play for the Big 12 championship, that's the goal, and that's what we're all gunning for.
Looking forward to seeing something in Cincinnati this year. That's Scott Satterfield. We'll be back with some of the Bearcats to chat with as we continue our Cincinnati football preview. The stars seem to be aligned for Cincinnati, and joining us right now, a couple of their stars. J.C. French, and we got Antoine Peak Jr. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. Antoine, you cause any fumbles today? You force any fumbles? That's what this guy does.
Not today.
Not today?
Maybe tomorrow.
Well, we talked with the coach a little bit earlier, and he's excited to have you closer to the line of scrimmage because of your nose for the ball. How exciting is that, the fact that you're going to be maybe even more involved in the defensive game plan?
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting, especially being closer to the line of scrimmage, especially knowing that I'll be able to blitz a little bit and get after the quarterback. So, it's definitely very exciting. I've been getting a lot of tips and pointers from my dad, who also played this position back when he was in the NFL. So he's been making it a lot easier for me. And as well as my position coach, Coach Brathwaite, he's been making it a lot easier for me, making sure that I know every single detail about the position and every single play call.
JC, I saw an interview where you said originally Cincinnati wasn't even on your radar. What ultimately went into the decision to come to Cincinnati?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Everything happened so fast. But the things that stuck out to me was, you know, the success that Coach Satterfield has had the past couple of years with quarterbacks, and obviously them returning their O-line. You know, I think that this O-line is the best in the country. I think they let up like 8 sacks last year.
Correct.
And, you know, that was very enticing. Like in the portal, they all reached out to me, and we really started, you know, establishing that bond. You know, and then I came on campus, you know, fell in love with everything, so I thought it was just the best fit for me.
Yeah, JC, when you talk about playing behind that offensive line, that's got to instill confidence in you, but so does having the keys to the offense handed to you. What are your expectations for this offense this year?
Yeah, I think, you know, we have really high expectations for ourselves. And, you know, I think that comes with, you know, having leaders on our offense. And, you know, the backbone of this offense is the O-line. And, you know, there's leaders in that room that hold everybody to a high standard. And, you know, I think, you know, as an offense whole, we're going to hold ourselves to a high standard and hopefully, you know, be the best offense in the Big 12 or in the country this year.
Antoine, you're part of a legacy, right? Your dad played at University of Cincinnati. He's a Hall of Famer there. What does it mean to you to be a Bearcat?
Yeah, you know, it's definitely a unique situation, but it definitely means a lot to me. You know, I don't only want to walk in his shoes, but, you know, I want to walk in my own shoes and outgrow the shoes that he set for me. You know, he definitely made, you know, just my entire college career a lot easier for me, just because I mean, he was one of the greatest to play at the University of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So he just really made it a lot easier on me, you know, transitioning from high school to college. And I mean, like I said, I mean, he just made it a whole lot easier for me, and you know, I'm really appreciative for him.
Well, I want to double down on that because you have a unique story where you were a former walk-on and you worked your way up to being a full-time starter, to being one of the more productive players in the secondary in the Big 12. What was that journey like for you? Because so many players in your shoes, once you got to where you're at now, they would maybe leave, but that shows how much you love Cincinnati.
Yeah, you know, it was definitely difficult for me at the start. Just when I first got there, you know, my dad always told me, you know, the first thing I need to do is get on special teams. So from day one, I was on scout special teams, just working my tail off every single day. I didn't care if people got mad at me because I was going too hard, because I knew what I wanted to do. You know, at that time, not everyone knew I was a walk-on, but I just kind of kept that to myself. But, you know, I worked extremely hard every single day. And when Coach Satterfield got here, he saw it in me, and he ended up giving me a scholarship after my second year there. So it's definitely been an interesting journey for me, but I'm just excited to see what else is to come.
Antoine, new defensive coordinator, Nate Woody. What's the transition been like learning that new defense? I know Pete talked about you transitioning more closer to the line of scrimmage, but how's that transition been like for you learning that new system?
Yeah, you know, it's been, you know, coaches have made it really easy, to be honest. Making sure before we move on to a different call and making sure that we understand every single detail in the call that we're learning that day. So the coaches have really made it easy. Coach Woody has been making a big emphasis on making sure you're not only learning your position, but you're learning other positions as well. Because as the season progresses, you never know what's going to happen. So if someone goes down for whatever reason, you know, someone else can just step up and take that spot. So we just got to make sure that everyone's like-minded and, you know, stays consistent in their process.
Questions for both of you guys. What's on your game day playlist? We'll start with you, JC.
I think one song for me that comes to mind that, you know, it's not necessarily a have to, but it kind of always just makes its way into my playlist is She Will by Lil Wayne. I don't know. It's just one of those that I like to listen to before a game. Kind of gets my mind going, a little bit amped up. But usually I like, you know, country, kind of something smooth to not let me get too hyped up.
Yeah, because you're the quarterback. How about you?
Yeah, for me, I feel like I'm kind of the opposite of JC. I like to get hyped up. So recently I've been listening to this song. It's called Talk Expensive by Babyface E. He's someone I've been listening to the last couple years now, but he be getting me hyped. He be getting me ready to go.
I love it. JC, let's talk about some of your pass catchers. You got Malachi comes in, Lorenzo comes in, Flynn comes in, and then Cade Walford. Just talking to Coach Satterfield about him, he's kind of that weapon X for you guys. Just talk about their skill set and how has it been trying to build that continuity with new receivers?
Yeah, it's been great, and I think it's also a special thing that, you know, there was a lot of transfer portal wide receivers that came in with me, and, you know, to build that connection with them you know, when we were all getting there, like we're all new to the program. We're all trying to, you know, find our ways. You know, I thought it was special that we could all kind of learn from each other and really just build those connections. You know, it's super cool to see because they all have a really hard work ethic. You know, it's like there's no fall off in play when new receivers go in, and you know, they compete a lot. I think competitive toughness is one of the big things in college football that doesn't get strained a lot, and I feel like that's what our receivers have because they compete every single day. And it's ultimately going to set them up for success during the season.
If things click for you guys, you could be back here in North Texas for the Big 12 championship game. This question's for both of you, but Antoine, let's start with you. What would it mean for you and for the program to have an opportunity to punch a ticket to the college football playoff through playing right here in the Big 12 championship?
Yeah, you know, it definitely mean a lot, but it most definitely starts with game one with Boston College. So right now we just got to focus on Boston College with game one and then getting to game two and so forth. So, you know, like I said, I'm really excited for this first game and the rest of the season.
You know, I really like what Peak said. You know, it starts with game one. We usually take it week to week, but you know, obviously since it's our last years, we all want to go out with a bang. You know, I think we have the team to do it, and we're all, you know, working super hard and connected during this off season. So I think it's going to be a great year.
You see that? They don't talk much, right? Talk is cheap. No, talk expensive right here. That's what Antoine said. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time. Really, I expect good things from you this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank y'all for having us.
We'll be back to wrap up our Cincinnati preview after this. Down the stretch we come for the start of the season on the Cincinnati Bearcats preview. I'm Pete Souza. He is Leger Douzable. Great vibes I felt coming off the Cincinnati Bearcats as we sat here. What did you feel from them?
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Cincinnati Bearcats is there's a lot of turnover. New quarterback, new pass catchers. The one constant for J.C. French, who will be the new starting quarterback, is the offensive line. 3 of the 5 starters come back. They only gave up 8 sacks total last year. On the other side, we talked to Antoine Peaks. Looks like he'll be a lot closer to the line of scrimmage and Nate Woody's defense. So a new defensive scheme also in Cincinnati.
Both of those guys are star players, or could be star players. Who do you have as their MVP?
To me, it's Cade Walford. I was giddy talking to Coach Satterfield about Cade Walford and how explosive he is. At Kent State, they used him all over the place. He was like Weapon X for them, Pete. They put him in the backfield. They gave him screen passes out of the backfield. He was one of the most explosive players in the country last year. Coach Satterfield said, we're just going to get him the ball in space.
If there's a must-win game, what is it?
It's Kansas State game at home. When you look at their schedule, and we'll talk about, you know, their toughest stretch, they got a lot of tough road games. If they want to be able to be a bowl-eligible team, they got to get that Kansas State game at home.
All right, how about you tell me about that toughest stretch?
When you look at it, it's October, right at the end of October to the beginning of November. They have Texas Tech. They do get them at home. They have Utah. They do get them at home, but then they have to travel to Houston. But 2 other games they have, at Arizona, at BYU. So they have to start the season extremely fast.
When you talk about a game that you want to watch, that you can't wait to watch for Cincinnati, is there one on the schedule?
The 2 guys sat right here, and they told us they can't look past Boston College. If you're a Kansas Jayhawk, or not Kansas Jayhawk, if you're a Cincinnati Bearcat, you can't look past Boston College. They have to start the season off fast because I talked about it. They have a gauntlet down the stretch.
If they can start off fast and build that confidence, the sky is the limit for this team. What do you have them at when the season ends?
I think it's going to be tough just because they have a gauntlet of a Big 12 schedule. I have them going 4-8 this year. Again, a lot of turnover on that team except for the offensive line, which leaves a lot of question marks for the Bearcats this year.
All right, well, then I want to ask you one more question. When you look at that offensive line, if things click outside of that, because we know that's going to be stable.
Correct.
What is the ceiling for this team?
I think the ceiling for them could be 7-5. That's the ceiling for this team. If the offensive line click, the receivers on the outside are able to get on the same page with J.C. French, and then Nate Woody brings over his scheme, and if that defense can schematically get on page, I think the ceiling could be 7-5.
It's that time of year. We are almost there to Boston College for Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. That wraps up our 2026 Cincinnati Bearcats preview. Colorado Buffaloes 2026 college football preview. They've got a fresh start. They've got a 5-star quarterback who was ready to go this season after just playing 4 games last year. He is Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. What does Juju Lewis, having a full year as the starter, do for this team in Colorado?
I think it's massive. They're bringing in a new offensive coordinator in Brendan Marion, who runs the go-go offense. I'm excited for this offense and Juju Lewis because it takes a lot of the thinking process out for quarterbacks. It's all about the number game, right? They want to out-leverage the defense. Very unique offense where they have a 2-back set, but the backs are on the same side. So has you so much prepared. You have to prepare for the triple option. You have to prepare for the power. You have to prepare for the split zone. There's so much on defense you have to prepare for. And for Juju Lewis, I think Brendan Marion just wants to take the thinking out for his quarterback and let him just play fast.
You know, a lot of teams see a lot of turnover in this portal era, but Colorado continues to see it up front, offensive line-wise. What can they do outside of getting the ball out quickly to sustain drives offensively? Too many 3-and-outs last year.
Yeah, you talked about that. They were second, I think, in the nation as far as 3-and-outs concerned. And then when you look at in the Big 12, their rankings, they were second fewest in points per game and yardage per game. So they didn't really have any continuity on that side of the football. Also took entirely too many sacks. So obviously that was something that Deion Sanders and Coach Prime, he decided, let's fix that through the portal. Let's bring in 8 offensive linemen to make sure we can protect our young quarterback, Julian Lewis. So we'll see how these guys mesh throughout spring and also as they get ready for fall camp, because that's going to be a big stepping stone for them. Can they protect the young quarterback and Julian Lewis? If you have time back there, you usually build more confidence as a quarterback. But if you're going to get back in 2 seconds, it's hard for you to build that confidence.
We talk about their offense, and you got to talk about the guys out wide. You lose Omari Miller, which is a big loss, but you get Danny Scudero, which is a huge get. What do you think about Colorado, this year, and their passing attack on the outside as far as receivers are concerned?
Yeah, Joseph Williams will be his second year with the program after coming over from Tulsa the year before. He's a big body receiver that can go up and high point the football. Scudero can move all around. He can play the X. He can play in the slot as well. We saw that at San Jose State where he led the FBS in receiving yards. So if you're Juju Lewis, lean on Scudero and also his experience. Find him because he is a playmaker that can help you.
When you look at Colorado and just how alluring it is for young players to go play in Boulder, to play for Coach Prime, how has the portal era treated them more recently? I mean, because even earlier this offseason or a few weeks ago, they signed a 4-star offensive lineman recruit. They're still getting the big guns. Through the portal, how have they done?
Well, the thing is, when you look at star ratings, to me it always comes down to cohesion, right? You could have a 4 or 5-star, but how does he mesh with the rest of the team? And I think you saw Deion's first 2 years in Colorado when he had guys like Shador, when he had guys like Travis. They had that continuity already built up because they were together at Jackson State. I think that's part of the issue they've been having. They've been still getting a big fish, but building that continuity with the current players on the roster has been the issue for Colorado. So this year, looking forward to seeing some of those guys. They didn't have as high ratings, right? They had a lot of 3-star guys in the portal instead of 4-star guys. Looking forward to seeing some of those guys mesh well together. He went and got a lot of guys from the FCS level and then also Power 5 schools to come into the program. So when you have guys that are from lower levels, there's usually an additive incentive when you come up to a higher level to make sure that you can still play at that same level.
When Coach Prime is in the building, it's just slick. It really is. There's mystique.
Correct.
And, he was a corner, a shutdown corner. What do you like about his defense this year?
Yeah, when you look at his defense, they went and tried to fix the defensive line because you talked about it earlier, Pete. The trenches is where they really struggled. Ezra Christensen is a guy that comes over from New Mexico State. A ton of experience. Him and Nathan were teammates together at New Mexico State, so there's some synergy there on the defensive line. Chris Marv, he promotes him to defensive coordinator, and from all the clips I've seen, he doesn't play, right? There's a standard, and you're going to play up to that standard, or he's going to get after you. So I think he's brought in the right guys and with the right temperament to try to turn that defense around because they really struggled getting to the quarterback consistently last year.
Looking to bounce back in Boulder coming up this year. Colorado has its work cut out for it, but we're not that far from a season that was absolutely prolific for the Buffaloes. Stay tuned. We've got more Colorado college football preview coming up next. From Frisco, at the Star, Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, and the quarterback, Taylor McHargue, joining us right now to talk about the Colorado Buffaloes. Looking to drill down a little bit on a team that coming off a prolific season in 2024, a disappointment last year. Juju Lewis, a lot of expectation around him as a former quarterback. Can you explain what it's like when you finally get the keys to the offense handed to you and you know that this is your job?
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit different from Juju Lewis this year because a year ago you had Caden Salter come in from Liberty, and they were trying to figure out who their guy was going to be for a large portion of the season. Well, this year he's the guy. He's had all off season. He's got a couple key pieces that we'll talk about that have come in, and I think the biggest thing for a young quarterback is just having all of that time, offensive line with your skill players, working through. I think one of the big things for Juju Lewis is building confidence early in this upcoming season because it's a challenging non-conference right out of the gate for Colorado. At Georgia Tech, at Northwestern, and their first 2 home games that they have, you play Utah and Texas Tech as well. So it's a challenging first part of the season for Colorado, but it's going to be big that they just have a guy that has got a little bit of experience under his belt, and he's had this time in the offseason with his guys.
One guy who takes the football down a lot is Danny Scudero. You had a chance to see him a couple times calling games when he was at San Jose State. What is unique about him that will enable him to stand out in the Big 12?
You know, some receivers just find space and they get open, and Danny Scudero kind of implements that. Every time we had them over the last couple seasons, it felt like even if a defense was trying to bracket or take him away, he still found the soft spot in the defense, and he also made contested catches. And I think that's also something for a young quarterback. For Juju Lewis, when you could build that trust with a guy where even if he may be blanket and he's got somebody on him, you put it in a certain spot and they can go make a play on a contested ball. I thought that's what Danny Scudero did such a good job of.
Leger, from a defensive perspective, it's tough to stop an offense when they can run the football.
Yeah.
Colorado, with weapons like we just talked about, with Scudero, with Juju Lewis, they just have to be able to run the ball a little bit.
Correct.
Will they be capable of doing it, and how can they?
Well, this is the interesting part because they bring in Brendan Marion from Sacramento State. He runs the go-go offense. I'm interested to hear what Taylor thinks about this because they give you so many different looks, right? They're so creative on offense. They have the 2-back set, but they put the backs on the same side. They can run triple option off of that. They can run power. They can run split zone off of that. And then they'll give you unbalanced look with the receivers. And if the numbers are how they like or in their favors, they'll throw the screen out there. So they're going to give you so much to look at and so much to prepare for on defense. I think that opens it up. And I want to ask Taylor this question. For Juju Lewis, with Brendan Marion coming over, bringing over that go-go offense, and you know this as a quarterback, how long does it take you to get comfortable learning a new offense? Because this offense is so unique.
Yeah, well, a guy like Juju Lewis speeds it up a little bit because he's so talented. I think it's going to take, we talked about schedule a little bit. I think one of the challenges is you don't have a lot of time, right? So you got to get it going immediately in this season. I think Juju Lewis will have this offense down and ready to go. And the thing that you talked about that I think is going to be most important is their ability to be multiple. Because I think one of the problems last season, they had to make so many plays try to happen off script where they weren't able to protect well, and there was a lot of break contain, get out of the pocket and try to make something happen. I think this year you'll see Colorado be more on schedule. And again, I know we're kind of hammering this point home, but it's going to be critical for them. Get one of these early wins on the road, either against Georgia Tech or against Northwestern. Build confidence for your whole team, but especially your quarterback, because they have one of the more difficult schedules overall for anybody in the Big 12 this year.
It's a question for both of you guys. I'll start with you, Leger. Okay. Obviously, not the season last year that Coach Prime in Colorado would have wanted. Correct. But does it almost benefit them to finally come into a season? It feels like they're actually under the radar a little bit. They could be a surprise team, not something, if you told me that a year ago, I would have been very surprised, I guess.
Yeah, to Taylor's point, right, with Caden Salters coming over here, we thought that they would just continue to pick up where they left off the year before, and that wasn't the case. Dealt with some injuries. You talked about it. They struggled to protect their quarterbacks consistently. I don't believe they had a 400-yard rusher. And it's going to be tough for you in college football, especially a quarterback, if you can't turn around and hand the football off and know that you can get at least 4 yards every single play. So when you look at it this year, not a lot of people talking about the Colorado Buffaloes. Right? I think that could bode well for this team because they could just be about that action, as Marshawn Lynch said. Just go about your business, do your work, keep the main thing the main thing.
I think it's absolutely a benefit, and especially for Coach Prime, being able to tell his guys all offseason, look at the lack of attention relative to what it was like when he got there. I mean, the first couple seasons, that was the hottest ticket in college football, and it just doesn't feel that way right now, and I think some of it is obviously just the lack of success last year. But this is still a talented coaching staff. They've got a really talented quarterback at the helm, And I think being under the radar a little bit, being able to create and manufacture that chip on your shoulder, coaches love that, and it's important especially for your young guys. So I do think it'll benefit them this year.
What's the number one thing you think Colorado has to do to make it click this year?
Protect the quarterback. They brought in 8 offensive linemen. That lets you know that there was a struggle with the offensive line. You can't have your quarterback getting hit every 2 seconds. There's not going to be a lot of success. Even in the games that Julian Lewis played, he got sacked entirely too much. And you know this, Taylor, that doesn't build confidence if you're a young quarterback. If you're turning around and you're getting hit, or if you're trying to go through your progressions and it's a little muddy. So they have to protect Julian Lewis. To me, that's the number one thing they got to do up front.
Protect and run the football.
Yeah,
it's all on the offensive line. I mean, I think we're in lockstep on this because if you can't do that, right? You can't win at a high level, and especially, again, with what they have in this schedule this year, you have got to be able to run the football, convert those third and mediums, third and longs, especially if you've got the opportunity to stay on the field, convert a 4th down opportunity here and there. Last year, Colorado had way too many drives where they'd stall at midfield, and their defense was on the field so much. That's got to be something that changes this year for Colorado.
I was going to say, Pete, to that point, when you look at it, like, we talked about this earlier, Pete, their ability not to continue drives, right? I believe they were one of the top teams in the nation on 3 and outs. If you can't build any confidence or continuity on offense, it's hard when it's 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Then you get no rhythm on offense. So they have to be able to stay on the field and have sustained drives. Even if they don't end in touchdowns or field goals, at least put a couple drives together where you start to build that confidence on offense.
And key to that confidence, you guys both touched on it early in the schedule. They've got to play well because things could go sideways if they don't. That is a tough non-con they start off with. We will be watching and we'll be talking to some of the Colorado Buffaloes players about that schedule and their anticipation and excitement for the 2026 season. There is a lot of excitement out in Boulder, and there is very good reason for it. Now we welcome Juju Lewis and his new running mate, Danny Scudero, his new running mate on the outside. Fellows Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, thank you so much for joining us. Juju, I want to start with you. I love the fact that somebody who's just a fan of football, and I'm a big fan of yours, and now I know that you're the starter going into the season for the Colorado Buffaloes. For you as a quarterback, what does that do for your confidence and for your play ultimately?
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody wants to be quarterback one. I don't think anybody wants to be a backup or anything like that. So it's definitely a blessing just looking forward to the season, being able to lead from the front and things like that. Just everybody else understanding around me that I am going to be the quarterback of the team. I think it just helps team morale, just having somebody to look up to and believe in.
Danny, you led all the FBS in receiving yards last year. When you went into the portal, what was it specifically about Colorado that made that choice easy for you?
It was definitely the overall family vibe that it made me feel on the phone with the coaches, and then guys like Julian reaching out to me early, right as I jumped in the portal. And then when I got to my visit, I mean, they welcomed me with open arms, welcomed me and my mom with open arms. And that was kind of the main thing for me. I ended up committed on my visit because I saw what I needed to see and didn't really need to think anything more because they checked all the boxes, made me feel wanted.
Last year, Juju, you got a chance to play with Caden Salter, a very good quarterback in his own right. What did you learn from him last year that you're able to take with you forward into this season?
Yeah, just understanding that's going to be okay. You know, he was just kind of just keeping me calm through the whole thing, just understanding like this is just college football and how it works. So it was good having an older guy in there.
Juju, new offensive coordinator Brendan Marion comes in, brings in the go-go offense. How's it been learning that offense, and then how can that offense highlight your skill set?
You know, I think the go-go offense is great. It's going to highlight my skill set because of the guys around me. I think we brought in such great athletes, and the offensive line is so good. I think, you know, go-go offense gives you a lot of opportunities to get athletes the ball, and I think that's realistically, I mean, that's all we're going to need to do with the type of guys like Danny Scudero and Quentin Gibson and the DeAndre Moores and Cam Perrys and stuff like that of the world. So I think we're just going to move the ball a lot.
Fellas, when Coach Prime was playing football, he's one of the best cornerbacks of all time. He basically would eliminate one player from the offense. Danny, I'm curious about you with all your success as a receiver, particularly last year. Are you excited to have an opportunity? I know you probably have in the spring, but going forward, you get to work with one of the best cornerbacks of all time to get better as a wide receiver. How exciting is that for you?
Oh, it's super exciting just because as a receiver, I mean, you got the greatest of all time as your head coach. So it's definitely something where I get to pick his brain and learn from the best of the best about the cornerback position, which is who I go against. So I can learn the ins and outs of what they're learning, what they're thinking, and stuff like that to really just put that into my game and learn how to manipulate defenses and players in that sense to better my game and stuff like that. So being able to learn from Coach Prime is great.
I want to lean on that question a little bit more, Danny, because you had so much success last year at San Jose State, you saw extra attention. So what specifically in your game have you worked on to take your game to the next level?
Yeah, I mean, with coming into Colorado, working with Coach Marion a lot too, we kind of went over a lot of my film too and saw how much room I have to improve. And even with doing what I did last year is over, so we look at it now as a new year and see what more we can build on. And kind of in that mindset of never being satisfied, and taking that and learning just new ways to get open as a receiver, refining my skills and ins and outs of my breaks, stuff like that, to really just make myself an available target for Julian all the time.
Juju, you've gotten to know your teammates. You know, this is your second year in Boulder. If there was one dude on the team who tomorrow could be a full-time influencer, who would that person be? Who is constantly posting and doing a good job with it?
A full-time influencer? I mean, we got Coach Prime. Coach Prime has a pretty big platform. I think if I see anybody every day that would be an influencer, it's Coach Prime himself.
No argument there.
Juju, I want to hit on the O-line because you talked about how improved it is. I know last year in your 4 games, I felt like you took way too many hits. And as a quarterback, I know confidence builds when you know protection is in front of you. Just talk about the development of that group, because Coach Prime brought in, I believe, 8 offensive linemen via the transfer portal alone. So how has that group really meshed, and how will that help your confidence knowing that you have the protection in front of you to find guys like Danny down the field?
No, I mean, of course, having an offensive line is important. Like you said, I mean, it helps confidence a little bit knowing you're not going to get rushed the same. But honestly, those guys are all veterans. They've all played. I mean, I think we probably have one freshman in the offensive line, Chauncey Gooden, but he came in with me and I wasn't going to let him leave kind of thing. So I trust Chauncey with my life too. So yeah, just a bunch of guys I feel like I can trust in my life. And I think as a quarterback, that's all you can look for right there.
Danny, one more question for you before we wrap it up. You have an opportunity now to play on some very big stages. You know, you did last year at San Jose State, but to be in a Big 12 championship game and to compete for a title and a spot in the college football playoff has got to mean a lot for you. What would it mean to get to Arlington and get a shot at winning a Big 12 title when December rolls around?
I mean, it would mean everything. That's everybody's goals on this team. I mean, there's no doubt in all of our players' mind and all of our coaches' mind that that's possible with this Colorado team, and that's the goal that we're working for, to be in Arlington and work towards that game. But really, it's one thing that we're looking at is just try to take it one game at a time. That's kind of what we're looking at, to eliminate a lot of the bigger stresses and really just put our best foot forward each week. And then if we look up at the end of the season and we're in Arlington, we did our job well. So that's where we're going with.
Ralphie and the Buffaloes getting ready to get out of the gate. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to your success this year. Stay with us. Colorado's preview rolls on after this. Coach Prime looking to make a comeback out in Boulder for Colorado. He's Leger Douzable. I am Pete Souza. Last year, Leger, we talked about it. 3-9, not the season that Colorado wanted. What today were you able to pick up that you feel is sort of a truth teller for the season to come?
To me, I think it's Julian Lewis's confidence, knowing that he's going to be the guy. Where last year there was kind of a quarterback competition with him and Caden Salter. I just think listening and talking to Juju Lewis, he was saying, I think it calms everybody on the team, knowing that I'm going to be the guy going into the season. So having your starting quarterback going into fall camp, I think is monumental for Colorado.
All right, we don't have a crystal ball, but we do like to make predictions around here. If you had to predict an MVP for Colorado, who would it be?
It was the other Colorado Buff we talked to today, and that's Danny Scrodero, who led all the FBS in receiving yards. Can't wait to see him in this go-go offense with offensive coordinator Brendan Marion coming over, and how he'll move him around and be able to get the ball. And Juju Lewis, it's always easy when you have a number one target that can be like your best friend in the open field. So being able to find Danny Scudero, and he's really good against zone, knows how to hook up with his quarterback in zone coverage. He can beat man coverage. He can get over the top of defenses as well. So in this go-go offense, I'm excited to see Danny Scudero.
I just want to know if Brendan Marion, if he has like go-go music playing when he's
That would
doing
be hilarious.
I mean, that's every time we talk about this go-go offense, that's all I hear.
Yeah.
And when I think about their MVP, I think about Juju Lewis, a 5-star who will finally get his opportunity to wrap his arms around the offense and the full-time starting job. I think that really gives them a lot of room to work with as far as could they be a surprise team. So I have Juju Lewis. When we look at this season and we drill down a little bit, what is a must-win game for Colorado?
To me, it's Baylor, September 26th, and I'll explain why later on in this segment because they have such a tough stretch down the back half of the season. So if they want to be a bowl-eligible team, we talked about them going 3-9 last year, I think they have to get that Baylor game at home.
One thing I know we've talked about, but I don't know if everybody else is talking about it that much. Colorado's non-con is tough. You know, we talk about they start off with Georgia Tech. Another one of those games, they're on the road at Northwestern on September 19th. That is my toughest game for them, a Big 10 opponent, on the road. That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, for sure. You start the season off going to Atlanta, playing Georgia Tech, who you played last year at home but lost that game. Then you come back home from one game, and then you go to Northwestern on the road again, which is a Big 10 opponent, which will be a tough opponent to play. So not only is their back half of their schedule tough, the beginning of their schedule is tough, but when you look at the way the schedule pans out, Colorado has to start off the season fast.
So what is your toughest stretch?
To me, it's October 3rd through November 14th. Let me just name you the games they have. Texas Tech, Utah, at Oklahoma State, Kansas State, at Arizona State, and then Houston at home to finish. So that's a really tough stretch in the Big 12, especially when you have to go to Oklahoma State and Arizona State. But they also play Texas Tech, Utah, and Arizona State.
How about your game to watch?
To me, without a doubt, it is the first game of the season,
yeah.
Georgia Tech, because I talked about how tough that stretch is at the back end of the season. They have to start the season off fast. It was a really close game last year in Boulder. They weren't able to get it done. Let's see if they can go into Atlanta and get it done versus the Yellow Jackets.
I agree with you. That game is huge. All right, give me your record for Colorado. Are they bowl eligible?
I don't have them going bowl eligible. I know they were 3-9 last year. I have them going 3-9. I just think the schedule is too tough, too many moving parts on this Colorado team. And yes, I know they've tried to rectify this offensive line by bringing in 8 offensive linemen transfer, but there's always an acclimation period to that, and they got to gel together. I think it's going to be tough sledding for the Buffs this year.
Yeah, I have them at 3-9 as well. We will see. Hopefully they can do better than that.
Correct.
But again, the slate is difficult for the folks in Boulder. For Leger Douzable, I am Pete Souza. That has been our Colorado Buffaloes football preview. Thank you so much for joining us. 10 wins, a Texas Bowl victory, and the only undefeated road team in the country. We're talking about the Houston Cougars. They are coming back. They are stacked. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. As we get into the Cougars season preview, you got to start with Connor Wegman. Put together a career year for him.
Yeah, he did.
A much ballyhooed 5-star, finding his footing, no pun intended, with 700 rushing yards last year at Houston and through the air. What does he have to do to build off of last season, Leger?
I think consistency is the biggest thing from him. And in the games that they lost, he didn't have consistent play, turned the football over. So if you can minimize those turnovers in those games that you lost, they could not only be a dark horse, but they could be real contenders for the Big 12 championship. You talked about it, love what they did throughout the portal, but they were a team that came out of nowhere, but a lot of it had to do with the play of Connor Wegman last year.
And Connor Wegman had a lot of help. Big piece of help was Amari Thomas. They get to continue to cultivate that relationship once again here in 2026. How important is that to have that cohesion at wide receiver and quarterback?
Continuity between quarterback and receiver is monumental, and for both of those guys to be back for the Houston Cougars is massive for them to try to make a run at the Big 12 championship. Amari Thomas reminds me a lot of Luther Burden, and I know that's high praise, but he is so physical when he catches the ball in traffic that he bounces off of guys, has great contact balance, led them in receiving yards, and had 12 receiving touchdowns. So when you get in the red zone, that's where you go with the football, and if you're Connor Wegman, you know you have a receiver on the outside you can trust.
Another familiar face for Willie Fritz is Mekhi Hughes.
Man.
Coming over from Tulane, he was a guy that Willie Fritz recruited and had with the Green Wave, and now they're back together again. What do you expect from Hughes in the backfield?
Not only that, offensive coordinator Slade Nagel, he was with him at Tulane, so they know Mekhi Hughes really well. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons before going to Oregon last year, not really playing much. So getting back to an offense he's familiar with. He's a guy at Tulane that was the tip of the spear that literally ran the offense. He was the heartbeat of that offense, and I look for Houston to make him the main benefactor behind an offensive line that is much improved with some of the transfer portal guys that they brought in. Mekhi Hughes was a big get for them in the portal.
You have a theory, I want to call it a conspiracy theory, but I've been watching too much Dateline. It's just a theory. But Willie Fritz does a tremendous job getting guys that he played against to come join forces with him.
When you look at it, Dean Connors last year played against him while he was at Tulane and Dean Connors was at Rice. Amari Thomas, he played him his freshman year when he was at UAB when Willie Fritz was at Tulane. Patrick Overmeyer, UTSA, played against him when he was at Tulane. So he does a really good job being able to bring in guys that he has a familiarity with, guys that he played against. The guys that you compete against, you kind of know what they're about. So you want to bring them into the program. So Sadre Hurst is a guy also, the offensive lineman, the interior offensive lineman that was at Tulane. He brought him over to Houston. Another guy that knows the offense. So you talked about that cohesion and continuity. He knows a certain player that he's played against that he feels like will be good for his program, and he's done a really good job of bringing them into the program.
All right, the defensive side of the ball for the Cougars, guys like Kentrell Webb, guys who attack, stay aggressive, and make plays. What do you like about this aggressive Cougars D?
Well, Kentrell Webb is another guy that was with Willie Fritz at Tulane. So cohesion is another thing. You got a guy like Brandon Mack who plays the jack position, coming back with 5 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. So there is some continuity there. Now, they did lose a few guys in the portal, but I like this attacking style defense. If that defensive line can step up and consistently get pressure on the quarterback, that'll go a long way because this offense is going to be there. I think the big question mark for the Houston Cougars is the defense.
10 wins for Houston last year. They had won 8 collectively in the previous 2. It's almost as though we were waiting on this because we know Willie Fritz is the guy who engineers the turnarounds. What are your thoughts on Willie Fritz and the special sauce? You've talked to this guy and covered him for the last decade and a half. What is so great about him?
He's a true players coach, and what he did at Tulane was amazing. To be able to keep players there and go to multiple conference championship games and finally get his opportunity to go to the Big 12 and go to Houston to run a Houston program. And in his first year, be a little bumpy. I always say this, usually takes about 2 years to build a culture, but in the climate of college football we're in, it's tough to do that, Pete, because a lot of players that are on your team currently may not be on your team a year from now, right? So for him to be able to keep some continuity on this team, bringing Connor Wegman obviously was massive, but also bringing a guy like Trent Walker that we didn't get to talk about at all, the receiver from Oregon State, a guy that had nearly 900 yards receiving. He's going to pair really nicely with Amari Thomas. So I think he does a really good job of getting guys from either the FCS level or Power 5 schools and bringing them into Houston and making them fit in that culture, and they fit in properly, and that's why he's having the success he's having right now.
One more question for you. Houston goes 4-1 in one-score games last year. What does that mean for a team inside the locker room? How does that carry over into confidence?
It shows you a mentally tough team. If you go 4-1 in one-score games, that means mentally you were tougher than the other team. When it hit the fan and things were close at the end of the game, you didn't falter. You leaned on what you know, what you prepare for, what you did in practice daily, week in and week out. So anytime you see a stat like that, Pete, where a team is like 4-1, 5-1 in one-score game, that's a mentally tough team.
I took you down a bad road, by the way. 5-1 in one score.
I said 5-1 after.
5-1, yeah, you corrected me. Thanks for cleaning it up. By the way, when we come back after this, we're going to have the king of the Cougars, Willie Fritz, with us. Let's find out a little bit about some of that special sauce and where that winning comes from after this. Well, if there's one thing college football has learned about Willie Fritz, it is give him a little time and he will give you a winner. Coach, Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, thank you so much for joining us. Ready to break down the Cougars. And you rebuild 10 wins last year in your second year. For someone like you who's done this before, how do you rebuild to 10 wins and then break through even further to follow that up?
Well, you know, in actuality, it's probably a little bit easier now with the portal, being able to get guys. You know, we talk about cooking our culture like it's a microwave oven, not real oven, because you got to do it quickly.
Yeah.
Because you got new guys that come in the program. But this is probably the tougher part is, going where we're at now to fulfilling the dreams that we want, here in the conference, being a conference champion and playing in the playoffs, those kind of different things. Those are our goals, which every program in America has those same goals right now. But you just got to keep doing a great job recruiting and making sure you have the right guys in your program. And I think we've done an excellent job of, recruiting bona fide Division I student athletes with character. And the teams that have success seem to not have very many issues or problems. And
Coach, you brought up the word culture, and I think that does get thrown around a lot in football, period. But you spoke about it, bringing in the right character of guys. How were you able, just in 2 years, to build the type of culture you want? Because when you're getting guys from Portal, it's not like you have an extensive history with them. So how were you able to mesh everybody together and bring that culture in to have the success you did last year?
We ended up getting 3 guys from Tulane, where I used to be at, that are coming and joining us. So obviously, I knew those guys very well. But I tell my assistant coaches, hey, if we're recruiting somebody, if you don't want to coach them and you don't think they're going to fit in with how I do things, do not recruit them, because I've got a memory like an elephant. And I'll remind you every day, you brought this dude in here. They've done a great job of that. And I've been doing this for a long time, and my assistants, quite a few of them have been around for a long time. Somebody on their previous staff, either high school or college, we're going to know well and trust. And they're going to give us, the correct feedback on the guy, whether it's positive or negative. So I think that's sometimes people goof that up. They get blinded by talent, and they got a talented guy who's a pain in the rear playing for them. We don't need that. We don't want that.
Correct. How about a talented guy who was a great guy? We're talking about Mekhi Hughes, who you now have back with you now at Houston after Tulane. What are you so excited about having him back?
Well, he's a great young man. He's a tough, hard-nosed, competitive guy. And I think he's excited about this opportunity. He feels like he's got something to prove, just like he did when he was at Tulane, and he feels very comfortable with me. Our offensive coordinator is with him at Tulane. Our running back coach was with him at Tulane, so it's a really good fit. Sometimes guys enter the portal and they might be blinded by other things than fit. And he obviously, I think his number one reason for coming to our place was the fit.
Coach, I just want to talk about your history at Tulane, because me and Pete were kidding about this. It seems like you tab a certain player that you maybe played against when you were at Tulane. You had Dean Connors, played against him when you were at Tulane. Bring in Patrick Overmeyer, was at UTSA. Amari Brown, obviously you played against him when he was a freshman at UAB. What about those players when you were at Tulane kind of caught your eye that you brought them into your program?
You don't really think that when you're going through the process, but you're able to understand level of competition and, like Amari, who was he going against?
Correct.
I coached that guy, and you could see that, he was taking advantage of some things against a good player.
Correct.
So, that's probably the one thing you look at when it's a guy that you've coached against, and you see how he performed. Sometimes you're able to, watch how he competes during a game, and those guys are all unselfish, type guys, and that's important as well.
One of the things you're doing so well, again, you did it at Tulane with the city of New Orleans. You have almost 25 guys on your roster at Houston from the greater Houston area. Connor Wegman, one of those dudes. What has his growth been like? He's found another gear with you guys in Houston last year. How did he find that gear?
Well, one of the reasons why we got Connor is he wanted to come back home. And, the other part is that has helped him tremendously. This is the first off season that he's gone through where he's been healthy.
Healthy, yep.
He's had surgery, injury, something that prevented him from, getting stronger and faster and quicker in January, February, March, April, all those kind of things. And it's the first time he's been in the same system 2 years in a row since high school.
Obviously, you talked about this is his first offseason being healthy, second year in this offense consecutively, which he's never had in college football. What's the biggest area of growth you've seen him take throughout this offseason in spring ball, getting ready to go into fall camp?
I think really feeling comfortable with everybody on the team, offense, defense, kickers, snappers, holders, everybody. He's made it a point to get to know everybody. And, you want everybody to be a leader, but particularly at that quarterback position. And he's really, I think he's done a tremendous job of that over the last few months.
Can you envision what it will be like if the Cougars can get back up here to North Texas for the Big 12 championship game?
Well, we just want to keep building in the city of Houston right now. There's a couple things to do in the city of Houston. So we've been selling everybody on coming over to our stadium and watching us play because, the Big 12 is a great league. The thing that I've seen is just, there's a lot of parity in this league. And I've been in some other leagues where, if you're a good team, you could maybe roll out your C game and still win. You're going to get your butt beat in the Big 12 if you do that. So, we'd love it. It's one of our goals is to come back up here to Arlington and play up here. But that's everybody's goal in the Big 12 right now.
Coach Fritz, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Go Cougs.
Houston is hot on and off the field. We'll come back, talk to some of the Cougars after this. The Houston Cougars won 10 games last year, went 6-3 in the conference, went 5-1 in one-score games. How can you cap that? We're going to find out. Connor Wegman, Amari Thomas, thank you so much for joining us. Leger Douzable and Pete Souza. Connor, I want to start with you. You had a breakout season last year. Amari was a huge part of it. When did you know your collaboration with this young man had gone to another level?
We started off pretty hot in the spring ball. We had a good connection going on early, and that just kept building throughout the summer. And then probably that Oregon State game, what was that, week 4 of last year, and he had a big game that game, and the rest was history after that. 12 touchdowns, best receiver in the Big 12.
Amari, we were talking off the camera. I remember when you were at UAB, you were just 17, you weren't even 18 yet, and you were dynamic there as well. Just talk about your growth from that time and as a freshman at 17 years old to where you're at now. Where's probably the biggest growth you've seen in your game since then?
I'd probably say just taking out all hesitation. From the start of the play to when I get the ball, after I get the ball, just going, not waiting.
Yeah, you've got that know-how, and so do you, Connor. We've seen it evolve over the course of your time at Texas A&M and now in Houston. You come back to play basically at home at Houston. What do you think a younger version of Connor Wegman would think about the fact that you're playing basically in your home city?
I think younger Connor would be proud. Just repping that Houston across my chest. My whole family's from there. My friends are there. Just making them proud, my city proud, and playing with that Houston pride. Just being able to put on for the city of Houston and our fans, it's a special feeling, and I feel like it's going to be really good this year.
Amari, how's it been building that continuity with Connor? Obviously, with you being so productive, you're going to get a lot more attention. How have you guys been able to foster that relationship where Connor knows where you're going to be, even if you are getting bracketed or getting double teamed?
Probably say just practice. Our DC don't make it easy on us in practice either, so it's never just clear and cut. So just practicing and working, knowing that it might not be wide open, but you still got to make it work.
Connor, this is your second year on the offense. Slade Nagel is the offensive coordinator. And from quarterbacks I've talked to in the past, they say it usually takes about 2 years to get a full understanding, which is scary because it seemed like you had a full understanding of the offense last year. Have you guys talked about you and Nagel giving you more freedom at the line of scrimmage and opening up the offense and having you have more command of it?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're going to take that next step as an offense and be able to really push the ball down the field and be a little bit more explosive than we were last year. And this is what's crazy. 5th year in college football, first time ever having the same offensive coordinator 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So taking all the thinking out, just being able to go out there and play fast and get the ball out of my hands, I think we'll take that next step this coming year.
And one of the first times you've been totally healthy through an off season. And last year, we saw you be really healthy between the white lines. And one of the things, the statistics that jumps out at me or anybody who loves football, you guys were 5-1 in one-score games. Is there a particular reason behind that? You guys were able to be so clutch, Connor?
I don't know. I feel like we practice situations a lot in practice, and we're very situational aware, which Coach Fritz preaches all the time, and to be able to do the right thing when those situations come about. And I mean, when it comes down to that fourth quarter, you just got to want it more than the other team, and I feel like we did last year.
This is a question for both of you guys. When you guys both decided to get in the portal, what was it about Coach Willie Fritz and Houston that made you commit to Houston?
I'd probably say because Houston was my only visit in the portal, so when I got there, it just felt like home. Coach Fritz and all the coaches just made it known, like, you come here, do what you're supposed to do, things gonna work out, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Fritz has won literally everywhere he's been, and just the opportunity to play for a guy like that, to come back to my hometown, I mean, it was a special thing that I didn't think was going to be able to happen, and just be able to get that opportunity to come back home. It was an honor, and I don't take that for granted.
Connor, you talked about a 5th year of college football, first time having the same offensive coordinator. For you specifically, what have you worked on throughout spring practice as you get ready for fall camp to take your game to the next level?
I'd say just recognition, being able to see things before it happens, seeing coverage, seeing one guy. I mean, they could be in disguise, but only one guy needs to be in the wrong spot to give the whole coverage away. And just little details like that, which my process speed makes it a whole lot faster to get the ball out of my hands a whole lot quicker.
Amari, this has got to be, I can tell, you're oozing gratitude just being here. You said it's just a great experience. What would it mean to you to get to the Big 12 title game back here in North Texas in December?
To me, everything. I mean, it's what we're working for, and just to make it there, it'd be it'd be nice, but we'll definitely have to finish it. But just to make it, it'd be.
I like how you say, if you can make it there. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, right? That's what they say. Amari Thomas, Connor Wegman, thank you guys so much for sharing some time today. I know it's been really busy. I got a real good feeling about you guys this year. Make sure you get after it.
Yes, sir.
For Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Looking forward to that first game. The Houston Cougar season is coming at you fast. Thank you so much for joining us in our Houston preview. H-Town looking to take off this year and try to reclaim some of that magic that they found last year. Leger Douzable, Taylor McCarg, as we wrap up our Houston Cougars preview. Let's get right out of the gate and talk about it. We just sat here with Connor Wegman and Amari Thomas, two guys who could be MVP candidates for that team. Taylor McCarg, who do you have as your Houston MVP?
I'm going with Connor Wegman at quarterback. And I think about a year ago from how this team exceeded expectations and how well Connor Wegman played. I think he's prepared to take that next step. They improved the offensive line dramatically, adding in the portal. I think the ability for them, and we talked about it earlier, delivering the ball downfield, hitting those shot plays with an Amari Thomas, I think those are all things that they're going to have to be better at this year. I expect them to be, but I've got Connor Wegman as my MVP.
Yeah, that's a great choice, Taylor. And then this is the first time that Connor Wegman's been in the same offense for 2 years in a row. So that's scary to even think about what that offense could look like with him being in there consecutive years. I'm going to go with the guy he throws to on the outside, and Amari Thomas, one of the best receivers in all the Big 12. This was a guy that was an all Big 12 receiver last year. And I talked about this earlier with you, Pete. Kind of reminds me of Luther Burden. Great contact balance. He can catch the contested catches in tight traffic, but then he just a pinball. He bounces off of guys and is able to come out of tackles and get explosive plays. So I'm going to go with Amari Thomas.
Must-win game.
It's right in the early part of the season, but it's a defining game on the road at Texas Tech on a Friday night. You win that game, you set yourself up, and there's some tough road tests for Houston this season, but we've talked a lot about Texas Tech and the challenges they've got at quarterback right now. A lot's been made of that. You get them early in the season, you get them on a Friday night, it's going to be a crazy atmosphere. Houston wins that game, and I think there's real potential that this is a championship caliber team out of the Big 12.
I'm going to go Kansas State because if they're going to be more than just a dark horse and true contenders, I think they have to get that game done. Now, week 3 is a big game at Texas Tech, but going into Manhattan is not an easy place to play at. If they're able to sneak into Manhattan and get that win, it goes a long way into them being legit contenders in the Big 12.
College football is a lot about rhythm, but sometimes the scheduling gods can get in the way of developing that rhythm. What is the toughest stretch this year for Houston?
I think it's in the middle. You got a couple key road tests, but and at Utah, I mean, anytime you have to go on the road to Utah, and I think that's where that if you get a win over Texas Tech early in the season, you build that momentum and the belief that you can go on the road and win. Because I do think the month of October starts to get challenging for Houston.
Right there, where the middle of October, you look at it at Kansas State, Oklahoma State at home, who's going to have an explosive offense, and then you have to go to Salt Lake and play at Utah. That's a gauntlet of a schedule in the middle of the season for them.
All right, let's get to it. The moment of truth. How do you have them finishing?
I've got them at 9-3, and I think the challenges again are on the road. I think this will be a team in the month of November playing meaningful football. They got a shot at getting into the Big 12 championship. I think they fall up a little short, but I got them at 9-3.
To me, the season starts at week 3. Texas Tech, will Hammond be healthy enough to play in that game? That's a big game to determine if they're, again, just dark horses or are they legit contenders. I have them going 9-3 as well.
10-2.
Ooh,
10-2.
There we go. Back-to-back 10-win seasons.
And not to slide in the back door, but my MVP is Willie Fritz. I mean, the guy is a G. Wherever he goes, they win.
Gets it done, yeah.
Yeah, so I think they could break through, and this is going to be such an exciting year in Houston. For Leger Douzable, for Taylor McHarg, you can tell I'm excited. I'm Pete Souza. Thank you so much for watching our 2026 Houston Cougars football preview. A new coach, a new quarterback, a new era in Ames, Iowa State, and the Cyclones are what we're talking about right now. Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Our Iowa State preview starts right now, and we've got to start with one of the best coaches in college football, exiting stage left. The absence of Matt Campbell has opened up the opportunity for Jimmy Rogers. But first, Matt Campbell leaving that program, it leaves a hole.
A massive hole. He's a legend in Ames. What he did at Iowa State to turn that program around and have them competitive year in and year out, truly an end of an era of Iowa State football. But I'm excited for Jimmy Rogers coming in.
Yeah, it's almost like a tip of the cap to Matt Campbell. Sure. Everything he'd done, you got to address it. But then you get to talk. We get to talk about Jimmy Rogers, who has done this before, right? Taken over a program with a lot of different transfers, a lot of turnover, and has experienced great success.
And the great thing about this is Matt Campbell, defensive-minded coach, Jimmy Rogers, defensive-minded coach. This is a guy that in 1 year at Washington State had to play with 80 new players and still had them bowl eligible. So with the turnover, I believe 47 new players coming into Ames, he'll be able to right the ship and get them back competitive very quickly.
And if anybody had a chance to watch Arkansas State over the past few years, it was undeniable. Jalen Raynor jumps off the screen at you. What do you look forward to him accomplishing in Ames?
Loved his development over the last 3 years, more specifically as a passer now. Did turn the ball over a little bit too much last year, 11 interceptions, which I believe led the Sun Belt in interceptions. But you always hear, Pete, +1 in the run game. That's what Jalen Raynor provides. When you have everything scripted on defense, he can hurt you with his legs. So his explosive ability to run the football, but he's also a very accurate quarterback throwing it as well.
And in the trenches, Iowa State is always effective. There's a little bit of turnover there, but a year like this one, you've got to protect the quarterback.
Without a doubt, they've done a good job of bringing some new O-linemen in. The good thing about Jimmy Rogers is that he brought some of his luggage with him from Washington State, not only on the defensive side, but the offensive side as well. So there'll be some continuity on that team. And I look for transfers like Cam Petaway, who's coming over from Bowling Green. Was really excited. I called the Bowling Green Cincinnati game last year. He's one of the best return guys in football and a really good back out of the backfield. He's looking to be that lead back now for Iowa State. So he's looking for a bigger role. He's an explosive guy at the backfield. He'll pay dividends for Jalen Raynor in that backfield.
In college football today, we deal with turnover a lot, and it's just part of the game. But the turnover of scheme for Iowa State, you know, what Matt Campbell was able to do was brilliant defensively. How much does that change their defense this year with a whole new attack defensively for the first time since the Matt Campbell era started?
Such a great question, Pete, because Matt Campbell was known for that patented 3-3-5 defense, which was very unique. Now they go to a traditional 4-3 defense that Jimmy Rogers ran not only at South Dakota State, but at Washington State. And again, there's some continuity there because he's bringing Jack Janikowski to defensive end, Isaac Terrell to defensive end. This is an attacking style 4-3 defense that a lot of players are accustomed to. So that's the good thing about Jimmy Rogers coming over from Washington State. He's bringing a lot of his defensive players with him.
Now, you talked about Isaac Terrell with me offline a little bit before we started. What excites you about this young guy?
I mean, this is a guy that can really get after the quarterback. And I think anytime you're able to be in the same scheme for multiple years, it gives you that much more confidence in what your ability is to get after the quarterback. So even though he's changing schools, he knows this scheme in and out. So for all the new players that are coming in or the players that were already there, he can kind of be like a coach on the field and add to that defensive room as far as getting guys on the same page. This is how we do things in this defense. I've been in Jimmy Rogers' defense. This is my second year. Follow me, guys. I'll show you how to get there. We're going to be one of the better defenses in football because we're a defensive-minded team.
Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Stay with us because we get to meet Jimmy Rogers, a guy who was not satisfied with improvement at Washington State that actually got him the Iowa State job. So this is a guy who is looking to accomplish a lot this year. Not a transition year for the Cyclones, a chance to win this year. We'll be right back with Jimmy Rogers. A new era is underway in Ames, and Jamie Pollard, the athletic director for the Cyclones, has turned to one of the hottest new coaches in college football to oversee the effort. He is the head coach of the Iowa State Cyclones, Jimmy Rogers. Coach Leger Douzable and Pete Souza, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Well, one of the first things we want to talk to you about with having you on is you come to Iowa State, and there's an influx of not only your guys, but transfer portal guys, a lot of new faces in Ames. How do you use that to win right away?
You know, the modern college football is just different now. You use the transfer portal, and for me, it was I just did this a year ago.
Correct.
So having gone through that, knowing what to look for, knowing some of the mistakes I could avoid that I made the year prior, I think it's about finding the right fit and really trusting your gut on bringing in the right type of players with the right mindset and mentality to come in and work every single day, because to do this, to compete early, to do it fast and not have this be a long drawn out rebuild process, you got to find the right mindset of guys that are willing to work and put in the time.
And I want to stay right there, Coach, because I believe 75 new players at Washington State you had to deal with last year, and you were still able to become bowl eligible. Do you believe that gives you, in this area of college football, an advantage? Just because, like you said, you had to do it last year now, 47 new players, but you're actually bringing a lot of your players from Washington State. So you think that gives you an advantage of kind of putting your culture together quicker than other coaches would have to in the first year?
Yeah, because I learned, mistakes along the way last year as far as taking things for granted. At times last year I might have allowed for too much of a player-led program with not enough culture established there because we weren't there long enough.
Yeah.
In that transition, I had brought 29 players with me from South Dakota State. In this transition, I believe it was 15 from Washington State. I think it's really important to digest on how you could have done things different after the season. And we let a couple games slip last year, and I take full responsibility for that. But there are some things this year that I know we will be ahead of the game, just based off of how we installed things throughout the spring to the relationships and the development of how we develop our guys, physically. So I'm excited for this upcoming fall. I know there's a lot of hesitancy or nervousness amongst the Iowa State fans, but I'm confident in the team that we've assembled.
Well, if they see how accountable you are, still talking about last year, they're going to be excited. They know they got a real one right here. I want to ask you about Matt Campbell leaving and you taking that job. And what was attractive to you about it? Because people talk about now you're under the microscope, but you were a hot commodity. Why did you want to come to Ames?
Yeah, there's so many things. The people of Iowa are awesome. This is also an area in which I recruited. I spent 7 years at South Dakota State recruiting the state of Iowa. I have a ton of Midwest ties, and so does our entire staff. So to get back to the Midwest, closer to our families, my in-laws are 4 hours away from us. it's important for me to have my kids be around their cousins and their grandparents and uncles and aunts. And then overall, to win a Big 12 championship and to compete on the national landscape, to try to attack this to win a national championship. And a lot of people say it can't be done in Ames. They just said that about Indiana, and look what he had done.
Sure.
So I'm not going to buy into the narrative that this is a rebuild year. Really just trying to put our focus one day at a time and be the best that we can be to be competitive our first game and then take the next step after that.
Coach, when you went into the transfer portal to find a quarterback, what made Jalen Rayner the quarterback you felt like was good for your program?
Watching a ton of quarterbacks over time. I mean, Jalen Rayner is the guy that caught our attention when he wasn't even in the portal. He's the guy that we had saw in crossover film and game prep. And then going back and watching him after he had gone into the portal, the plays that he was be able to make off schedule, I thought was extremely impressive. The other part of his game was that he was a guy that came in and took over a job as a true freshman 3 games in and consistently got better year in and year out. There was never a time where you saw a complacent year or a down year. And I think that says a lot for a guy, especially that young, that plays as a true freshman, that the next year he replicates success, and then the year after that as well. So he's got unbelievable charisma. I would say amongst all things, he's a genuine leader. The guys just naturally gravitate to him. And he's been impressive thus far in the spring, but more importantly is who he is off the field. The guys have really gravitated towards him, and I'm excited for what he can do for our locker room.
I love how Keith Heckendorf comes with him from Arkansas State as his quarterback's coach. What does that mean?
And you know what? That wasn't set up that way.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that, we got Jalen because of Keith, and that could be a big part of it as well. I think that's a plus and advantage to Jalen to have his coach here
that's
with
what
him.
on the football side,
Yeah.
it's got to be really comfortable for him.
It's comfortable for me knowing that he could say this is the same concept as this. We just call it this, But overall, myself and Coach Roll were talking about hiring Coach Heckendorf at the same time. Myself and our GM were looking at Jalen Rayner. So the two just happened to collide, and I'm happy for that to have worked out because, for one, Coach Heckendorf is an unbelievable coach. He's produced a lot of great talent, and to have that same ability to mentor the same player that he's been coaching for the last 3 years, I think is really important.
I want to speak about Coach Rowe because obviously you guys have a history playing against each other in college, competing against each other in college. He has ties to Ames as well. What went into that decision to bring him back to Iowa State?
Yeah, there's a mutual respect. You said we played against each other, we competed against each other. A lot of our career has really been at the same, scale, moving upward through the journey of coaching. When the national standard of winning championships is set by North Dakota State, and you're a rival at South Dakota State, and you're competing against them, there's a level of respect there. And I think he was a perfect fit because of his mentality, because of the mindset, because he's been able to get his guys to play in a certain brand of football in which we want to play in Ames. And then, it really wasn't in my mind like, oh, he was there a year prior and that will help us. He was a guy that I had kept my eye on. We had kept in contact. We've always known each other really since 2007. And so there was just a level of respect there that I felt like this guy could come in and impact our football team on the offensive side of the ball.
Coach, you have 0 starters from last year returning, right? It's a whole new slate for you and your team. I want to ask you what it would be like if you guys could make the run, if Jalen totally clicks, and you're back here in December playing for a Big 12 title, because I know that that's something you believe is a possibility that could happen. What would that mean for you in the program?
Well, I think it'd be huge, but I think it's a combination of a lot of work and a lot of effort that was put forth these last 7 months and then into the season. I think you could see a makeup of a team when they go through trials and tribulations throughout the year. It's easy to have success when things are going well. Who will we be at that time with a brand new team throughout the season when things get tough? And that's what I'm excited for. I think as a competitor, there's a joy in finding overcoming challenge throughout the season, and not just in the wins and loss category, but how you organize your team and how you get your team to play with a certain morale and toughness and physicality for a 12-week season.
Looking to see that toughness this season, Coach. We really appreciate you spending the time with us. You just met Jimmy Rogers. We get to meet some of his players after this. The Iowa State Cyclones preview continues. The Cyclones set for 2026. We'll see exactly where they're headed right now. We're talking to new quarterback Jalen Rayner and, of course, Aiden Flora. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, thank you
Jalen,
for
we were
having
just
us.
talking offline. I got to start with you. You had 2 recruiting trips to Iowa State, 2 football games against them. What was it like for you when you played them? And did that have anything to do with you making the choice out of the portal to come to Ames?
So 2 years ago, we played at Iowa State, and the fan base was insane. Just pulling in, seeing all the tailgate, how many people it was. Then we were down like 30 points, and they're all doing a juicy wiggle. And I'm like, what is this? But yeah, that was my first experience of Iowa State. And then last year we played them at Arkansas State, which was a close game. But yeah, just the kind of program that I knew I was coming into. Very well established, winning culture, and then obviously the coaching staff that is here now. Coach Rogers has a very winning background, and then him and Coach Roll, with the type of offense we're going to be running, it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up.
Aiden, man, you're from Ado, Iowa, which is about, an hour away from Ames. Love your story, man. Former walk-on. You played a little bit your freshman year while redshirting. Then last year you get your opportunity to become one of the best return specialists in all the nation. What has this ride and your path to get where you're at today been like for you?
It's kind of just been like keeping your head down, not letting anyone say what you can and can't do has been a big thing, and kind of listening to yourself and believing in yourself, because when you're a walk-on, you're kind of just thrown to the wolves out there.
Yeah. Jalen, for you, it's a jump now, playing in the Big 12. How have you prepared yourself to handle that transition so you can stay the player that you are right now, but then improve, right, and rise to another level?
Yeah, I think it goes to all the resources we have at Iowa State. Playing against bigger and better competition, it's important for me to stay healthy, and they do a great job with the nutrition, the training room, in the weight room, the workouts that we do. It's amazing all around. So it goes to all of that, and then obviously just the preparation of film study, going ahead and kind of getting a jump starting last month of just go ahead and looking at some teams in our conference and things like that. So once we get to game week, it's not my first time seeing that type of defense and their structure. So it goes all to the preparation of how you perform once you get to game day.
Aiden, we're in the era of college football. When there's a coaching change, usually players leave, and a lot of your former teammates did leave. What was it about Coach Rogers that made you want to stay in the program?
Just who he is. I mean, you can talk to him, and he's a very personal guy. He's funny, but at the end of the day, he's honest with you. He makes you work hard, but honesty is a very big thing you want in a coach. If you're slacking, he's going to tell you. If you're doing good, he's going to tell you. And that's a big thing with Rogers. And like Jay said earlier, just like he knows how to win. He's done it before. And so having that and having the confidence in him, and he has the confidence in himself, is a very big thing that I was looking for. And that's what kind of brought me to stay.
Jalen, we were talking to Coach Rogers earlier, and the interesting thing is when you look at the makeup of his staff, he went to South Dakota State, so a lot of people on defense, South Dakota State.
Yeah.
On the other side, Coach Rowe, North Dakota State.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people from North Dakota State. He said it was all-out war at spring practice this past offseason. Just talk about the physicalness of spring practice and how that is going to help propel y'all to have a better season this year.
Yeah, that's the identity we want to have as a football team, is physical, first and foremost, and then obviously it's a very cliche saying of iron sharpens iron, and I think that's what we definitely had the whole spring. There were practices where defense was whooping us. There was practices where we were kind of getting the best of the defense. So it was going back and forth, and that's kind of what you want going into the season, where we're going to be going against high-tier competition each and every week. So, yeah, I think we're in a very good spot leading into what is going to be probably the most important part of the offseason, which is fall camp.
Yeah.
I think we have a great foundation, and we're definitely trending in the right direction.
Speaking of trending, Aiden, we're in the social media society now, for the most part. If there's a player on your team who could be an influencer, who is it? Somebody that's on their phone and posting all the time.
You see, I didn't even have to look at him. I knew he was pointing at me. I didn't even have to look at him.
Hey, with a smile like that, Mr. Rayner, you're good, man. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
Jalen, what's the transition been like you for learning Coach Rowe's offense, and how can it highlight your skill set specifically?
The transition was pretty tough, to be honest, at first. Coming from more of a air raid tempo team to more of a pro style type of offense where it's under center, shotgun, shift trade in motion, out the huddle. It was kind of difficult at first, but the more and more you do something, the more and more you study, the easier it gets. It comes more like second nature. And obviously, my offensive coordinator coming with me as the quarterback coach, he was going through the same growing pains. So we were kind of helping each other go through that and bounce ideas off, like kind of connecting the dots, like this was this in our last offense. But yeah, I think it will highlight myself and my playing style because we're going to do so much and like be very versatile in our offense and be multiple. So yeah, I'm super excited to work it and get the playmakers the ball.
Last question for you guys. What would it mean to be back here in North Texas playing in the Big 12 title game in December? Aiden, we'll start with you.
It would mean everything. You know, when Rogers got here, he was like, this is not going to be a building year. As much as people think that it is, we're expecting to win. And so right from the jump, I don't think anyone had the mindset of this is going to be a build year. This is a chance to win and get to the top. And I think that's what everyone's mindset is, and I think that's what it's going to be for the season.
Exactly what Aiden said. It's not a rebuild year. We're expecting to win now, and that's what we all came here for or stayed here for. And, you know, we're not really trying to prove anybody wrong. We're really just trying to prove ourselves right. So we expect to win, and we expect to win big.
The expectation is winning. And by the way, give Jalen Rayner a follow. I mean, this is apparently the guy to follow on social media.
Yeah, go follow me, man.
Guys, thanks so much. We really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, guys.
We'll come back and finish up our Iowa State preview after this. A lot of change in Ames, but the winning could stay the same. Leger Douzable, Pete Souza. Vibe check on Iowa State, the Cyclones. Just leaving the couch for Jalen Rayner, and Aiden Flora. I felt pretty good around those guys.
I do for sure. They're true football guys. I think that's the thing, talking to Aiden and Jalen, they love the game of football. And Jimmy Rogers, you could tell, when he went to get players to bring to his team, he wanted to get guys that love football, and both of those guys do.
Who's your MVP for this team?
So I went back and forth. I almost picked Jalen, right? That kind of would have been low-hanging fruit. I'm going to go Cam Petaway, the transfer from Bowling Green. They're going to run a pro-style offense and Coach Rowe's offense. I think he could be a big key to that offense having success. At Bowling Green, he kind of split carries with a couple other backs. He was really good out of the backfield. One of the most electrifying kickoff returners in the nation as well, so he'll help in that aspect. I'm going to go Cam Petaway.
Iowa State's one of the only teams in the conference I could see going 4-8 or 8-4.
Yeah.
If they're going to go 8-4, what's a must-win game?
To me, it's the Cincinnati game at home. I think they have to win that game, looking at their schedule, because they have a tough schedule right in the middle in October. But if they're able to get that Cincinnati game, things could go well in Ames.
Take me inside that tough stretch.
When you look at it, at BYU October 10th, then they do get a bye. Then they have at Arizona and then Oklahoma State at home. I think that is the toughest schedule for them for sure.
Jimmy Rogers, coming off a season at Washington State, obviously impressed enough to get this job at Iowa State. Yeah, what do you think they finish at?
I think they finished at 6-6, just like he did last year at Washington State. Let's not forget, 80 new players at Washington State, and he was still able to keep it together to make them bowl eligible. This is a guy that wins everywhere he's been. Now, again, he's been mostly at South Dakota State, Washington State for 1 year, and now he comes to Ames. I believe they become bowl eligible and go 6-6.
See, I have him at 4-8, but I want to change it now. But this whole thing, it's like a whole matrix now. It will throw it all off. But I'm telling you, I'm going to be pulling for these guys.
No, for sure, without a doubt. I love everything, the makeup of Jimmy Rogers and how he's a football guy and how it seems like the players on this team truly love football.
And something I can guarantee you, if it's not this year, it won't be long.
It won't be long at all.
Iowa State is on a mission. For Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. We cannot wait for week 1. Until then, see you later. Kansas will have new blood under center. We're just not quite sure who it's going to be yet. We do know they'll have a new prolific running back. Dylan Edwards comes over from Kansas State. He is Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. Time for our Kansas football preview in 2026. Let's get to that battle at quarterback.
Man.
What are your expectations for who we see starting quarterback this year?
It's a three-man race. Cole Ballard, who's been in the program for a few years, Isaiah Marshall, who's been in the program for a few years, and then the Rice transfer, Chase Jenkins, who's a very mobile quarterback, was very efficient in that spread option offense at Rice last year. So the interesting thing is they all have a similar skill set when it comes to their athletic ability. And the big question is, with Jim Zimbrowski being the offensive coordinator and then Andy Kolenicki coming back over, what do they want to be? Because Jalen Daniels had been there for so long, and he was a mobile quarterback, but they kind of worked on his footwork and his throwing ability over the last couple of years. So are they going to be more tailored to be a heavy run offense, or are they going to try to spread it out, and being unique like they've been in past years and throw the ball around the yard?
Let me ask you a question, and this is like, you can totally shut me down on this if you want. But Jalen Daniels obviously was so special.
Correct.
Do you think there's, for Lance Leipold, like maybe, okay, we got a fresh start now. We have a different look almost. Like we get to move forward with a completely new chapter at quarterback.
I mean, if I was him, I would probably pray that they gave him another year to play college football. I mean, Jalen Daniels was so special at Kansas. So I guarantee if he was able to play another year, Lance Leipold would have let him back with open arms. But to your point, there's going to be some new blood under center, and it's an exciting time because you just don't know who's going to be the quarterback. So they have to figure that out throughout, spring practice, off season, as they get ready to go into fall camp. Who is going to be the leader under center? That's the biggest question for the Jayhawks right now.
Now, and another thing you don't really know about is what's Dylan Edwards going to play like?
Yeah.
He's one of the more exciting backs in the country when he's at his best.
And that's the point, when he's at his best. Is he truly healthy? That's the biggest question. He dealt with so many injuries last year at Kansas State, starting with their first game overseas. And then we saw him a little bit in the game that we called versus Baylor in Kansas State. And then we really didn't see him after that. So where is he at health-wise? Because he is one of the more dynamic players in the country if he's healthy and on the field.
Now, they go overseas. They play in the Union Jack Classic against Arizona State. You've taken a trip overseas to play an opponent in the NFL when you were with the Jets. You played in London against the Dolphins. What does it take for a player and a team to make that trip over there and then go back and then do it all, trying to play it the best you can?
Yeah, and I was blessed to have some good insight on this because we did it in week 4, kind of like Arizona State and Kansas is doing. They're doing it in week 3 of the season, so they'll have 2 games. Then they'll travel over to London to play this game, and they have to come back and play the rest of their schedule. So, again, if you can adapt to the time zone as quick as possible, get your body adapted to it. And there's so many methods. When I went, we went Thursday after practice. So we landed Friday morning. We were Friday morning in London, stayed up, practiced there. We were deathly tired on that Friday, but by Saturday when we woke up, we were adjusted to the time. So it'll be interesting to see what Lance Leipold does, because I'm sure he's asking different coaches that have traveled over to London, like, what's the best method to get the best out of your team when it's game time?
Yeah, we talked to Kenny Dillingham yesterday. He said they're going to leave right after Texas A&M, their game before. Talk to me a little bit about the Kansas defense now.
Yeah, Casey McDonald is the defensive coordinator. Trey Lathan comes back. We'll be able to talk to him a little bit later. He led that defense last year. There is some turnover on that side of the ball, but anytime you have a linebacker that is comfortable, second year in this defense, it helps infuse confidence in everybody else. He'll be able to get everybody lined up. Really like what Casey McDonald is doing out there in Lawrence, Kansas.
And they got a beautiful stadium in Lawrence, Kansas. You had a first-hand look at that yourself last year. How nice is it?
It's really nice, man. The suites that they put in are out of this world in this historic stadium, obviously, but it's kind of given a facelift, right? They put some makeup on the stadium, and it looks really good when you look at some of the suites there. So excited for that project to continue out there.
Yeah, it's continuing this year. We'll be wrapped up soon. We are wrapped up now. He's Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. We are coming back with Lance Leipold, head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks. An influx of talent and a clean slate for the Kansas Jayhawks. Here is the man that's going to oversee the effort, Lance Leipold. Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, thank you so much for joining us today, Coach.
Well, it's great to be with you. It's that time of year now where we get a chance to get excited about this season.
I'm excited about your suit. That looks phenomenal. You tell us your wife is over there. She picked it out for you.
Yeah, she picked it out as we went out. We we went shopping. It was going to be one of those, we're not buying a suit today, and of course we left buying a suit.
It looks perfect, and a lot of people can relate.
Coach, Andy Kolenicki's back with you guys. Was that a no-brainer for you when he was available?
Absolutely. You know, Andy and I had been together 11 years. You know, I knew we had talked. He's looking for, just to see something different again. And one really good season there at Penn State, and obviously things didn't go their way. We had spent his wife and my wife are good friends. They came down to our place in Florida. We spent time together last summer, kind of talked about things, never about reconnecting, but as it came, it just made the reconnection conversation start to take place. He had many opportunities, but again, as he looked at it for his future and what he wants to do for his family, as we progressed through the conversations, it worked out to be a
Now,
great
will it be
change.
like a collaborative effort with him and Jim Zabrowski with calling the offense, or will Jim still call the offense?
Andy's going to call the offense, okay? And again, and Jim and Andy had worked together, at Buffalo as well as our first couple years at Kansas. So, and Jim handled it as well as anybody I've ever seen handle it. He understood the reason. He loves being at Kansas. His biggest thing was, do I still get to coach quarterbacks? And that's what he wanted to do. Andy and Jim talked it out a little bit before Andy officially accepted coming back, and we understood. We have Matt Lubick also in the room, has coordinating experience. And again, Andy knows what he wants to get done. He does take a lot of input, but yeah, it's going to be Andy's
Everybody wants to know, who are these coaches going to be talking to? Who's going to be the head coach? That's, as we get closer to the season, that is the conversation that a lot of folks are curious about. Any insight you can give us there?
Well, I will say now, I wonder how many questions there are till we get to the quarterback position, right?
That question's going to get asked.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not doing my job.
I think you guys got about 4 in, so you're doing
We
well.
waited a little bit.
You kind of eased it, in, right? But no, I don't. The thing I know this I can say emphatically is that I have confidence in both those guys. They're excellent quarterbacks. They're great leaders. They're well respected in the locker room. And they both have certain skills that are going to allow us to do things. Whoever can show that most consistently through fall camp will be named the starter in time. Now, does that mean there still will be an opportunity that both guys will play in games? Yes. Andy Kolenicki's creativeness of what he likes to do offensively and using all talent available, I very much see that those guys are going to both be used as we move forward.
The interesting thing is that you bring in Dylan Edwards, who is one of the most electrifying players in college football when healthy. What have you seen with him throughout spring and the offseason? Is he 100% healthy now, Coach?
Yeah, he went through spring. Again, it took a little bit to get fully healthy from things, but you hit the nail on the head. He is dynamic, and you can see flashes when he's going about, what type of big play impact that he can have in an offense and what he can add to our program. And he's been a great addition. Very willing to line up in different spots, do different things. And we haven't had a player with that type of explosiveness in our program since we've been here.
You guys have an amazing opportunity to represent Kansas and the Big 12 on a global stage in the Union Jack Classic. That comes a little bit into the season. So it comes with a lot of management on your end. How has that experience gone for you so far?
Yeah, it's been great. I don't know if the word risk is right, playing a game overseas in week 3 is, a lot of people look at you like you're crazy, but, we had talked about international play and trying to be involved in one of those games when this opportunity came. I'm still a firm believer of student-athlete experience. Much like Commissioner Yormark, I do believe that this is something that is going to continue to grow. It's going to be, and if we're at the beginning of this and the cutting edge of it, I think it's going to be a great experience. Yeah, is there going to be a lot to juggle? Yes. One thing that we were able to do is, our second game of the year against Missouri, which will be a rival game, got moved to Friday. So there's a little bit something there that we have to go through. Coming back, we do get an open week. I think that, Kansas State and Iowa State went over to Ireland last year, but they played immediately when they got back. And hopefully there's some things there. There's a lot to juggle. There's a lot of things that will be there, and you got to work through it. But I do think it's an exciting experience, not only for the University of Kansas, but the Big 12 Conference.
Well, Coach, you know I'm a defensive lineman, so we got to talk some defense. DK McDonald, obviously the defensive coordinator. Trey Lathan, second year in the defense. Also, Blake Harrell comes back. Just talk about those two guys specifically, trying to get all the new transfers in to be on one accord on DK McDonald's defense.
Yeah, you know, DK's going into his second year's coordinator. I complete faith in DK. Grew a lot as we tried to modify, change scheme a little bit, playing more with 3 down linemen a little bit more, playing a little more with a nickel back at times, all those different things. But you know, we've added a lot of new guys, but we've worked really hard on getting better at communicating and understanding and seeing things. We didn't communicate real well.
I remember we talked about that last year. Yeah.
You know, if you see something, you got to say something. You got to speak with confidence. You got to understand and see it to make sure. And he says, you know, if everybody's on the same page, whether it's the right page or not at the moment, you still got a chance to be successful. But when half the guys are thinking this and this because you're not quite sure and we're not communicating, that's where sometimes you run into problems. You know, Trey's a very talented player. We've pushed him more to be a more vocal leader. He's accepted that. He's become a guy that's one of our first guys in the building, working with guys, doing things. He's done great. Blake, he's just a grinder.
I love his game.
There's a guy that was a high school tight end and did some things, put on about 40, 50 pounds since he's been at KU. You know, there's a lot of weeks that, you know, he does minimal things during the week because we're just trying to get that body back for Saturday. But he's always there for us, very steady. Leroy Harris on the outside had a breakthrough year. Was actually a guy we brought in the portal late in the second portal window and thought we were going to redshirt. Put on 25, 30 pounds in the summer immediately and really prospered and gives us that big body on the edge that we need.
You mentioned breaking through. If you guys were able to break through, because let's face it, the Big 12 is a conference where every year there's a team or two that comes out of nowhere, and sometimes they end up playing in North Texas in December.
Right.
What would that mean for the Jayhawks in your football program if you could pull that off?
Well, first of all, I think you hit a good point. And one of the things that, you know, a lot of times in this portal, when we always talk about, you know, maybe a Dylan Edwards or somebody that's more on the higher end. Every school that's here these 2 days probably have some unknown players that have been added that are going to really make them better football teams. And for us to have a chance to come back and maybe be like we were in that 22-3 season where maybe people don't, you know, see us in the mix enough. I think we have a chance to be one of those teams that if we can get on a roll and play well and come together, we have a chance to be one of those.
Lance Leipold, he finds the talent we just might find his Jayhawks back here in North Texas in December. We'll talk to some of those Jayhawks after this break. A lot of excitement in Lawrence right now. Kansas football on the rise. We got 2 guys to talk with us about it right now. Cam Pickett, Trey Lathan. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate you for having us.
Thanks for having us. Of course. Now, this is the time of year where everybody's 0-0, right?
Yes,
the
sir.
optimism is maybe as high as it will get. Let's start with you, Cam. How has this team taken a step forward this offseason?
It's been good, man. We find a lot of ways to, you know, emphasize finishing games. We focus a lot on playing a full 60 minutes of football. You know, I feel like that's what we've been lacking in the last couple of seasons. And, you know, we know what it takes to win, and it's just time to go do it.
Trey, second year in this defense, DK McDonald's defense. I was talking to Coach Leipold earlier, and he said they tasked you to be a little bit more vocal.
Yes, sir.
Take a bigger leadership role. How's that been for you?
It's been really good. You know, it's been tough. You know, some days, you know, because a lot of it's just relationship based. You know, just being able to hold a guy accountable. You know, thinking about messing up your relationship, but at the end of the day, when you got something common, you know, a goal like, you know, winning the Big 12 championship, that's something you're gonna have to sacrifice some days. So it's definitely been tough, but you know, it's been a blessing.
Yeah, Cam, you guys have been right there in so many games that have gone the wrong way. This is over the course of the past 2 years. How have you guys worked on changing that, turning that around and winning those close games? Because if you do, I mean, you don't want to say woulda, coulda, shoulda, but the past 2 seasons, you guys have had good football teams.
Yes,
so if you can change that and win those close games, it'll be so exciting. What have you done to correct that?
Like I said, just finding ways to make us focus when we're tired. So we find ways and, you know, practice, conditioning to make the most important part the end. And so that way when we're tired, that's when we need to lock in the most, and because that's what we've been lacking during the season.
Cam, with Emmanuel Henderson moving on to the NFL, it looks like there's going to be a bigger role for you in this offense. How have you approached this offseason, knowing that there's going to be a bigger role for you and whatever quarterback you guys decide as a starting quarterback, that he can depend on you?
You know, I always felt like I carried myself like a pro.
but it's going to be, even more emphasized now that I'll be having an even bigger role. But really just trying to make the game as easy as possible for our quarterbacks. We have a new quarterback finally back there throwing the ball around, so really just getting open, making it easy for them, being where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there, and helping the other receivers do the same thing.
Both of you guys look like $1 million, by the way. I mean, you
Thank
look
you.
very good. Trey, for you and your game to look even better this coming season, is there one particular thing you tried to improve on in the offseason?
Yes, sir. Definitely block destruction. Being able to get off blocks. Being a threat in the run game. I feel like that's something that that we lacked. Across the board last year, and our defense just getting off blocks. So definitely getting off blocks. Helping my teammates. Work on their hands and stuff like that, so we could be threats.
Kim, I want to talk about a player you guys brought in. Dylan Edwards is a guy that's very dynamic on that side of the ball. What have you seen from him throughout spring and the offseason? Let you know he's going to be a pivotal piece of your offense.
Man, exactly what you said. He's a very dynamic player. He's very elusive, very fast. He can line up anywhere on the field and make a difference. And so I feel like, he'll make it that much easier for us as an offense, and it'll complement me as well.
Yeah.
We'll be able to work off each other and make it really hard for defenses to stop us.
Yeah, Cam, you played in all 12 games last year. You were really effective in all of them as well. What about you? Because we talked about conditioning. But where do you get that motor from and that drive in an era where, people miss time? Doesn't seem like you do.
Yeah, just we talk about being relentless, and that's like a really true thing in our program. I take pride in that. No matter how you're feeling, if you feel 100% and 50%, if I'm capable, if I'm able to go out on the field, I'm gonna go play. And just taking things seriously, like conditioning, because it really matters in the games. Receivers, you're running up and down the field the whole game. You got to be able to run just as fast in the fourth quarter as you did in the first quarter.
Trey, you guys are in a unique situation because you get to play in a Union Jack Classic in London in the middle of the season. How is preparation for that being? And then just talk about, I don't know if you ever been to London or no?
Yeah,
you have?
Yeah.
Just talk about your excitement to be
shot,
able
huh?
to
You've been to London before.
to push football and push the game forward over there.
It's been a thing that we talked about constantly. We probably talk about it once a week. But it's football at the end of the day, and we're gonna prepare for that game like any other game. We're gonna come out, practice, practice hard, study hard, and we're just excited to show the British, like football, it means a lot, to us Americans. So,
Is there a guy, Trey, on the team who you saw make great progress in the spring and even into the offseason where you're like, man, not a lot of people are talking about him now, but in October, they're going to be saying his name?
Definitely a guy on offense named Amir Herring. He's one of our hard workers, and he's a guy who plays the football the right way, and he plays nasty. Guy that, he's a hard guy to go up against, definitely in practice and stuff like that, because he try to finish you no matter what. But yeah, definitely Amir Herring.
I know it's a business trip when you guys go to London. And Trey, you say you've been there before. What is something that you feel like you have to do when you go over to London in your downtime?
Definitely just go out into the city and just try fish and chips. A lot of guys haven't traveled internationally, and that's their big thing. So fish and chips.
That's his thing. That's what he's
Fish and
saying.
chips. What about you, Kev?
Yeah, definitely the fish and chips for me too. But I want to go to Buckingham Palace.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at this, the king. I like it. I like it a lot. Let me ask you guys one last question. If you can get back to North Texas in December to play for the Big 12 title game, what would that do for you guys and for the Kansas program? Let's start with you, Trey.
It definitely, just elevate us all, being able to get put on that spotlight. A lot of us, playing something bigger than ourselves. So definitely, put ourselves on the map, but also University of Kansas, let people know that Kansas football is back.
Yeah, like he said, for University of Kansas, expectations for our program have gone a lot higher over the past couple of years, and just showing people that, that we're there. And for me personally, playing college football, you always want to play on the biggest stage possible. And to be able to get a chance to go do that and go win something meaningful, it'll mean a lot for me.
Kansas football is back. Maybe they'll be back here in North Texas for the Big 12 championship game. For Leger Douzable, Pete Souza, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
We'll be back to wrap up our Kansas preview after this. Kansas is coming off of back-to-back 5-win seasons, but it feels like they just might turn the corner this year. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, as we wrap up our Kansas preview. Vibe check, let's start with that. We just had two of the Jayhawks on the couch. What did you feel overall?
Yeah, I love the energy coming from the Jayhawks. Trey Latham, we talked to Kim, Pickett as well. Both of those guys are veteran leaders on this team. I think the big question mark for them is who's going to be under center? And when you talk about vibes, that's why it's a little eerie right now because we just don't know who's going to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, they both were all about business, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they really were. If you had to pick an MVP for this team, who would it be?
Nick McMillan, he comes over from Buffalo. He's an explosive receiver, and Andy Kolenicki is taking over the offensive play calling again for the Kansas Jayhawks. Very inventive guy. He'll be able to use Nick McMillan's speed down the field. I'm going to go Nick McMillan.
By the way, you broke that news today. You asked Lance Leipold who was calling the plays, and he told you. That's news.
It is news, and that's why I asked it.
Yeah, that was
because
a good question.
I was doing my research. I didn't see it, and I saw Jim Zabrowski was doing a lot of interviews, but they hadn't clarified who was going to be running the offense.
Yeah, that's a great question. All right, let's get to a must-win game.
To me, the must-win game is two, Baylor and UCF. If this team has bowl aspirations, I think they got to get both of those games to become bowl eligibles. Those are two massive games for the Kansas Jayhawks, UCF and Baylor game.
Win the winnable games, right?
Correct.
All right, toughest stretch for them.
Without a doubt, when you look at this schedule early in the season, they have the rival game versus Mizzou on Friday. Then they got to go across the pond to play Arizona State. And they have a little break after that, but then they get at Utah, at Kansas State. That's a tough stretch for the Kansas Jayhawks.
What if there's a game on the schedule you could circle as a fan to watch? What is it?
To me, the game to watch for sure is that Arizona State game in London. You have an opportunity to go across the pond, play a conference opponent, push football forward in London, and do it and get a conference win. So the Arizona State game, going across the seas, whatever team is business-like-minded will most likely come away with that win.
All right, the moment of truth. Where does Leger Douzable have Kansas finishing?
So you said the last 2 years, 5-7.
Yeah.
I have them finishing 5-7 again this year and just missing out on going to a bowl game. I think too many question marks when you look at the quarterback competition and who's going to be the quarterback.
Yeah, the questions around quarterback are a concern. I have him at 6-6, but same as you. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen under center.
Yep.
This is a big opportunity for Kansas, too, as you think about the erection of that stadium and how they're continuing to put the finishing touches on it. So reason to be optimistic for this season, but when you look at the schedule, it's a tough one.
It's a very tough schedule, especially in the middle. Again, having to go overseas and then coming back to play at Utah, at Kansas State is really tough.
For Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. We will see you week 1, Kansas football 2026. Colin Klein is back home. Avery Johnson is a bad man. And Joe Jackson is coming off a 900-yard rushing season. A new era for Kansas State, but a lot to be excited about. He's Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. You got to start with Colin Klein. He is back home after a short stint as offensive coordinator at Texas A&M. What does this mean for Kansas State?
It means everything. This is a place that gave so much to Colin Klein. This is a guy that was the quarterback of the Wildcats when he was in college. So you know it means something to him. The success of the team, the success of Manhattan means a lot to Colin Klein.
When you think about his relationship with Avery Johnson and how Avery Johnson flourished under Colin Klein when the two were together at Kansas State, what do you expect this to do, particularly for Avery Johnson?
I can't wait to ask Colin Klein about their relationship because when you look at it, Colin Klein, the way he played the game reminds me of Avery Johnson. Or Avery Johnson, the way he plays reminds me of Colin Klein. Let me put some respect on Colin Klein's name. They're both mobile quarterbacks, can put the ball where it needs to be. And you talked about a development when he was a younger player in the system when Colin Klein was the offensive coordinator. Now he's back with his guy, and I can't wait to see the dynamic of how many times he decides to use Avery Johnson in the run game. Because I thought, like, at times last year, they didn't use his mobility enough. And that's a big part of Colin Klein's offense.
Yeah, Colin Klein, for those who may not remember or just may not know, was a Heisman Trophy candidate and led Kansas State to some of their best years in football under Bill Snyder. So there's just such connective tissue there. Some connective tissue in the running game. Joe Jackson is back, and I mentioned off the top, 900 yards. You and I called Kansas State Baylor last year. And you mentioned to me before this, that's really where he found his footing, Joe Jackson.
That's literally where he started to take off, come into his own, and take over that lead back role. And Colin Klein's offense is predicated off the run game, so Joe Jackson's going to have a major factor in that. Also, Rodney Fields comes over. I think that's going to be a nice 1-2 punch. Now, Joe Jackson will be the lead back, but Rodney Fields gives you some extra oomph out of the backfield on third down. It looks like that could potentially be his role early, and then maybe get some carries to spell Joe Jackson when he needs it.
Big transfer coming in from Missouri, and a relationship there with Avery Johnson, of course, talking about Josh Manning.
Such a cool story because Josh Manning and Avery Johnson took their recruiting visit together at Kansas State. Now, Josh Manning decided to go to Mizzou, but now he's back with the quarterback in Manhattan, Kansas, so that's really cool. Isaiah Williams comes over from Texas A&M, was with Colin Klein at Texas A&M, so he knows the offense as well. So some synergy there in that receiver room.
New defensive coordinator Joe Klanderman goes over to Baylor.
Yep.
Jordan Peterson comes with Colin Klein from Texas A&M. Insight there.
Yeah, I love that he's bringing somebody over that he's very familiar with. And when you're talking about the defense of Kansas State, you got to talk about the edge guys. Wendell Gregory and Elijah Hill.
He loves this Wendell
Gregory has a chance to be the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He was already the Big 12 Freshman Defensive Player of the Year. So explosive out of his stance. And I don't want to date myself, but he kind of reminds me of a slinky. The way he's able to just spring out of his stance and maneuver through blockers and create havoc in the backfield. 12 tackles for loss last year, and he had 3 sacks. I actually called his week 1 game versus UT Martin where he had 3 sacks. Pete, it was in the first half he had 3 sacks in that game, which tied a record in the Big 12 for freshman edge players in sacks with Alden Smith. So very explosive. Elijah Hill is another player that can really get after the quarterback as well.
I really feel like this is a year where Kansas State, because they're never off the map for that long. And last year was a disappointing season, but a lot of high expectations around this team. What's a reasonable success? What does success look like?
To me, if they can muddle around like the 8-4 range, I think that's highly successful, especially for Colin Klein's first year coming back into the program. Now, you talked about it, there are high expectations because Colin Klein is coming back, and he has synergy with Avery Johnson. You get Joe Jackson back. We talked about their additions on the defensive side of the ball. So a lot of people are expecting them to be that team that's always muddling around the top of the Big 12. So to me, if they're muddling around 8-4, I think that's a real successful season for Kansas State.
There's so much joy around Manhattan that Colin Klein is back. I called Kansas State versus Seton Hall basketball game December 5th. That was the day they introduced Colin Klein at halftime, back as head coach. If you wanted to rob a bank in Manhattan, Kansas, that would have been the time. Everybody in that town was there, yeah. And as you know, Kansas State basketball wasn't that great last year. They are ready for Colin Klein, and we're ready for him too. He's coming back to chat with us after the break. A familiar face back at Kansas State. A lot of expectations, a lot of excitement around this guy right here, Colin Klein. Coach, thanks so much for spending some time with us. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. Want to start off the top. I mentioned this earlier in the show. I called the basketball game for ESPN where you were introduced at halftime. Really? Yeah, in December. And I said earlier, if somebody wanted to rob a bank in Manhattan, Kansas, that would have been the time because the whole city was there. Yeah. For you to come back, how does it feel to re-engage there, this time as the head coach?
Definitely surreal on some level, but it's home, right? It's family, and so honored to be a part of something bigger than just football. And I think Coach Snyder for a very, very long time, Coach Kleiman for the last 7 years, our program has been so much more than just winning football games, of impacting young men for the rest of their life, impacting our university, our community, and doing things the right way. And so having that instilled in me as a player and a place that's obviously very special to me, being able to carry that forward, can't put it into words.
Coach, we obviously have to talk about Avery Johnson. You recruited him when you were at Kansas State originally. Just talk about the relationship you guys have built over the years and how good it feels to be able to be back with him running your offense.
Well, we're really close, and that started obviously long time ago through the recruiting process. Yep. He's got unbelievable traits, and I don't mean physically. Everyone sees how fast he is and how much arm talent and spin rate and all this, but he is so steady. He's so competitive. One of the more studious quarterbacks, even at a young age, than I'd been around. And so we're football junkies. We're competitive. So it's a great fit. And so being able to work together and kind of pick up where we left off the last 6 months, it's been a lot of fun. And I think one thing that I've tried to do as a coach is everything we do and everything I do offensively is through that player lens. And so it's not my offense, it's not these plays, it's okay, hey, this is our quarterback.
Yeah.
How do we build this thing around him to maximize his God-given ability, his makeup, his preference, to then ultimately make us as efficient, as effective as we can. And so we're having a lot of fun doing that.
If there was one big jump that he's made in that gap year between you guys or time between you guys being together, what was it? Anything jump out at you?
I think experience and processing power. As a young player, you don't know what you don't know, right? And so I think now having 2 more years of starting experience, there's a lot more perspective, there's a lot more depth to his understanding of what we're trying to do. And so that's been really good to kind of pick up and see his development the last couple of years.
Coaching your offense, you guys run the pill. I know it was massive to get Joe Jackson back with you guys this year, but just talk about some of the other running backs that you brought in, Jay Harris, Rodney Fields, and their roles in your offense.
Yeah, I think it's really good to be able to have a couple really good tailbacks. I think we've got a good balance of Jay Harris is a really, really big cat, right? So Joe is very, very versatile, has a good, well-rounded skill set. You got a big back. Rodney's a very, very slasher type style. So you got kind of a little bit of a mix of different skill sets to complement each other, and also competition, right? And we're going to play the guys that earn the carries, right? And so I think that's a really, really good thing for the room. We do a lot schematically running the football, have for a long time. That puts a lot of pressure on people. That allows you to throw the ball and have a large number of explosive plays. That goes hand in hand. So I'm excited about how that group has worked together through the spring.
Coach Peterson comes over from Texas A&M like you, and if anybody knows anything about Texas A&M defense, it's built up front of the defensive line. You guys got 2 game wreckers through the portal, Wendell Gregory and Elijah Hill. Just talk about those additions on your defense.
Well, we joke, Coach Peterson, he's a DB guy, and I'm a quarterback guy, and we joke that the best coverage he can call is a good pass rush.
No question. No question.
That gets everything covered up as good as you can. Yeah. So I think both those guys on the edge, I think you mix in Travis Bates, Jordan Allen, I think there's some pieces in there that are going to allow us to be able to put pressure on quarterbacks and disrupt offensive timing.
Bill Snyder, iconic. Where can people expect to see his mentality and football acumen shine through in this year's Kansas State team?
Well, I think, he laid the foundation for my football journey, right? And it started as a player, coached for him for 2 years. I think the disciplined toughness, I think, has been a staple in our program for a very, very long time. That's who I am, it's who we are, and I think our ability to take that to the next level, even in this world of college football, I think gives you a tremendous edge.
Now, Coach, I find myself having to ask you this question because I don't know if you've ever had this talk with Avery. Have you told him that you're a better athlete than him?
Because I know that ain't true.
You know it ain't true, Coach? I'll coach. You used to run the pill now.
No, I didn't run 23 miles an hour.
I feel you on that.
So there's a difference. I wouldn't have had to carry it. See, the thing is, I wasn't fast enough. If I was faster, I wouldn't have had to carry it so much because I would have been able to get it in there faster.
Yeah, well, to double down on that, right, you've been in his shoes. You've worn the uniform. Is there any advice you've tried to give to Avery as he gets prepared for his senior year?
I think the biggest thing that we've talked about, and I think it's important, especially, when you're a dual threat quarterback, is you have to be in attack mode from the jump. And it doesn't matter if it's a pass play that's called, what is the defense giving me? How do I take advantage of it and then attack? Hey, what pass scheme am I in? What is the defense giving me? How do I attack? And I think then that lets you take what they give you with your skill set and not, oh, hey, I'm got to protect myself, or hey, I got to throw it. No. What are they giving me? How do I move this football? And then be in attack mode from the jump. Avery's an elite competitor. I'm excited to watch him do that.
Competing at the top of the Big 12 is something you know a lot about. To get back here in December and to play for a Big 12 title game, what would that mean for the program and for you at Kansas State?
Well, that's a long way off. I want to see us play the kind of football that we're capable of playing. I want us to be able to build the process in place that gets us there, whether it's year one, whether it's year two, year three, that doesn't matter, right? And I want our guys to earn the right that every time we step on the field, we believe we're going to win, we've earned and prepared hard enough to win, and then now we got to go do it. And if we do that, then yeah, we'll be in a pretty nice building in December.
Colin Klein, he is officially the Cat Daddy. We'll talk to some of the Wildcat players after this. Colin Klein is back in Kansas State. We just talked to the head coach, Avery Johnson, and Joe Jackson now join us on a star-studded broadcast previewing the Wildcats, Leger Douzable, Pete Souza. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time. Avery, let's start with you. I got to ask, and I'm sure you've answered this question a lot leading up to the season, what's the number one thing that Colin Klein brings to your game by coming back and overseeing the offense?
I think just instinct. And I think I played with just instinct and in the pocket, taking off whenever I felt like I should, and was just playing kind of free my freshman year. And I don't want to say consequenceless football because that's not a good word for any quarterback, but I definitely would say just playing free. And I think Coach Klein allows me to play to my strengths and allows me to just play off instincts and athleticism and just go out and make plays, and then we'll worry about the rest after that.
Joe, we were just talking off camera. We called the game versus Baylor last year. That was kind of like your coming out party. What kept you motivated and ready that when you got your opportunity, you weren't going to relinquish it?
My running back coach last year, even though it's not just him, I feel like it was something I've done my whole life because it's something I've kind of had to go through my whole life was work to get to where I want to get. So I just feel like it always come down to always preparing to be the guy. You never know what's going to happen in a football game. Anything can change at any given second. And if you do get that opportunity and you're not prepared for it, that'll probably be something you regret for the rest of your life. So I always kind of made sure I prepared to make sure I'm good to go whenever my name will get called. And when my name got called, I was always ready to go.
Joe, I want to go back to the game versus Utah last year. First of all, what did you eat for breakfast that day? And when did you know in the beginning of the game that like this could be my day where I could put up record numbers, because that's essentially what you did, 293 rushing yards, the most in a single game in Kansas State history. What was going through your mind as that game progressed and you felt like you were just in your rhythm and you couldn't be stopped?
I eat the same thing for breakfast all the time. So I feel like that didn't change. But I feel like as we went on, I kind of had the confidence. I feel like us as an offense, we had the confidence well before we got off the bus to walk into the stadium. We kind of worked on our run game so much weeks before, and I just feel like coming back in every day, week by week, continue to work on our run game, and then that week specifically, I feel like that week specifically, our practice was pretty much so just inside run and just heavy run, like we're going to make it work, we're going to force it to work. So going into that week, by the time we got to Utah, I feel like us as an offense collectively knew we were going to establish a good run game this game, and we knew that as an offense, establishing a good run game early was going to give us the best chance to win that game, and that's what happened. And as we went along, guys gained confidence, and it just kind of kept going up.
You have to be excited with Colin Klein coming over because there's a heavy emphasis on the run game, and he does things schematically to open up the run game. What has it been like transitioning to his offense, knowing that you're going to be such a focal point in this offense?
It hasn't been a big transition because it's always been the same type of offense, just like words change. He brings a couple different ways of doing some schemes to the table. Yeah. But for me, it's definitely exciting knowing I have a kind of play caller who's going to get me the ball, put me in the right positions to make plays, to better help the team, get me out in space more, get me more catches out of the backfield, and just show my little versatility a little more. I feel like that's something that really excites me. And like you say, Kansas State has always been known. I have a tradition for running the football, and he's going to very much enforce that a lot. So that's something that excites me a lot.
All right, last question for both you guys, and we appreciate the insight you've provided. If you have an opportunity to get back here to North Texas and play in the Big 12 championship, and this question is for both of you, what would that mean for Kansas State football? Joe, let's start with you.
That'll be everything that you can ever ask for as Kansas State football, is to get back to that point. And I feel like for us, guys that came in the 23 class, coming off of a year that they just left from down here in Arlington, and that was a year we could have had a chance to get back to that, and it didn't happen. And then the following year, same thing. The following year, same thing. So we have like a huge chip on our shoulder right now because we know that we can be there. We know we can play there. We know we can go there and dominate it, but we always came up short. So just us getting back, being able to get back down there, it'll mean so much to us. And that's why we chose to come back here once the season ended last year. And we knew what kind of coach was getting back coming here. That is what got us to come back to Kansas State, is to complete the mission. And that's something I told Coach Klein as soon as he called me the first time.
Yeah, I think for me it just means a lot because there's a lot of doubt around Kansas State football right now. I mean, we bring in a whole new coaching staff. We bring in pretty much half of a new offense, pretty much a whole new defense. There's a lot of doubt around Coach Klein because it's his first year as a head coach. And I just think we're kind of just like sliding under the radar right now, sliding under the radar. Not a lot of people believe in the talent and the coaches that we have on our staff. And Coach Klein says it all the time, like, it's fine, we'll fly under the radar, but eventually people are going to have to give us our respect. And I think, which is when I announced that I was coming back last year, which is crazy in college sports that you have to announce that you're staying at a place. But I put on there that there's unfinished business. And when I committed to K-State out of high school, I wanted to win a Big 12 championship, and that's still, I haven't checked that off the list for me. And I'm super excited that Coach Klein is back and is the one calling the plays. But I think it'll mean a lot to us in the building and a lot to our fan base to show, like, hey, we're still here. We haven't went anywhere. Yeah, we had a down year, but that doesn't define who we are and our commitment to this university. And I think it would bring a lot of joy to the city of Manhattan.
Avery, Joe, you brought a lot of joy to us today. Thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it and wish you best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're coming back to wrap up our Kansas State preview after this.
From the 35, Martin empties the backfield. Avery Johnson is going to take off. Johnson with that great speed. Another big run for Kansas State. There he goes. Johnson inside the 10. Finally shoved out of bounds.
The offensive line does a great job of getting up to the linebacker. And Avery Johnson, he is just too fast. If he gets out in open space, he's going to make you pay.
Wow. 58 more yards on the...
Kansas State could be on the comeback. They got a new head coach, an exciting roster, and a schedule that's really manageable. Leger Douzable, Taylor McCarg, as we wrap things up. I'm Pete Souza. Taylor, let's talk right now. If the season were to end today, or let's say the season had ended, jump in the time machine, who's going to be the MVP?
For me, it's Avery Johnson, and I think this is, it wasn't long ago we were talking about him as the most highly touted quarterback that Kansas State had ever had. All of a sudden now he's a veteran, a third season as a starter, and I think for Kansas State to achieve the goals that they have, the aspirations for this season, he's got to play well, and he's got to play better in crunch time than he did a year ago. I expect that out of him, a lot of confidence from him when he was here with us over the last couple days, and I expect him to play well, and for that reason I have him as my MVP.
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to give you two names.
All right.
Joe Jackson, the running back, really came on after that Baylor game earlier in the year. Had a 293-yard rushing game versus Utah late in the season. If you know anything about Colin Kahn's offense, run emphasis is going to be heavy in their game plan. So I'm going to go him. And then Wendell Gregory, coming over from Oklahoma State, right, was Defensive Freshman of the Year in the Big 12. I think he's going to have a major role in that defense and really get after quarterbacks.
Let's talk about a must-win game.
TCU in the month of November. Kansas State is blessed with a fairly reasonable schedule. They don't play Texas Tech, BYU, or Utah like you alluded to. Late in the year, conference game, a potential slip-up moment. By that point of the season, if Kansas State's playing well, you're talking about them competing for the Big 12 championship. They would have to win that game at TCU in all likelihood. So for that one, for me, I think that may be the most important game on the schedule.
I'm going to go at home versus Arizona because if they do win that game, what you talked about, Taylor, they could be dark horses for the Big 12 championship game. So being able to get the other Wildcats to come in to Manhattan, they're able to get that game at home. It'll be monumental for Kansas State.
You're a busy man in the fall, so are you. But let me start with you. If you could carve out time to watch one Kansas State game this year, what would it be?
At Arizona State, I think that's a massive game. That's a tough game to travel all the way out there to the West Coast. If they're able to get that game done. We talked about them winning that game at home versus Arizona. They can win that game on the road versus Arizona State. What it will do for the morale of this team, especially with a first-time coaching staff coming in.
I'm going to go back to Leger's game with Arizona, because you think about the matchup of Avery Johnson, Noah Fafita in Manhattan, Kansas. I mean, that is marquee.
For sure.
You have to watch that game. I think it's going to be unbelievable drama. But again, you got a handful of matchups for Kansas State this year that I think are going to be really entertaining.
All right, let's wrap this up. What is your final record for Kansas State, and where are they as far as the postseason is concerned?
I got them at 9-3, and I have them just on the outside looking in. But I do think this is a season, first year for Colin Klein, where you feel that turnaround a little bit for Kansas State. You'll see improved Kansas State, but I don't think they're quite in the Big 12 championship.
I have them going 8-4. The interesting thing is when you look at their schedule, Taylor, they could start 6-0, which will put them in the hunt for the Big 12 championship game. Again, a tough schedule down the stretch. I think they're going to drop a couple at the end, but I have them going 8-4.
Avery Johnson said they look to dish out punishment this year. These guys believe that'll be the case. For Taylor McCargan, Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Thank you so much for watching our Kansas State preview. Welcome to the Star in Frisco, Texas, where we are talking about one of the most alluring stories in college football, Eric Morris and Oklahoma State. They've got electricity at running back and at quarterback, and they've got high expectations around college football. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. We got to start with Eric Morris's quarterback coming over from North Texas. He brought the cavalry with him.
He did.
And Drew Mestemaker is going to be the guy at the controls. What are reasonable expectations for him in his first year in the Big 12?
I mean, it's crazy to even put expectations on this kid, Pete, because when you look at it, Drew Mestemaker led all of college football in pass yards as a redshirt freshman last year in this Eric Morris-led offense. The guy has no fear. He plays with no fear. And talking to Eric Morris throughout the season last year, he explained to me that Drew Mestemaker was probably the toughest guy on his team. And it's rare that you hear a quarterback's name brought up when you're talking about the toughest guy on this team. Short memory, I go back to that USF game where he had multiple turnovers, 3 interceptions, but he kept firing away. You go to the conference championship game versus Tulane, had a couple turnovers, kept firing away, and was able to bring his team, North Texas, back. So this was probably the biggest get in the portal. Obviously, he has a relationship with Eric Morris from their time at North Texas, but Drew Mestemaker, you talked about expectations. It's hard to put expectations on this kid because who would have thought a redshirt freshman would lead the entire nation in pass yards last year?
Well, and he's got an amazing relationship, obviously, with his head coach, Eric Morris, which is where I want to go next with you. Just how special is Eric Morris as far as innovation offensively? All of his quarterbacks seem to reach another level.
He's kind of like the quarterback whisperer. You hear Kevin O'Connell's name brought up like that in the NFL. Well, you can say the same thing for Eric Morris, Cam Ward, Patrick Mahomes, and now Drew Mestemaker. He just figures out how to get the best out of each one of his quarterbacks, and it's because he puts them in advantageous situations. He understands what defenses are trying to do, and he knows how to attack them. So if you're a quarterback and you want to develop, Eric Morris is your guy.
One guy who is developed, or at least so far he is, it seems, Caleb Hawkins.
Oh, my goodness.
#1 running back in the transfer portal. He joins up with these guys once again, both of them coming over from North Texas, he and Mestemaker. What's his impact like on the ground?
The funny thing is, Pete, I called a few North Texas games last year, and I said in the intro, Caleb Hawkins is only a freshman by classification. Because when you saw his game, he didn't remind you of a freshman. He's well put together, about 6 foot, 210 pounds, and the offense kind of flowed through him. I know people talk about Drew Mestemaker, and this would be a question I'll ask Eric Morris when he's here today, the evolution of the air raid. Going back to the days of Mike Leach, they never wanted to run the ball, but Eric Morris told me he felt like he had to run the football. And with Caleb Hawkins in the backfield, it's easy to turn around and just hand the football off to that guy because he's going to get you 4 yards in a cloud of dust. And he also growed and developed throughout the season where he became one of the best pass-catching backs in all of football. So getting that pairing with him to come over to Oklahoma State is going to bode well for the Cowboys.
And these are two guys with not just chips on their shoulders like the Rock of Gibraltar, right? Mestemaker has no
Correct.
scholarship offers or a 0-star out of high school, and then Caleb Hawkins just had 3 scholarship offers out of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and here they are starring. We mentioned the word starring. A lot of comparisons being made to North Texas and Eric Morris and the work that Curt Cignetti, the magic really, that he has pulled off in Bloomington and Indiana. Are those fair comparisons, or are they an overreach?
I would say it's not fair comparison. Now, Kurt Signetti did something at Indiana his first year I don't think anybody thought they could do. So if you're Oklahoma State, obviously that should be your goal, right? Because there's so much continuity coming over, just like it was for Indiana. Half that team was from JMU, so they had played together, right? They had built that program up. So there's continuity coming into the season. Same thing could be said for Oklahoma State, especially on the offensive side, and we'll get to the defensive side as well. Skylar Cassidy coming over was massive for Eric Morris, but if you're Oklahoma State, that should be the goal, but I would say pump your brakes, right? Again, what we saw from Indiana, that's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, and if you like innovation, stay right here because Eric Morris, the king of offensive innovation, who learned about it under Mike Leach, is coming up next here. One of the most intriguing stories in college football is sitting right there. Eric Morris, head coach of Oklahoma State. Coach Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, thank you so much for joining us. I got to ask you off the top, Drew Mestemaker makes his first start in the First Responders Bowl in January of 2025. Did you know then that you were going to have what you have now from this guy who hadn't started a game up until that First Responders Bowl since freshman football?
No, he'd just never done it live. He was so remarkable in practice, and I think, he won the backup job his true freshman year coming in, as a freshman walk-on. And so non-scholarship kid, didn't start in high school, and he moved his way up the depth chart in the first 3 weeks there. And he was so good anytime we went live, but, he'd never done it with the pressure on him. And so, I remember sitting at bowl practices. We'd hired Skylar Cassidy, our new defensive coordinator, and after practice 2 or 3, he was like, "Coach, this kid's remarkable." And I was like, "I know, but it'd be nice to know that in the game, at some point." Yeah. And so the first third down of the game, though, he was sitting in the pocket, got to his third read, linebackers blitzing. He took one in the chops and delivered a phenomenal play on a dig across the middle. And so I said in the headset, I said, "All right, boys, we got us one here." And so from that day on, he's continuing to grow and get better. And the crazy part, he's only played 15 games, in his whole entire career, including high school. And so I think he still has so much room for improvement.
Emo, that's the perfect segue because I remember talking to you last year, and you told me that Drew Mestemaker was probably the toughest kid on your team. And it's rare that you hear that when you talk about the quarterback position. I go back to that USF game, and he has 3 interceptions, but he doesn't blink. Same thing with the Tulane game in the conference championship. Never blinks and still continues to fight and give you guys a chance. With all the extra attention, how has he been with handling all that?
I'll tell you this, he went to the Manning Passing Academy a couple weeks ago. I got so many text messages from colleagues, not about how talented he is, but they did say that in there, but just how humble he is, how great of a human being, how easy he is to be around, how awesome he is at interacting with the other players that were there. And so I think that's what excites me the most is Drew has stayed grounded through this whole entire time. Drew's been told no pretty much, his whole career, and I think that he's had so much confidence breathed into him, from me, from his position coach Sean Brophy, and so super excited to see him perform at the next level, and he's excited to show people what he can do.
Another guy who has been told no, Caleb Hawkins, but unfortunately for opposing defenses, he had them saying "oh no" last year. One of the best backs out of the portal. You take him with you from North Texas to Oklahoma State. What can folks anticipate and expect to see from him this year?
Yeah, another cool story just because the kid, he only had one offer as well, and that was us from a small town in Oklahoma. So he grew up, and he's been an Oklahoma State fan his whole entire life. And so to see a dream come true, to watch him walk into Boone Pickens on his recruiting visit, him and his mom and his dad, and they're crying. And so Caleb's a guy, he didn't even play for us the first 3 games. We put him in at the end of the game. We were beating Washington State pretty bad, and so we gave Caleb the last drive. I handed the ball to him 8 straight times. He broke 7 tackles, and we went down and scored a touchdown at the end of the game. And then after that drive, all the coaches in the film room were like, guys, we got to get this kid on the field. Nobody can tackle him, right? And so the next week we played Army, broke out for I think 5 touchdowns that game, and then ended up I think leading the nation in rushing touchdowns last year. So a 3-sport athlete in high school, so really never had an off season. And so really, this has been his first off season, going through an off season football program. He's put on 22 pounds. He looks phenomenal. He's gotten bigger, faster, stronger. He'll be a year better in our system, and so really excited, to watch opposing guys try to tackle him this year.
Coach, I want to talk about the run game because I remember speaking with you. Obviously, you come from the air raid background with Coach Leach, and Coach Leach never wanted to run the ball. He used to kid about that all the time, but you're like, I feel like I have to run the ball. The funny thing is, everybody always talks about how explosive your offense is, but I feel like over the last 2 years, you've been one of the better rushing attacks. So just talk about the evolution of your offense integrating that run game consistently in it.
Yeah, I just think it develops a sense of toughness on your football team, and I think when you practice that way, it's going to make your run defense better, was something we struggled with in the past. And so for us to go through, we're doing, 2 inside periods there in practice nowadays. I mean, with a bunch of tight ends out
You
there.
love that.
You know I love that. You love that.
Mike Leach would not like. He would say I'm wasting time. I need some 7-on-7 skelly reps out there, and so yeah. I mean, I think for me and still calling the plays, like it's fun for me to go back in the off season and really study how people are efficiently running the football. And when I got my first head job and going to Incarnate Word, I was tired of being the top offense in the nation and never winning a conference championship. So I went back and studied what people were doing different that were winning championships. And it was about 70, 80 yards of rushing a game, and they were committed to doing it. And they'd still pass the ball and have fun offenses, explosive, throw the ball down the field, which we still do. But I think it develops a sense of toughness on your whole entire football team.
Coach, I believe you brought over 17 players from North Texas, and I know as a head coach, you got to be strategic in who you bring over. How can those 17 players help you kind of instill the culture you want at Oklahoma State?
Yeah, I think that's something that's been so unique for me is because, there's so many new people in our building at Oklahoma State, and the question is, hey, how are you going to bring all these people together and create a culture and make them want to play for each other? And we actually call ourselves the Misfits. That's our nickname for ourselves because that's where we are. We're a bunch of misfits from all over the country, from different programs, Division II, FCS. We got people that are coming from bad situations at big programs that didn't have the role they wanted. We have kids coming from the best seasons of their life where now they have more resources and more money and more all these different things, right? And so I think me trying to really pull all this together and have everybody on the same page by the time we get ready to go to Tulsa on a bus here in a couple months is something that'll be super important. And building relationships has been big for us throughout the course of this spring. A lot of intentional time, nothing flashy, a bunch of time sitting at breakfast tables together, breaking bread, learning about one another, and learning each other's stories. And so, that's one thing I love doing is figuring out what motivates these kids. And you can't do that without spending time with them.
I wish we had more time, but I got to ask you one more question. If the Misfits can make magic happen, what would it be like for you to play in a Big 12 title game here in North Texas?
Yeah, I think just being from Texas and my family, majority of my family living here, majority of my coaching has been done in this state. Obviously a proud, my dad was a Texas high school football coach, for years and years. And so, playing it at Jerry's World is something that, is something I've always dreamt about. And it's something that Oklahoma State, they've been able to get to that, right? And they've been able to play in that championship numerous times. And so, I think I'm excited to set Stillwater back on fire and give these fans what they deserve.
Yeah, Stillwater is excited, and this is the reason why. Eric Morris, thank you for your time.
Appreciate you.
This is the guy who runs the show. We'll introduce you to some of the guys who make it go after this. Some serious football talk this offseason in Stillwater. A lot of excitement. 2 big reasons why. Drew Mestemaker, Caleb Hawkins, thank you so much for joining us. Pete Souza with Leger Douzable. I got to start with you, Drew. I mean, shoe game for both of you guys is elite, but is there a story behind those snakeskin cowboy boots?
Not really. I just, my old ones were pretty disgusting. So I was like, I gotta get me some that I'll put to use and that'll look nice and I'll wear for a long time.
Mission accomplished.
Yep.
Drew, could you have imagined where you are now? Because 2 years ago, you're a walk-on, right? You finally get your opportunity in the bowl game, then you become the conference player of the year. And going back to high school, you lose a quarterback battle and you have to play safety and become a punter as well. And now you're one of the better quarterbacks in the country. Just talk about this whirlwind and how it's been for you.
Yeah, it's been wild. It's you know, it's definitely like I'm forever grateful for Coach Morris taking a chance on me because honestly, I felt like I always had the skill and the ability to be in this position, but I really just needed a coach to take a chance on me. So, you know, I feel like I am grateful for Coach Morris of giving me that opportunity, and I'm also, you know, very surprised it happened this fast, honestly. I did not expect it all to happen this fast.
Speaking of fast, Caleb Hawkins, your year last year was one for the record books, and you were the #1 running back coming out of the transfer portal. The expectations are high around you guys this year, and so is the excitement from the fan base in Stillwater. How are you feeling about this fresh start for you and a new opportunity?
I don't think there's any other word other than excited. I mean, it's a great experience to be here. I mean, Stillwater is it was always for me. I mean, I've always wanted to go there. I mean, it was a dream growing up. I was a big OSU fan, you know, raised in Oklahoma. But yeah, piggyback off him. I mean, I'm forever grateful for Coach Morris and my position coach, Coach Cobbs. I mean, they're the ones that took a chance on me to get at the Division I level.
I got a question for both of you guys. Obviously, you guys were under-recruited, but once you got your opportunity, you took full advantage of it. With your name being so circulated in the media, how do you keep yourself grounded and just keep the main thing the main thing?
Yeah, I think we learned that pretty fast last year once North Texas started winning games and started becoming, you know, on the national media stage, and you just kind of got to separate what's in the facility from what's outside the facility. You know, it's obviously great to hear those things, but, you know, your coaches and the people who are inside the facility see you every day and really see what is the final product before it happens. And so I think really separating those two things, and then obviously the media is not going to talk about you if you don't perform. So knowing you got to go out and perform at the end of the day too.
I would say for me, the way I stay grounded is pretty simple. I mean, I pray and dive into my Bible every day. I think that knowing that it's bigger than football is a big thing for me. So, you know, because at the end of the day, football's not forever thing. So, you know, that's the only way I can keep myself grounded.
You are a man of great faith. I've read that. I've heard you say it. I also know you were a great hooper in high school in Shawnee, Oklahoma. When did you know it was time to make the switch, though, from basketball to football?
Like right when sophomore football season started, I kind of figured that I was a little bit better than I thought I was, and I was a little less good at basketball than I thought I was going to be. So, you know, and my dad was a hooper in college and stuff like that, so he really like drove me to try to play basketball. So, but he was very forgiving on letting me switch over.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Drew, as you transition over to Oklahoma State, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Coach Morris brought about 19 players from North Texas. So there's a lot of continuity with you guys, which I would assume helps when you're trying to build that culture. How has bringing over the right players, the right 19 players, helped integrate it with the new players there to try to build the culture you want at Oklahoma State?
Yeah, it's definitely been very helpful to have guys who kind of know how he operates and know how the offense is ran. You know, Caleb's a young guy, but was teaching the running backs all about the offense and things to look for. And, you know, one of the quarterbacks that we got, Grant Jordan from UMass and Yale, like, has played a lot of football, but never in an offense like this. So it's good for me to teach him about our offense, and he teaches me football, just about different looks and everything. So having guys that have done it, and Morris's offense is good, but also we have a bunch of guys that have played a lot of snaps of football just everywhere. So it's good to have that mix on our team.
One last question for you guys. You have an opportunity to author one of the best stories in college football history, and part of that story could end here in North Texas, playing in Jerry World for the Big 12 championship. Caleb, what would that mean to you and to Oklahoma State? I mean, you're an Oklahoma guy. To put Oklahoma State back in the title game and possibly win it.
I mean, that would absolutely mean the world to me. I mean, the childhood in me is like screaming with excitement every time you talk about being in Stillwater, you know. So to even have the opportunity to play in the Big 12 championship is surreal.
Yeah, to have an opportunity to talk to you guys is pretty awesome as well. Caleb, Drew, thank you guys so much, and we wish you the best of luck this season.
Thank you. Sir, thank y'all.
Cowboys, we're coming back with more after this. Well, the optimism around Oklahoma State is undeniable. Just having a chance to talk to Drew Mestemaker and Caleb Hawkins, the expectations are high, and you can feel exactly why they are. Who is your MVP for this team?
I mean, I could go low-hanging fruit and say Drew Mestemaker, right? And that would make a lot of sense because he's under center. But I'm going to go Caleb Hawkins. Just sitting here and talking to Emo, as we call him, the way he's evolutionized the air raid and how they've been a little bit more run-centric the last couple of years. And we saw it from Caleb Hawkins last year, right? Led the American Conference in rushing yard, led the entire nation in rushing touchdowns. I'm going to go Caleb Hawkins as my MVP for Oklahoma State.
All right, I like Drew Mestemaker, but that is some low-hanging fruit. That's my guy. I'm going with Mestemaker.
Yeah.
How about a must-win game for Oklahoma State when we start to get into the schedule?
When I look at the schedule, there's 2 games I could have chose, but I went with Colorado. And I just think if this team, who only had 1 win last year, if they want to be a bowl-eligible team, which I think they will be, they have to beat Colorado at home. I think that's a must-win game for them.
When you talk about a one game where I think they have to win, I like the Tulsa game.
That was the other game I was potentially going to choose.
Yeah, because if they win that Tulsa game, all of a sudden you've got Oregon coming in the following week. That place will be bananas for the first time in a while. They will really have something to cheer for.
Correct.
How about toughest stretch?
To me, it's got to be the beginning of November. When you look at their schedule, at Kansas State, Texas Tech, and then you have at Arizona State. That is a gauntlet in the Big 12. So we'll learn a lot about Eric Morris's team in November, and that's where you want to be playing your best at the end of November, trying to jockey your way into potentially a spot in the not the CFP, but the Big 12 championship game. That's when you know about your team in November.
You and I both have Oregon as the game to watch. You are the expert, the NFL alum. What do you think makes that the game to watch?
Oregon's defense versus Oklahoma State's offense. That is going to be the must-watch matchup because Eric Morris, no matter where he's been, whether it's Washington State, Incarnate Ward, Texas Tech, he's going to have an explosive offense. And if you know anything about Oregon's defense, they're going to have a good defense year in and year out. So to me, that is the pivotal matchup. The Oklahoma State offense versus the Oregon defense. That's going to be must-see TV.
All right, before we get to our records and how we think these teams will ultimately do, I want to implement a little bit of a new segment here. Vibe check. We got to sit here with Oklahoma State's Eric Morris and with Drew Mestemaker and Caleb Hawkins. What did you diagnose from just sitting here with those 2 guys about the program?
There's going to be a lot of energy and good vibes in Stillwater this year. You could just tell, one, there's continuity with Eric Morris bringing over his quarterback and running back, but he also brought, I believe, 17 to 19 players from North Texas. So there's some synergy. So there's guys in the building that know how he runs the program, right? They can bring the other guys around. There's going to be a lot of energy in Stillwater, so the vibes are high right now in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
What do you have them finishing at?
7-5. Last year only winning 1 game. I believe they get to a bowl game this year and go 7-5.
I have them at 5-7.
I'm just playing.
No, I feel like I feel like I should have them higher. It's going to be hard today. After we talk to these guys, you fall in love with them. But a lot of reasons to fall in love with Oklahoma State. For Leger Douzable, I am Pete Souza. We are looking forward to that game against Tulsa.
Man.
It cannot get here fast enough.
Big rival game week 1. It's massive. Remember, Oklahoma State lost that game at home last year.
Looking forward to a big season from the Cowboys. Thank you guys so much for joining us. The 2026 Oklahoma State Cowboys football preview. Nine wins, an Alamo Bowl win over USC. You got a quarterback from Harvard coming over. You got a trip to Ireland. This sounds like a real highbrow operation this year at TCU. Can't wait to get into it. He is Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. It is our Horned Frogs preview. Top of the storyline is Jaden Craig coming over from Harvard. He takes Josh Hoover's job, which Josh obviously went to Indiana. What do you expect from this Ivy League transfer?
This is an experienced quarterback that's the all-time leading passer in Harvard history, which says a lot, right? This guy stayed at one place for his entire career until this year. So if you're Sonny Dykes, you lose your quarterback, you're looking for a guy that has a ton of experience that you know can distribute the football. Jaden Craig is your guy.
And Ryan Fitzpatrick from Harvard, right?
Correct.
That was your quarterback with the Jets.
Yeah.
So it is saying a lot, the fact that kid played so well. Then you play a game overseas in Ireland, and we got to talk about that.
Yeah.
You have played overseas as a member of the Jets, playing at Wembley Stadium. What is that like for a football team to go across the pond and play a regular season game where you got to come back and play more?
So fortunately for them, it's week 0, so it starts off the season. It's a little different. There's a couple other teams in the Big 12 that have to do it in week 3, which is really challenging to try to acclimate your body to the time zone overseas across the pond. And then the travel. Jet lag's a real thing, so I'm sure Sonny Dykes has already been in preparations to get his team ready for that week 0 matchup versus North Carolina across the pond. For me, the biggest thing was adjusting to the time period over there. The quicker you can adjust to the time period over there, the easier it'll be for you when you play and kick off on the game.
One of the innovators offensively in the country was Kendall Briles. He's no longer your offensive coordinator. Gordon Samus comes in. He's going to be calling the plays. How do you expect that to affect TCU's attack?
Former offensive lineman. One thing that TCU didn't do really well was run the football. They only averaged around 130 yards per game, which I believe was 14th in the Big 12. Well, with an offensive lineman as an offensive coordinator, you're going to run the football. That's what he's going to do. But I loved how he evolutionized that offense at UConn because, yes, they ran the ball at UConn, but let's not forget they had Joe Fignano and Skylar Bell as well. So they threw it all over the yard as well. So he'll be real inventive when it comes to the run scheme as well. But Jordan Dwyer, look for him to have a really big impact because he has a similar skill set than Skylar Bell had at UConn. So Gordon Samus is going to move him around to try to get those key matchups to get him the ball in space.
Running the ball and physicality, those are synonymous when you talk about Mr. Payne, right?
Yep.
Jeremy Payne. What do you expect from him this year?
Even bigger year with Gordon Samus as the offensive coordinator. They are going to feed him the rock. Was really effective last year. They also have John Denman as well. And from the School of the Mind, Landon Walker comes in. So look for them to rotate guys, but Jeremy Payne will be that workhorse guy and be the lead back for TCU this year.
Looking forward to chatting with Sonny Dykes, and that's coming up in a little bit. But you look at, in this transfer era, TCU only has a little over 10 guys who have transferred in. What do you make of that?
So I can't wait to talk to Sonny Dykes and ask him his philosophy when it comes to transfer portal versus development throughout the program, right? Getting guys out of high school and developing them. Because I was surprised too when I was doing my research. I was like, about 12 guys in the transfer portal? Like, that's rare in today's college football. So to me, that means he obviously believes in the players that he has and he's developed them well. And he feels like with the players that are currently on the roster, they can make a run of this thing.
TCU's defensive coordinator, I had a game of theirs last year and they got their shirts say takers.
Yeah.
Right, Coach Valos. Like, what do you think about this defense? We know they want to generate turnovers.
Yep.
And they don't give those taker shirt out to just anybody. You got to earn it. What do you expect them to earn this year?
Yeah, a ton of experience coming back up front. We'll actually talk to a few of their guys that are coming on their defensive line. They lost Bud Clark and they lost both of their linebackers. So this will be a team that's kind of ran by its defensive line because all the experience is there. Now, Jamil Johnson in the secondary at safety comes back, led them with 5 interceptions. So there is a taker in the secondary with Jamil Johnson. So look for them to continue to do what they did last year.
When Sonny Dykes talks, you don't want to speak. You want to listen intently. Let's learn about football coming up with the head coach of the TCU Horned Frogs, Sonny Dykes. TCU's toughness has been displayed over the past 2 seasons, 2 straight 9-win seasons. The head coach, Sonny Dykes, joins us now. Coach Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, thank you so much for taking the time as you get started here going through the circuit. First question I want to ask you off the top is about your new quarterback, Jalen Craig. You got to be excited about that.
Yeah, really excited about Jaden. He's a really interesting guy. I mean, obviously a Harvard grad, got an economics degree, I think, from Harvard. My favorite thing about him, honestly, and I think this says a lot about who he is, if he had another year at Harvard, he would have went back to Harvard. You know, he's loyal to his team, loyal to his institution, appreciates the opportunity he had there. You know, in the Ivy Leagues, you get 4 years, and so he had a year of eligibility left, and we were fortunate enough to get him to our place.
Coach, let's talk about another change. You're bringing offensive coordinator Gordon Samus from UConn. Just talk about why you thought he was the right fit for your team.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when you go and you look at us, I mean, we've won 18 games last 2 years, which looks pretty good on paper. We feel like we lost a couple of ball games we shouldn't have, and when we, you do a deep dive, why we're losing these games, and for us it was turning the football over, and so, why do you turn the ball over? There's a million different reasons why. As I saw UConn play on TV about 2 years ago on a Friday night when I was in a hotel room, I saw those guys play, was interested in what they were doing. Kind of started studying them a little bit in the off season last year, and then obviously this past season as well. And the thing they did better than anybody was take care of the football. I think they turned it over 5 times the last 2 years, and we were in our 40s when it came to turnovers. And so, you go back and you look at us and say, well, what kind of team would you have had if you turned it over 5 times instead of 40? Yeah, I think we would have been in the college football playoff last 2 years. And so that's our goal, is to get in the playoff, get back there, try to make a run like we did in 22, and we want to give ourselves the best opportunity to win games.
There's something about talking to Sonny Dykes, and the theme from Youngbloods comes on behind you, right? I feel
That's
like
right.
this is Texas football. Let's go. It's so cool, that story, by the way, about your offensive coordinator. You watch him at UConn, a little bit, and you're kind of onto him, and now here he is. A big part of that offensive attack is going to be more running the football.
No question.
And Jeremy Payne's going to be at the tip of that spear. Talk to us a little bit about your attack and how much it may favor the ground game this year.
Yeah, well, it goes back to what we just talked about. I mean, when you can run the football effectively, you take a lot of heat off your quarterback. And when you take your heat off your quarterback, then, you turn the football over less. And so that's the thing that we felt like we needed to do was, number one, be able to run the football and all that comes with that, minimizing turnovers, controlling the clock, doing all the things. And then, the passing game that comes as a result from that, people loading the box, being able to throw play action, more shots down the field, become a little bit more of a downfield passing team than we have been. And so we're excited about that. I mean, we're committed to running the football. I think we're going to be simplistic enough in our schemes that we're going to be able to make the adjustments we need to in game. I think we're going to know who to block and how we want to do it and be able to make those adjustments as the game changes. And so I'm excited about it. As you said, Jeremy Payne really finished the season strong last year. You go back and look at the Alamo Bowl, the Houston ball game, the Cincinnati game at the end of the year, and he really played well. And I think what we're doing schematically really fits his skill set. And so I look for him to have a big season.
Coach, Jordan Dwyer comes back. A lot of people thought he would fight for potentially going with the NFL. Eric McAllister now gone. Just looking at what Gordon Samus did with Skylar Bell, do you see that same type of role with Dwyer
Yeah, it's
this
funny.
season?
As I started watching their tape, Jordan's skill set reminded me a lot
It's
of
similar,
Skylar.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so. Yeah, and they're both just kind of guys that, you turn the tape on and you go, okay, they're not real big, they're not incredibly fast, but they understand how to play football.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And the guys really understand the game. They know how to get open. They're very detailed in what they do, very efficient, and that's Jordan. I mean, that was him, before we took him as a transfer. He was incredibly productive. He was incredibly productive last year. Had to play a lot of snaps. We really didn't have a lot of backups, and he'll be a lot better this year in the second half of games because we'll be able to rest him a little bit more and play him a little bit more situationally. But I think he'll have a big year. I think he's a really good fit in what we're doing offensively. We have a real diverse set of skill position players, and I like, we can be a 5-wide team, we can be a 3 tight end team.
Well, Coach, it won't be too long till you fuel up the jet and head over to Ireland for the Aer Lingus College Football Classic early in the season, the affair is.
Yeah.
What is it like preparing for that? Things that people maybe wouldn't know about getting a whole team ready to go to Ireland and then come back and stay at the top of your game.
Yeah, there's been that's obviously a year's worth of work. I mean, as soon as we found out this game was a possibility, you got to start working on, passports and doing all the different things that you have to do. And so that's been a process, and I think, luckily we're way ahead of the game from that perspective. If you go back and you look at the history of the teams that have played in that game, typically the team that loses the game has not done very well, and neither team last year did particularly well after the game. And so it's going to be important for us to handle it the right way. We're fortunate we have an open week after that, so we'll play 0 week, have week 1 open, which I think will help us rest up a little bit. But we've put a lot of thought and had a lot of conversations with people that have played in the game. I have experience doing this. When we opened at Cal, when I was coaching at Cal, we opened 1 year in Sydney, Australia, which was a 16-hour flight. So this will be half that. So we've done this before, but you're always trying to build a better mousetrap and trying to talk to as many people that have played in the game and try to figure out maybe what affected their team and when they came back and not make those mistakes.
Coach, I'm always interested to hear coaches' philosophy when it comes to transfer portal versus development in their program.
Yeah.
I believe you only brought in 12 transfer portal players. Just talk about your philosophy when it comes to that.
Yeah, well, I think part of it depends on, kind of how your football program is built. And what I mean by that is, or you have a $45 million payroll. If you do, then it's not hard. You go play the teams you play or look around college football, you select the best players and you go pay them a lot of money. And that's a pretty easy and effective way to recruit. Unfortunately, we're not in that position, and so we've got to do it kind of the old-fashioned way. And so for us, our program is all about, making sure that we do a great job evaluating high school players. We get the right people in the building. We really do a great job developing those guys, and then we try to retain them. And so a vast amount of money that we spend is retaining those players once they start playing and once those guys are productive players. And so, we're not able to go out and spend a ton of money and necessarily get a bunch of five-star high school players, or same thing in the transfer portal. And so for us, our numbers are 25 high school guys a year and 8 to 12 transfers. And that kind of fits what we want to do and how we can do it. And like I said, it just kind of depends on, number one, your philosophy, and number two, your access to the almighty dollar right now, because at the end of the day, look, let's be honest. That has an impact on who you're going to recruit, and it's just the way it is.
Last question for you, Coach. Going to the Big 12 championship game certainly wouldn't be uncharted territory for your program, but what would it mean to be back here in North Texas in December in 2026?
Yeah, we want to get back. As you said earlier, we've had back-to-back 9-win seasons, and we feel like we left a lot of meat on the bone. And it's in college football, it's hard to win 9 games back-to-back, but it's even harder to win 13 like we did in 22. And so, a lot of things got to fall your way. You got to win those one-possession games. You've got to, again, go back to what we talked about, eliminate mistakes. But it would be a big deal for us. We're hungry to get back. We think we're a program that, should be in the mix every year, and it's been a couple of years since we were in the mix, and so we need to get back in it.
Coach, can't thank you enough. If you know about college football, you know Spike Dykes, you know Sonny Dykes, you know football royalty. TCU trying to take the crown again in the Big 12. We'll talk to some of the Horned Frog players after this. Short trip for TCU to get here to Frisco. The question is, can they get back to play the Big 12 championship? Let's find out. Talking to Jamel Johnson and Jaden Craig. So excited for you guys and for this season. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, by the way. Thank you so much for joining us. Jaden, I got to start with you and how you take care of the football. 52 touchdowns to just 14 interceptions over the course of your career at Harvard. Where do you get your awareness and vision from on the football field that allows you to take care of the football?
Yeah, I think it started in high school when, offenses started to get a little bit more, intricate. I had great coaching under Coach Fitzgerald at Seton Hall Prep, and just he drilled me on, just take what the defense gives, and you don't need to force anything when you don't need to force anything. So definitely started there, and then at Harvard with Coach Fine. He's an elite coach. So I feel like I've just had such great coaching throughout my career that has led me to this point. And, it's the same thing at TCU with Coach Samuelson Robbins. And, they're always on me about taking care of the ball. That's the main thing. And, when they're telling you that every day, it's not hard to forget.
Jamel, you were very productive last year, 5 interceptions. You had another safety mate that was very productive next to you, and Bud Clark. Now that he's gone into the NFL, have you taken on like a bigger leadership role? Because there is some new guys in that secondary.
Oh yes, I have to. Thing with Bud was he brought a lot of energy, and it carried on to other players. So what I try to do is bring the same way and speak wisdom to the young guys, and then know that we're very young, but we got a special group. If we stay together and work hard, it's gonna come together. And I try to speak that to him every day and lead in the right way.
He talked about your interceptions. You're right there with tackles too, close to 100 last year. You have a nose for the football. Where does that come from, your ability to diagnose where the ball is going, who has it, and then to make the play?
I think that just comes from me just being
as a young kid, like I always been angry, I always been like itching, like I always been in the right spot. Like no matter where I was at, I always been in the right spot. And just growing up, like since I was a little kid, it's always been football in my house. And I watch it like nothing else. And like just being there and just playing offense when I was young too, it just brought me to the football every time.
Jaden, when you got in the portal, what made TCU the decision for you?
Yeah, I think from the moment I stepped on campus, just feeling that, family-oriented culture. I mean, that's definitely an overused word, but, not many guys hit in the portal. Not many guys were brought in.
Yeah.
Coach Dykes has done such a good job in, fostering that culture, and it was definitely, special. And then just on my visit, when I got in the meeting room with Coach Samus and Robbins and just hearing what they're about and the development that I would get, I knew I had 1 year left and I got to maximize development. And, I feel like it's the perfect place for me.
Man, I thought it was because you wanted to go to Ireland. No?
Nah, I didn't even know that was a thing until I actually moved in here and everything. So that was just the cherry on top.
It is the thing, Jamel. I do want to ask you about that. What was your reaction when you found out you were going to open the season in the Aer Lingus Bowl or the Aer Lingus College Football Classic in Ireland?
It was cool at first until I found out the plane ride.
How long it was gonna be?
Yeah. But like it's always cool to like to get out the country and experience. But we also got to know like what we down there for.
Yeah.
So we got to keep the main thing, and it's cool to enjoy it, but don't lose the vision.
Jaden, you talked about your offensive coordinator Gordon Samus. He comes over from UConn. How can your skill set be highlighted in his offense?
Yeah, I think just the variety of ways that we'll attack defenses. I think just make it easier on the quarterback, just keeping a defense on their heels and just always staying in attack mode. I think is something that, I was able to do at Harvard with that offense there, and just the similarities in both offenses. I felt comfortable right away in the offense. As soon as I got the verbiage and signaling down, it was a pretty seamless transition.
Where did you feel like you improved the most over the course of the spring, right? And since you've been on campus at TCU, because you were really a well-rounded quarterback at Harvard, but we can all get better. Where did you?
I would say consistency in my footwork. That was just one thing that I was hearing a lot, before I entered the portal. And Coach Robbins and Indy and all that stuff has really just hammered home just the importance of, consistency in your footwork and just making sure you're on point with that, because if your feet aren't right, the throw's not going to be right. So I think that's been the biggest change in my game.
So this question is for both of you guys. We brought up you guys going over the pond and playing in Ireland. Have you guys done any research about Ireland? And I know this is a business trip, but I just want to know, have you done any research about Ireland?
Research.
You guys ever been there?
No, I've never been, but I did do that little the snack trial, rating the snacks that they had. They brought some Irish snacks and wasn't a fan.
What'd you think about the snacks? What was your favorite? It wasn't
I didn't have a favorite. Maybe it was just a small sample size. I'll chalk that up.
I do got a question. Like, what do we eat out there?
Fish and chips is big out there. I would say seafood chowder is big. They do a lot of seafood out there. Anything with potatoes, for sure. They do that as well.
They'll have a McDonald's over there. Don't worry.
Those are everywhere.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Jada, about the offense again one more time. I know you talked about how you'll be able to distribute the football in Gordon Samus' offense, but you're also very mobile as well, especially in the red zone. Have you guys talked about using your mobility more in the red zone?
Yeah, I don't really think it's catered to the red zone. I think it's just that element is always going to be there regardless. And just like I said before, so many ways to attack defense and a great run game that'll open it up for me with my legs. Things like that we'll just be able to bounce off each other.
All right, gentlemen, we started the conversation by talking about the Big 12 title game. This question's for both of you. What would it mean to be back here in December with a shot at winning the Big 12 title?
It would mean a lot, man. That's something we work for. We're working for right now. We just got to take it day by day, game by game, and it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's our shared goal. I think we got the pieces, and it's just about going out and doing it. So it would mean everything. But yeah, we got to take it day by day, like JJ said.
Two very big pieces right here. Gentlemen, thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir. Thank you
for sharing the time with us. We look forward to seeing you this year. We'll be back to wrap up our TCU preview after this. TCU has won 9 straight games 2 years in a row. It is the moment of truth. Let's find out exactly how the Horned Frogs are going to do with our 2 experts, Taylor McHargue, Leger Douzable. I am Pete Souza. I am not an expert. All right, McHargue, who's your MVP?
Got to bring your quarterback in. You're bringing in from Harvard, Jaden Craig. You're talking about cleaning up your turnovers from a year ago. This is a guy that protected the ball extremely well at Harvard. I think they expect that along with new offensive coordinator Gordon Samus. If those mesh, I think that's your MVP this season for the Horned Frogs.
Gordon Samus is the reason why I'm picking Jordan Dwyer. When you look at it, Eric McAllister is no longer there in the offense. Jordan Dwyer has a similar skill set to Skylar Bell, who Samus coached at UConn. So I feel like they're going to find a way to get him the ball in space. He's a guy that probably has a little bit more juice than Skylar Bell. So I'm going to go with Jordan Dwyer as my MVP.
How about must-win game?
I'm going to go with Arizona at the start of November. It begins a really difficult stretch for TCU. Back into the schedule, they've got Arizona, Utah, and Texas Tech all in the month of November.
Yep.
You win that road game at Arizona, I think it sets you up with some momentum to carry you through that stretch in November. So I'll go at Arizona. That's a must-win.
Just to dive in for what Taylor's talking about, let me paint a picture for you guys in November. At Arizona, Kansas State, Utah, at Texas Tech. The thing about that is it's in a 20-day stretch. So they have 4 games in 20 days against the top-tier teams in the Big 12. So, again, that's why I said earlier, Arkansas State was a must-win for them.
That's a scary picture you painted, by the way. All right, let's get records. What do you have them at? Are they bowl eligible? Are they going to the college football playoff? What?
You know, I think they're certainly bowl eligible. I think they beat North Carolina in Ireland, and I think they end up going 9-3. And I think a couple of those losses come late in the year. I think this is a team that very similar to the last couple of years. They're going to win. They have a lot of wins on the schedule. They may even in a bowl get to that 10-win season, but I don't think it's enough to get them to the Big 12 championship. I got them at 9-3.
I actually have them going 7-5 because of that stretch in November. That is a gauntlet of a stretch, a new quarterback coming in. We'll see how quick he can acclimate to Gordon Samus' offense. I think they'll be bowl eligible, but 7-5 is where I have the Horned Frogs.
All right, let's fuel up the jet and get over to Ireland. Thank you so much for watching our TCU preview. We'll see you later. Texas Tech is no longer chasing members of the Conference of the Big 12. They're setting the standard. The defending Big 12 champs have lofty expectations this season. He is Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. Time for the 2026 Texas Tech College Football Preview. You got to start under center. Brendan Sorsby, exit stage left. Will Hammond with the opportunity. You and I talked to Joey McGuire last year, and he was overzealous about the fact that I like Will Hammond. This guy, he's on a 2-year deal. We're going to keep him in-house. Don't anybody try to poach him. He gets hurt.
Yeah.
You know, the narrative changes somewhat. What is the drop-off from Sorsby to Hammond, or is there not one at all?
Honestly, I believe there may not be one at all. You got to think Will Hammond's been in this offense his entire career. So Will Hammond's very comfortable running this offense. We saw that they had to turn to him last year. To me, that's the big question mark with Texas Tech going into the season. The health of Will Hammond, because so much is riding on what he can do in this offense.
A lot of noise outside and around the Texas Tech program over the summer. You played in the NFL for the Jets. You know what that's like, that madness. What happens to a team when there's a ton of noise from the outside, whether it's warranted or not, or whatever the legitimacy is? Does it bring you closer together, further apart? What happens?
One or two things. It either brings you closer together or it pulls you apart. And I've learned that adversity sometimes can bring you together because everybody's talking about you throughout the offseason. And only the players in the locker room know exactly what's going on. They know that they're shutting out the outside noise. They know that there's a task at hand. This is a team that went to the Big 12 championship game, that went to the CFP, and on one side of the ball probably felt like they didn't hold up their end of the bargain. So they're locked in on trying to not only get back to the Big 12 championship game, but get to the CFP and not just show up, make some noise in the CFP. So I think adversity can bring a team together.
The defense on full display last year, one of the best, if not the best in the country. You lose a lot of guys to the NFL, but you infuse talent like Trey White and Adam Trick, and you also got some homegrown talent that's sticking around. A lot to look forward to in Lubbock defensively.
Yeah, A.J. Holm comes back to a loaded defensive room, and it's so interesting because last year he was one of the transfer portal guys to come in And you would never know that these guys had played together for the first time last year on the defensive line. It seemed like when you watch tape that they played together for 2 or 3 years. So now that it's his second year in this defensive scheme, he can bring those guys around, the Trey Whites, the Adam Tricks, along on that defense. Having Ben Roberts back is massive. Being able to have enough returning starters that know how things are done in the program was massive for Joey McGuire.
Back to the offense. At running back, this team is beyond competent. What do you expect from that running back room this year in Lubbock?
With Will Hammond coming off the injury, and we don't know what it looks like week 1, week 2, will he start, will he not start? They're gonna lean heavy on their running backs, Jacoby Williams and Cameron Dickey, because that's what smart teams do, right? These were 2 of the best running backs in the Big 12 and in the nation. If you have a quarterback that's coming off an injury, the easiest thing for you to do, turn around, hand the ball off, or throw it to Jacoby, Williams on a screen pass, and he can take it 40, 50, 60 yards. Just dump the ball off to your playmakers, make it easier on the quarterback.
As a former player, and you mentioned that cohesion and chemistry, you don't achieve it overnight.
Yeah.
How special is what Joey McGuire's doing as a leader to somehow get all these guys on the same page?
To be real with you, Pete, it's unheard of. To have that many different personalities, guys that are coming in that are highly touted, to come together for one goal, it shows you the type of culture that Joey McGuire is building. And I can't wait to ask him about that because, again, when you look at that defensive line last year, Lee Hunter, David Bailey, Romello Height, all 3 of those guys win the top 3 rounds. And they had never played together before, but when you turned on tape, it looked like they had played together for 2 or 3 years. So I can't wait to ask him about how he's able to build that culture with so many transfers coming in to buy into their philosophies.
Getting set to talk to Joey McGuire next. Captain Charisma coming right up. His energy is authentic, it's enthusiastic, it is real. He is Joey McGuire with the expectations sky high in Lubbock this year. Coach Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, thank you so much for joining us. Slow off season?
No doubt, man. They're always slow, right? First, thanks for having me, man. It's been an eventful off season, but we're getting closer and closer to playing the game, and man, I can't wait to get back on the field.
Coach, how has your team handled the outside noise and kept the main thing throughout this offseason?
Well, that's one of the things we talk about all the time. Keep the main thing, and then, as you know, man, like you bring a team together through shared success and shared adversity. Shared adversity brings you there a lot faster,
it does.
And it brings you a lot closer. And we've been through a lot of that this offseason. The last few months have been crazy, but without a doubt, it's brought us closer together. Our guys are going to be ready. Very confident team. We got a lot of players back. We added a lot of good players, and so we'll be ready to go.
Your vision is one that has been realized in Texas Tech. It's one of the best stories in college football. And your season last year was prolific. In what way have you guys, because on paper it looks like you got better, but in what way have you seen your team take the biggest step forward this offseason?
I think the biggest thing, though, our improvement, I think, is going to really show up whenever we get on the field in the offensive line. I think that we've got a chance to really take a step. We were better last year than we were the previous years, but I think we have another chance to take a big step, which is huge. That's what we need to do, and it's going to help us. I think we're going to be strong again on defense, but it's going to help us. We lose a quarterback. The quarterback that we have, we need to protect him, and, man, those guys up front are going to help us do that.
Speaking about the quarterback you have, can you give us an update on Will Hammond? I think I read somewhere you said maybe be cleared for football activities around August 21st. There's a chance he could maybe play week 2. What's his health status right now?
Yeah, he's in a good spot. Whenever I made the statement about week 3, it was more about who we're playing week 3 than actually his health. I mean, it was like, look, I need him ready to go week 3 if something had happened in the quarterback room. So for him to be like fully healthy, if you count out the 9 months as far as an ACL, what it is August 21st. He hasn't had any setbacks. He's thrown all our football schools, all the player he led 7-on-7. He's thrown all of those. If you ask him, he's ready to go. We're not going to push it, but I could see him starting week 1. As long as our medical staff and his doctor feel good about it, then we'll feel good about it. If not, Kirk and Lloyd Jones will be ready to go, and then he'll be ready week 2.
Well, if that offensive line you mentioned that has such great chemistry now, if they can't protect him, the running back room probably should as well. You guys are stacked there. How much do you expect to lean on your running attack this year?
Yeah, we'll lean on that room a lot, and no matter who the quarterback is, we'd be stupid not to. Like you have, we're the only team, I believe, in the country that has 2 running backs coming back that both produced 1,300 yards from the line of scrimmage, and then you add in Quentin Joyner, who didn't play last year because of injury, and so we feel really good about that room. Having a stronger offensive line is really going to, I think, make them even better. I think they'll play off of each other. And, no matter what, I mean, we'd be crazy not to lean on those guys.
Coach, I want to talk about your defensive line because you were able to integrate so many new pieces last year, and they still continue to play at a high level. You did similar thing this year. Now AJ comes back. You look for him to kind of be that guy to show the rest of the guys, what Texas Tech football is all about, and this is our culture, and this is how we do things. Because even though last year a lot of those players on D-line only played together 1 year, you would think they played together for like 3 or 4 years.
Man, I'm going to tell you, one of my favorite compliments, now he's a Red Raider, so he's, loves Texas Tech, but he's the defensive line coach at San Francisco, and he said, he told and he's a dude, man.
KK, man, that's my guy,
And Clay McGuire, who's my O-line coach, he played at Texas Tech, and so they know each other really well. And he said, out of all the defenses I've watched in my career in the NFL, you guys played together like as a unit.
Literally.
It was pretty incredible. That's what, man, us not playing well on offense in the playoffs, it takes away, because that defensive game.
Oh, they were dominant in that game.
AJ is huge. Jaden Cofield is another one. He's coming off an injury, but he's been here. We recruited him out of high school in Maynard, Texas. So those 2 guys have been really good about bringing everybody together. But that group's led by Ben Roberts. Ben Roberts and Sheridan Wilson, my 2 captains, they were mid-year freshmen in my very first meeting at Texas Tech. And so they know nothing other than what we do every single day. And so Ben has really brought those guys together. And there's a standard we play at on defense. We were able to take it to a whole nother level last year. And so those guys are starting to understand you got to live up to that standard to get on the field.
Defensively, Adam Trick, right, and Trey White, they bring a lot of excitement there. But offensively, Micah Hudson's a guy who we've all been kind of waiting to see him break out. This could be the year, and when you talk about, a tough offensive outing against Oregon in the college football playoff, I'd imagine that's a guy that could take you to that explosive level.
Yeah, and it's not pressure when I say this, but he needs to, and he knows that. Like one of the things that we were doing when we were going through the portal, and we brought in 3 really good receivers, but part of it was Micah Hudson needs to be Micah Hudson, and it's time for him to be Micah Hudson, meaning that explosive, dynamic playmaker. He had a really good spring, and we're really fortunate. He and Will Hammond are really close. They came in together, and so, they know each other really well. I think that's really important. They'll play off of each other. I'm excited. I think we talked about this on my back porch when he decided to come back. This really could be one of the great success stories in college football when it's all said and done, because he's been through some adversity.
Agreed.
I want to talk about Terrence Carter, because he was a guy that flirted with maybe going to the NFL. I know it had to be massive for you to get him back in the fold. And for Will Hammond, having a tight end that you can rely on in the middle of the field, just talking about him coming back another year and what that would do for Will Hammond.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, he's the most dynamic tight end in the country, highest graded in Pro Football Focus. Yeah, we had 4 guys that Howard Sampson, Terrence Carter, A.J. Holmes, and Bryce Pollock. All 4 get drafted, and they decide to come back to raise their draft stock, which is huge. TC he's a leader. He's really grown in that respect. And you asked the question, like, Will Hammond is fortunate. He's got a great running back room, and he's got a great tight end room. Like, arguably the best running back and tight end rooms in the country because Jet Carpenter, Moose Ludwig, Jason Llewellyn, we have some really good tight ends. But TC, and I've told Will this because our running backs catch the ball out of the backfield really well too. Look, don't put the ball in harm's way. Just find TC or find Jacoby Williams. Find TC, find Cam Dickey. Find TC, Jet, or Q. Find those guys and let us play another play.
Correct.
You know, my good friend Bob Stoops, a couple weeks ago,
It's been really fun to watch this.
we were talking and I said, man, you've been through this before. If you go back, he had let his quarterback go in August, and they still won the Big 12. And I said, man, we're going to have a really good defense. We've got a good O-line, good running backs, and good tight ends. And he goes, well, find a quarterback that doesn't screw it up.
Sounds about right.
It really is. It's like, hey, and I'm not saying manage the game because you've got to, at that position, you've got to go, you know, attack and be the guy you're supposed to be. But we're really fortunate to have the rooms that we have to take some pressure off of him.
Coach, last question for you. You broke through last year, won a Big 12 title, went to the college football playoff. How much would it mean for the program to follow that up with another appearance and Big 12 championship and ultimately another shot at the college football playoff?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And it's not just, I mean, we knew it needed for Texas Tech because we've got to continue to establish ourselves as that we're not going anywhere. But the Big 12 as a whole, we have to step it up as a conference. You know, it's important that we have I think it's important that we have multiple teams in the playoffs, and it's important that, you know, Sonny did it at TCU. You know, they won a playoff game, but it's important that we have multiple teams and that we win in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, you have laid the foundation. Coach McGuire, thank you so much. We appreciate the time.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, the charisma is contagious. We'll talk to some of his players coming up next. Red Raiders on the way. Wreckham has been just exactly that in Lubbock over the past few seasons, particularly last year. And we got two guys on the couch with us right now who balled out in the Big 12 championship game in North Texas. Coy Eakin, Ben Roberts, thank you so much for joining us. Ben, I want to start with you. This year is so exciting and the expectations are sky high in Lubbock right now. Do you sometimes pinch yourself like Lubbock, Texas has become the epicenter of the college football world?
It's kind of awesome. Our first year in Lubbock with Coach McGuire, he said everything runs through Lubbock, and that's happening.
That was one of my favorite statements. Everything runs through Lubbock. Yeah, and he wasn't lying. That's a great point.
Coy, with Reggie and Caleb moving on, and you being in the program as long as you've been in, with the new transfers coming in, how have you taken on a more of a leadership role to bring them into doing things the way you guys do them?
You know, when the culture got built 2 or 3 years ago, there was a certain way we did things, and I feel like that's a major part of why we went so far last year is because everyone bought in. So as soon as we can get those guys in and get bought in as quick as possible, the greater we'll be. So, you know, just kind of leading by example, like always catching jugs, always inviting them to every route session, things like that, making sure they show up, having extra meetings outside of what coach has us do to go over script and things like that for the next day, just so we're on point, you know, just leads into a better offense in the season.
Ben, obviously the college football playoff didn't go the way you would have wanted it to last year. But when you look at greatness all across the landscape of college sports and pro sports, there's always that time where you're tested, that time where you are defeated, and then you get to learn, you get resolve from that. If there was anything you guys learned that you have already seen improve this offseason, what did you learn from that college football playoff experience?
I learned a lot about that defense. I mean, they're really resilient. And I learned that that's the kind of defense that I want to have again. Just guys that play hard and run to the ball. One guy messes up, it's okay because you got 10 other guys making up for that mistake with effort.
Coy, what's it been like trying to build that rapport with Will Hammond? I know he's been injured, hasn't been out, but he's been doing some throwing sessions. But as you guys get ready for this year, how has it been building that rapport with him throughout the offseason?
So from the first day he got to Tech, he's probably one of the hardest worker I've been around. You know, he's always late. staying in the building early to everything in the mornings, things like that. You know, even when he wasn't playing last year, he was going home at 10:30 at night after practice, and everyone else is already home. He's like, well, I got to do film study. I got to act like I'm already a starter so I can be the starter. And so, you know, when he was a freshman, I used to invite him to come watch film after practice with me, and, you know, I already got that relationship built with him, and it kind of just worked out that now he's my quarterback. But, you know, just the extra route sessions. I mean, we throw 6 times a week. Even if we're not going full speed, we're out there still spot catching for him and things like that. And then if he ever wants to do anything like outside of football, you know, just building a relationship, things like that on the outside of football things.
Last year he got his opportunity right before injury, and he excelled, played elite. What is something about his progress as a football player that people don't talk enough about that you've been able to witness, Corey?
The kid is probably one of the most confident people I've been around in his ability to play football. As soon as he gets on the field, like last year when we had to have him when Barron went down, he went in the huddle and everyone's like, he's like, what are y'all looking at, guys? It's time to go score. And we're like, I'm with you, Will. Let's go. You know, and so, you know, just him building off that, and then, you know, he's really progressed in his throwing mechanics and things like that, being super technical in the film study and things like that. Also, you know, when to check things, when to not check, and that's kind of hard to see on the field because it just works. But, you know, that takes time to get to know the offense like that.
Ben, you talked about how resilient your defense was in the college football playoff game. When you look at that defensive line, we were talking to Coach McGuire earlier about this. Even though there were so many transfers to come in, you would think that group played with each other for 2 or 3 years. Well, you guys have a similar situation this year. How have you seen guys like yourself, A.J. Holmes, kind of integrate those guys on defense so you can have that same sustained success on defense like you had last year, even though people are transferring in?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing with those guys last year is they bought in right away. They got to the ball, they understood the mission, and how to accomplish that. And I think these new guys that we've brought in, they understand that mission, and they understand that, hey, the way that we win is with effort, and we're going to be perfect on defense. It doesn't matter. If we're not perfect, we're winning with effort.
Ben, just talk about, because we talked to Coach McGuire about this, there was a lot of outside noise earlier in the offseason. How do you squash that outside noise and keep the main thing as one of the leaders on this team?
That outside noise is outside for a reason. We're inside the building for a reason. We're supposed to be here.
Corey, Ben, thank you so much for your time. I got a feeling we might see these two back here in Arlington in December. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, man.
Stay with us. We got more on the Red Raiders coming up after this. Texas Tech has been one of the biggest stories in college football this offseason. We're here to break it down and wrap up their preview. Leger Douzable, Taylor McHargue. Let's start with your MVP of this season. If you had a crystal ball and you could see the future, who is the MVP for the Red Raiders?
A.J. Holmes, preseason Defensive Player of the Year. I think the success that Texas Tech had last year, obviously led by that defense. Yeah. I think we all agree this defense will lead this team again, and A.J. Holmes, I think if they have a similar caliber season from like they did a year ago, I think he's got to have a big piece of that.
I'm going to go Ben Roberts, the linebacker. Yes, Jacob Rodriguez is no longer there, but Ben Roberts was there last year, and he's one of the best players in this conference as well. So with Jacob Rodriguez leaving and going to the NFL, Ben Roberts will be even more pivotal on that defense that you talked about being so dominant. Give me Ben Roberts, the linebacker, as MVP for Texas Tech.
Must-win game.
At Baylor, Week 11. There aren't many tests on this schedule for Texas Tech. Baylor may end up being better than people think. You get them late in the season in Waco. That's the only game on the schedule that I look at and gives me a little bit of pause. There's one other that Leger may hit on, but I would say Baylor at the end of the year, Week 11.
Like you said earlier, great minds think alike. Because to me, when you look at their schedule, that potentially could be a trap game for them. It's at the end of the season, right before they play around Thanksgiving weekend. They play Baylor on the road in Waco. To me, that's a trap game. So to me, that's a must-win for Texas Tech.
It's interesting to ask you guys this question because we talk about the schedule being manageable for Texas Tech. What is your toughest stretch?
It's towards the end of the season. It's got to be the month of November because you have back-to-back road games in league play. But call out again, Texas Tech has the most favorable schedule in the Big 12 this year. Behind them, Kansas State, Utah, BYU, best odds behind Texas Tech to win the Big 12. They don't play any of them. Right. So it's a favorable schedule. At Cincinnati, potentially a trap game there right in the middle of the season. But in the month of November, back-to-back league games, one of which is at Baylor. I think that's sort of your slippery stretch to end the season.
Exactly. The end of November, when you look at it, November 14th, November 21st, November 26th. That's 3 games in 12 days.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, on the road twice, at Oklahoma State, at Baylor, and then on a Thursday they play TCU. So on a short week, you play TCU. So if any stretch is tough, it's the end of the season just because wear and tear on the body. Playing that many games in only 12 days is going to be tough.
All right, short on time. Fast forward into the final record and playoff bound maybe. What do you got?
12-0. I think in the regular season. I think in the regular season they go unblemished. I think we talked about this earlier. I have them losing to BYU in the Big 12 championship, but I think in the regular season they do not lose.
I think they have a blemish like they did last year and go 11-1, but they get to the Big 12 championship game and they're also CFP contenders.
I got them at 12-0, and I got them pushing into the college football playoff. This could be the year. For Leger Douzable, for Taylor McCarg, I'm Pete Souza. I know you're saying wreck 'em. We are saying bye. Thank you so much for watching this preview. A fresh face leading the program, and also a dynamic quarterback. We're talking about Devin Dampier and the Utah Utes, Morgan Scalley, their new head coach. He's Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. A lot of excitement around the Utes this year.
Yep.
Off the top, the Morgan Scalley, you know, he's in-house,
correct,
right? Promoted to head coach with Kyle Whittingham going to Michigan. How important is that you find a guy from inside?
You love to have somebody that is familiar with the program. This is all he knows is Utah. So if you're Morgan Scalley, this had to be a dream come true. This is a place you spent 19 years of your coaching career, played football there as well. Yes, he was the head coach in waiting, but I felt like it has to be something more when you actually realize I am now the head coach of Utah. Like, it's such an amazing story, man.
It's a dream job for him, and Devin Dampier won't be shy about saying playing quarterback at Utah is a dream job for him. And it was a dream last year for Kyle Whittingham and everybody else that followed the Utes. They were tremendous thanks to Devin Dampier.
Without a doubt, and there's a new offensive coordinator, Kevin McGivens, comes over from Utah State. And he had a quarterback that had a similar skill set in Bryson Barnes as well. So look for Devin Dampier to continue to be mobile in this offense, continue to be a distributor of the football, because again, Kevin McGivens knows how to use a quarterback with his skill set.
Wayshawn Parker, one of the better backs in the Big 12. What do you think about him, and what are reasonable expectations for this young guy?
So I started rubbing my hands, right, because I saw Morgan Scalley have a quote earlier. Everybody's talking about how dynamic this offense can be with Kevin McGivens coming over. He was like, let's not forget our DNA. We're physical in the trenches and we run the ball. And that's because of Wayshawn Parker. He's like a bowling ball. He just bounces off of guys, and he is going to be the focal point of this offense. Yes, Dampier is there, and you also have Ficklin, the freshman quarterback who came in and who was dynamic running the football as well. But the bread and butter is going to be Wayshawn Parker in running the football.
When you talk about Bird Ficklin and his ability to come in and just change the game so quickly, like as an X factor.
Correct.
Where do you expect to see him utilized in that Utes offense?
Similar how he was used last year. And it's tough for defensive coordinators because now you have to put in a whole game plan for Bird Ficklin when he comes into the game. He's so dynamic as a runner of the football. So now you don't only have to prepare for Devin Dampier and his legs. Now you have to prepare for Bird Ficklin and his legs. And sometimes they put them in at the same time. So you don't know if there's a trick pass that potentially could happen. So it's always great to have another player with that type of skill set that you can put into the offense.
All right, let's talk about up front, right? You lose Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu to the NFL.
Correct.
Two of the best offensive linemen in the country last year. How has Utah gone about replacing them, and how do they look up front?
Yeah, I love what Morgan Scalley did because he brought Ute home and Jordan Gross, who I played against in the NFL, one of the best tackles when I was playing in the NFL for the Carolina Panthers. So he's going to be tasked in developing this offensive line. You talked about it. They lost two guys in the first round to the NFL draft. Now it's his job to really infuse this talent up front and also develop this young O-line.
When you look at the totality of this Utah effort, you know, they've been banging on the door.
They have.
And now they're banging on the door in the Big 12. It used to be the Pac-12, and they were the cream of the crop there. What do they need to do to win or to get to a Big 12 championship and possibly punch their ticket to the college football playoff? Like, what's a realistic expectation?
For them, I think like 9-3 is a realistic expectation. They could be dark horses to get in. The bugaboo for them last year was BYU, like they really, and Texas Tech. Those were the two teams that ultimately met in the Big 12 championship game. So when you look at it, if they can get over that hump, they have a real chance to be here in Arlington.
And they got BYU at home this year, and we will talk to Morgan Scalley about that and many other things. We're talking all things Utes when we come back with the head coach. A familiar face is now the face of Utah's football program. Morgan Scalley, thanks so much for joining us. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable. We are getting ready. I mean, the season, this is almost the unofficial start. Are you as excited as we are?
Hey, I tell you what, I was excited to get spring ball going, the whirlwind of becoming the head coach that jumped on me pretty early. I was just excited to get back on the football field. So yes, excited for our product. Our players have bought into the culture. We've got a great staff, and we're just flying under the radar right now.
Coach, I want to dive into that. Yes, you were named the coach in waiting, but now you are officially the head coach of Utah, a place that means so much to you. I know you said it's a surreal moment for you, but just take us through that and your path to being the head coach. What has the last 7 months been like for you?
Oh, it's been nuts. Yeah, Utah has been the only place I've been.
Correct.
Unique in this profession nowadays, but it's not hard to sell Utah. A place that my family was at. My dad played halfback at the University of Utah, so it had always been a dream. I didn't know that I would be the head coach. It had been an aspiration, but fortunately I'm in a position now of immense responsibility, and I don't take that lightly. I know we can win. I know we can win big at the University of Utah, and I know there's a lot of expectations, but we're up for the challenge, and I'm excited for that moment.
Well, your dad played halfback. You played D-back at Utah.
I did. And started out at running back, but I wasn't good enough.
That's what I say. I was a basketball player, then ended up playing football. 2016, you become the defensive coordinator. And the defense this year, there's been some turnover up front.
Right.
And how do you plan on making up for players lost on the defensive side of the football?
It happens every year. You lose guys, and that's the job of a coaching staff, is to recruit, develop, and manage. And every year it seems like you have that question of, you lost so-and-so, who's going to step up? So I'm just excited, as you guys are, to find out who those guys are going to be. We've got a couple here in Lance Holtzclaw and John O'Hall that are not only great football players, they're great leaders. But ultimately, it's, what did you do during the off season? How bad do you want it? Your behavior tells me everything I need to know about who you are and what's important to you. And we've got plenty of guys that can step up. I'm just excited to see who those guys are going to be.
I've talked to people around your program, and they've mentioned how connected you are to these guys, this young group of men that you're leading. Have you enjoyed that, being able to sort of, now it's your program, now you get to have all the conversations? You're the CEO, but you're also somebody who fosters these relationships across the entire roster.
Parents give these guys over to us. I don't take that responsibility lightly. They need to know that we're going to love their young men, that we're going to develop them and challenge them. And I'm so excited for this group of Utes.
Yeah. Coach, you have a new offensive coordinator. Kevin McGivens comes over for Utah State, and Devin Depierre has a unique skill set. Well, McGivens has familiarity because he had Bryson Barnes at Utah State. One, why was he the choice? And then two, how can he highlight Devin's skill set?
Well, Kevin was a guy that I'd gone against him. And so throughout the years, you kind of keep a Rolodex of guys that you respect, that you've gone against, or offenses you've studied that you say, oh, that would cause some issues. Yeah. He was always one of those guys that I was looking at. And then whenever someone thought that I was going to be the head man, they'd bring his name up. He understands it's all about the players. It's not about the plays. And he's been in from 21 personnel offense to a 10 personnel offense. This is a guy that can do a lot, that's been creative, that's been innovative. It was a priority for me taking over. I wanted an offense, number one, that I knew we could recruit to at Utah. You have to be physical. That's one thing as defensive coordinator. If I'm practicing against a spread offense, every single day, it's hard for me to believe that I can get as physical as I need to get. I need to see shifts and motions. I need to see gap scheme. I need to see physical football every single day if I want our guys to be physical. So his offense provided that. His offense also provided continuity and scheme from what Devin and our playmakers already had the year previous. So having him sit down with Devin and Bird and some of our offensive players to show them how he was going to utilize them, but also carry over a lot of what they already had was huge in the retention of our players.
When I say the name Wayshawn Parker, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Man, me sitting in the locker room with him at the bowl game, we tried to get him 1,000 yards, and he didn't get there, and he was so hurt. He is so competitive, and I want that for him. I want him to reach that milestone. He is become a leader in the locker room, a guy that works his tail off. It's always great when your best players are your hardest workers. He has become that.
Coach, I read somewhere you said this year is about the development of the trenches, O-line, D-line. You brought in a guy that I competed against in the NFL, in Jordan Gross, who's a Utah Ute, fierce competitor when he was with the Carolina Panthers. I got some battle stories for you. But just talk about how he's been able to develop this young group that you're talking about, you're excited to see develop.
Well, great coaches are great teachers. And, what's interesting in this profession is if you want to be an attorney, you go to law school. You want to be a doctor, you go to medical school. There's no school for coaches. And so it's interesting. You have to be a great teacher. Jordan is a great teacher. We got recruited, same class of 98. So I came in with Jordan. Okay. He was from Fruitland, Idaho. Long, skinny, big ears. I lifted more weight than he did. And I went on a 2-year church mission to Germany. I came back and the dude was hang cleaning 405 like it was nothing. I'm like, what happened to you? He is relentless in terms of his work ethic, but he's also an unbelievable teacher. Yeah. He loves those young men, and the job that he has done during this off season with Coach Gerke. Alex Gerke was his tackles coach at the University of Utah. He's now assistant O-line coach. Those two, the work they've done with that offensive line, I'm so fired up to see those guys game one.
Coach, what would it mean to you and your program if we could see you back here at AT&T Stadium in December playing in the Big 12 title game?
I'm worried about Idaho right now, brother. It would be awesome, and we're all about shooting for big goals and championships. My biggest goal is that our culture shows up on the field. If our culture shows up on the field, the results will take care of themselves. We plan on winning. We plan on winning big, but ultimately it's the behavior that leads to that.
Looking forward to seeing some of that behavior and some of that great play this year in Salt Lake City and all over the Big 12. Morgan Scalley, everybody, we're coming back talking with some of the Utes after this. Well, Utah is about a mile above sea level, and these dudes right here are sky high. We're excited, and you can feel the good vibes off Wayshawn Parker and Devin Dampier. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We're happy to be here.
Oh, Spider-Man and 7 yards of carry. That's not a bad combo.
That's the combo.
Yeah. Devin, let's start
backfield.
with you, man. You have been special since you left New Mexico and got to Utah. Just a dynamic quarterback. But you didn't come out of high school with like all this fanfare. Where'd you find that gear to excel at Utah like you have?
Man, I'll say it's always been in me growing up, to be honest. I've been doubted, and I've been at the lowest of those, and especially in high school, I've had friends that got so highly recruited, and you see all the college coaches come during the summer, and people get offered, and you're the one walking off with no offer. So it was a humbling experience. It kept that chip on my shoulder, and that's kind of that jump I made from New Mexico to here. Just playing in a different conference, everyone's like, oh, he can't go from G5 to Power 4 and this and that, and I was just like, okay, like, let's go, chip on the shoulder, let's go roll in.
Wayshawn, we were talking to Coach Scalley earlier today, and he said during the bowl game he was sitting next to you and he was trying his darndest to get you 1,000 yards rushing. We talked about it earlier, man. You averaged nearly 7 yards a carry. What are your goals for this year?
To do better than what I did last year. So I know I have high expectations and high things to do to do that again.
Yeah.
But I can hold myself accountable and pull myself together and make that happen, because I know last year I was a little short short of 1,000 yards. I sat there and I shed a couple of tears, but he was right there by my side and talked me through it, which I felt the passion of. He wanted to be, I will love him to the day I die.
Hey, Wayshawn, if you don't think I'm going to ask about that grill, you're crazy. Okay? I mean, that is something else. But really what it says to me is you're a confident young man.
Yes.
And I want to ask you where your confidence shows up in your ball carrying.
It shows up since day one, since I was born. I came out the womb being confident, having that confidence of I always played against older people than me. So if I sit there and I played against them and I was able to do what I was able to do, it built me even more, because to show you, oh, I'm a young cat and I can do what you do, even though you're older than me. So, been since day one.
Keep it going.
They have a new offensive coordinator, Kevin McGivens. He comes over from Utah State. The quarterback he had, Bryson Barnes, has a similar skill set to you. How has that transition been, learning that offense? And then how's that marriage between you and him, making sure that he can highlight your skill set in this offense?
Yeah, you know, that was something I got to talk to him, you know, before I guess you could say I fully committed to being at Utah. I got a chance to talk to the coordinator, and you know, me and Coach McGivens, we had a serious talk, but while we're having, you know, the serious conversation about how we're going to go about the year, there was laughter in that conversation. There was genuine things coming out of that conversation. He asked, you know, how my surgery went and things like that. So I felt that connection from there starting off, and he's made it known to me that, you know, he loves my skill set. He wants me to go out there and feel as comfortable as I want. He wants me to go play Devon football. He trusts that that's what he wants out of this offense, and you know, I'm glad that I have a OC that believes in me in that type of way. So, you know, I love that pressure. I love that trust at the same time. It's a blessing.
You mentioned your surgery. You feeling good though, 100%?
Man, I'm feeling a lot better. I'll tell you that. I'm feeling a lot better. No, going through last year it was something.
Yeah, I do want to ask you. You know, a lot of times people would see how well you played, and there was a lot of talk about, man, like if only you could see him at 100%. What was that like for you to play through those injuries last year and fight through them all season long, and sometimes being the only one that really knew about it?
Yeah. Man, there was the highs and lows. There was games I was going in and, you know, I was trying not to limp during our warm-ups. Like there was games like that, and, you know, there was also games where, you know, I felt solidly good, and then I'd get hit in the second quarter and right where I'm hurt, and then I'm just like, man, and, you know, it kicks in the rest of the game. So, you know, I just hate that I had to limit my play style. I had to limit the normal decisions I would make. So yeah, I'm happy to be, you know, closer to natural, no doubt. Like being myself again, and especially I think last year, you know, being unmobile kind of helped me be a better pocket passer in a way.
Yeah.
So to be able to bring that into what I normally do as a dual threat, I'm pretty excited what's going to happen this year.
Wayshawn, I was talking about Coach McGivens coming over for the offense. I know there was a lot of excitement about how multiple and how explosive you guys can be. And I heard Coach Scalley say, let's not forget what our DNA is. We're physical and we run the football. So when you hear Coach Scalley say that, essentially he's like, let's give the ball to Wayshawn. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel more confidence.
Yeah.
I feel like since my head coach is sitting there saying that and he's recognizing it, it sit there and be like, okay, now it's time to stand up to that standard and show what he's talking about and show them that what we should do and what's going to be going on for the rest of the year.
Yeah, we do a thing like where we show plays that represent the culture.
Yeah.
Wayshawn.
I love that.
Yeah, Wayshawn get that ball in his hands. It's for real.
Yeah. What's it been like for Coach Scalley this year? You know, I've talked to folks around your program, and they say he's really connected to you guys. He's very involved. This is a question for you, Dev. What has that been like as the leader of the team to see that and to be on the other end of it?
Yeah. Well, first, I mean, it starts off with him. He comes out so energetic every day. Like, I couldn't say Scalley's ever had an off day. You know, we have no clue what's going on. We have no clue what's going on back at home. He could have a million things going wrong. We never see it. He never shows that. He lives by the culture every single second we see him. And, you know, that's huge motivation for us to see that our head man doesn't think he's superior to the rest of us. You know, he's living the same journey, same culture we are. it definitely allows us to buy in even harder.
All right, we're short on time, but I got to ask you guys one question because I have a pretty good feeling about it. If you can get back here to North Texas and play in the Big 12 title game and punch through to the college football playoff, what would that mean to you guys, not only as players and people, but for the program? Wayshawn, let's start with you.
For the program, it would mean a lot to show everybody that, one, we don't have to tell somebody to come look at us. We'll show out on the field and tell them, okay, let's watch Utah from now on. But for myself, it's a big dream. I never really paid attention to college when I was little, but growing up, seeing my brother play, it was just a dream come true to be even at the next level. So it would be a blessing to go to that championship.
Yeah, and if you ever talk to Ute fans, they're passionate. You never run into a Ute fan that's not passionate. They're very happy to wear the red and have those Ute logos going out of state and all that. So it's a big thing in Utah just to be able to do that. There's so much more than just us. There's so many alumni and things like that are rooting for us. So just to get there, it'll mean a lot, no doubt.
The idea is greater than, and you guys really give off very good vibes. As I said, we appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back to wrap up our Utah Utes preview. Can the Utes make it to the mountaintop? Let's find out. They are exciting this season. Taylor McCarg, Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Taylor, let's start with you. At the end of the season, when this thing is over with, who are we going to be calling Utah's MVP?
For me, it's Devin Dampier at quarterback. And I think you go back to a year ago, despite having two quarterbacks in the system for Utah, he still made it clear that there was a future for him with Utah. And if they can keep him healthy, that's the only thing that I think getting shots off of him getting down in certain situations where he doesn't need to make too much happen. But for them to go as far as Utah expects to and win this conference and win the Big 12, Devin Dampier's got to be a big part of it, and that's why he's my MVP.
I'm going to go Wayshawn Parker. Just sitting down and talking to Coach Scalley, he doesn't want this team to forget their identity, which means they want to be physical and they want to run the ball. And Wayshawn Parker epitomizes what he wants their DNA to be. So I'm going to go Wayshawn Parker.
Can't go wrong with either of those. All right, how about you? What is your must-win game for the Utes?
I'm going to go early in the season, home against Arkansas. It's an out-of-conference matchup against an SEC opponent, albeit an SEC opponent that should be towards the bottom of the league in the SEC, but I still think it's important for the league. We talk all the time about you're trying to get this to a two-bid league for the Big 12. These are the wins that matter. You can get those wins against the SEC and the Big 10, so I think that's an important one. Week 2 at home for Utah.
I'm going to go at Cincinnati because right after that, they have a tough stretch in the Big 12, and you always look for trap games on a schedule. I think that could be a trap game. If they have aspirations to get here in Arlington, they got to get that game done.
What's their game to watch?
How could it not be the BYU game? They have to come to Salt Lake, a rivalry game, and again, that game has major ramifications for who could be represented in the Big 12 championship game. So without a doubt, it's the rival game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's the most emotional game in this conference. Yeah. Anybody that hasn't seen that game before, watch it. It's unbelievable. Regardless of records, there's so much emotion tied into that rivalry. So BYU, Utah for sure.
Controversial ending the last time that game was in Salt Lake. BYU won it. Okay, what is the final record for Utah? And give me their postseason situation.
I got them at 9-3. I have them losing to BYU. And we talked about, I think BYU ends up in the Big 12 championship. So Utah fans, don't come at me, but I do have them losing that game, and because of that, being on the outside looking into the Big 12 championship.
So I went back and forth, right? I muddled between 9-3, 10-2. From what I saw today, talking to Coach Scalley and those players, I'm going 10-2.
Let's go.
I think they have an outside chance to get into the Big 12 championship game. Now, I'm like you. I think BYU does go on the road and get the win. But I think at Arizona, they're able to maybe pull that one off, and they're going to be a dark horse for the Big 12 championship game.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Watch out for Devin Dampier and watch out for Utes. Pete Souza, Leger Douzable, Taylor McCarg. Thanks for watching. Year 2 of Rich Rod, the sequel in West Virginia. A lot of expectations and reason for that. Cam Cook, one of the best running backs in the country, will be leading an innovative running attack at West Virginia. He's Leger Douzable. I'm Pete Souza. time for your West Virginia Mountaineers preview show for 2026. Leger, I talked about Cam Cook off the top. It's undeniable the spotlight will shine on that young man in this offense this year.
Without a doubt, there's some synergy there because he was with him at Jacksonville State, so he knows what to expect in this zone read option type offense that they want to run at West Virginia. Obviously, Cam Cook will be the focal point of it, and that's why he brought him in to West Virginia this year.
We look at the quarterback position. I had a chance to call West Virginia versus TCU last year, and Scotty Fox really, that was a game where he hung in there, almost led a comeback, and I felt like he turned a corner in that game. What do you feel about his opportunity? Because this will be a quarterback battle for the Mountaineers going into the season.
And when you look at it, the guy he's competing against, Michael Hawkins, there was a lot of news clippings about his name at Oklahoma. A lot of people thought he was going to be the future guy. Ends up transferring, getting into the portal, comes to West Virginia to compete against Scotty Fox Jr. To your point, Billy played in 6 games last year, went 2-4, and he battled throughout those games. Now, there wasn't a lot of cohesion on the offense. They didn't possess the ball a lot on offense. They really struggled on third down to sustain drives, and that's something that he's going to have to grow with going into his second year in this offense.
Talking with Rich Rodriguez last year, it felt like he was back home, but he necessarily didn't have his fingerprints all over that team.
Yeah.
This is different this year. This is a full Rich Rodriguez experience. How do you expect that to impact the Mountaineers' effort?
Yeah, he brings back an old friend, Rick Trickett, the offensive line coach, who's a legend when it comes to developing offensive line, which will help Cam Cook run the ball more effectively as well. So another familiar, friendly face. Pat White is the assistant quarterbacks coach. He brings him in. So it seems like he has more of a handprint on this staff this year. Yes, there's a lot of turnover via the transfer portal, but he's bringing in a lot of familiar faces that he worked with before.
Now, West Virginia's offense was ranked near the bottom in so many categories across college football last year. Is it easier for them to kind of break free of that mentality with all the new players, or is that something they'll actually have to work themselves out of confidence-wise this year?
Yeah, you have to work yourself out of it. Just because you have synergy with players coming in doesn't automatically lead to success right away. They have to gel. Let's not forget Cam Cook was away from Rich Rod last year. There's a few players that haven't been in the program a year or two away from Rich Rod. So we talk about the transfers coming in. Throughout the spring, throughout off-season workouts, as you get prepared for fall camp, that's where you build that cohesiveness, that rapport, that continuity, and you can't take anything for granted. Just because guys have been in the system, it's not like things are just going to click right away. You have to work at it.
When you think of West Virginia, you think about Don Nehlen, right? You think about Rich Rodriguez. You think about old school tough football. Defensively this year, for West Virginia, what has you most excited?
I think Zach Alley coming back as defensive coordinator, and at spurts, that defense actually played pretty well. Now, getting a guy like Jameer Lattimore, who he's with at Jacksonville State, with Zach as well, and he could be like that chess piece on defense where he can play in the slot at corner, he can play on the outside, he can play safety. I think having that guy, that leadership back in that room, pays dividend for West Virginia's defense, because not only does he know the defense, but he's going to be a leader, and I can't wait to talk to him today. We're going to actually be able to speak with him and ask him about that West Virginia defense in a moment.
What are some reasonable expectations for the Mountaineers this year?
Yeah, it's tough. I think they're going to be fighting an uphill battle. So much turnover on that roster. Yes, there's guys coming in that have experience in this offense and defense. I think they're going to be more of the same this year. They have a really tough schedule. Anytime there's a question mark at quarterback, it usually doesn't bode well for a lot of success. So I think it's going to be an uphill battle for the Mountaineers this year.
All right, we'll see. Maybe Pat McAfee has some more money you can throw at those guys, because he certainly has helped that program out. And I know Rich Rod is very appreciative. We're actually going to talk with him coming up next. Rich Rodriguez in the hot seat after this as our West Virginia preview rolls on. West Virginia football is rich with tradition, and Rich Rodriguez is one of the big reasons why. Second year back in Morgantown. Coach, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Leger Douzable. And my first question about West Virginia and you is Cam Cook, right?
Yeah.
Like, how excited are you to have a guy that was at Jack State with you, now he's coming to West Virginia, and he's bringing a lot of rushing yards with him and looking forward to a lot more?
Yeah, we had an empty running back room. So I decided, coaches, we got to get a veteran somewhere. And, nobody was more productive than Cam Cook, right? He knew our system. He had been productive in the Big 12 before when he was here at TCU. and he's the type of player that we knew we could plug and play. And so he's been great to work with. He's obviously got some skills running, but he's a great pass protector, can catch the ball. Plus, he has a type of maturity, because everybody else in that room is going to be new. And we want one guy that could be the kind of the bell cow, and that's what Cam will be.
Coach, a huge milestone for you this year. You're going to be able to coach your 100th game at West Virginia. What does that mean to you? Because this place means so much to you, obviously. You played there, coached there for nearly a decade. So to be able to coach your 100th game at West Virginia, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, you're right. I walked on and played there, grew up there, and then we had some success. I actually coached there 4 different times. The other 2 times as a GA and a volunteer assistant, so I wouldn't get paid. But the last time, I had a great experience there, and rarely does it happen. A lot of things had to kind of fall in place for me to be able to get back. They had to have an opening, of course, and I had to win where I was at. Correct. So thankfully I was able to come back. And the game has changed. College football has changed a little bit, but we still have enough resources to have success. You know, last year we had some bumps in the road and all that, but we have enough structure in place. We have enough support that we can win and win big at West Virginia. I'm thoroughly convinced of that. I'm as convinced with that now as I was a year ago. So, but we got some work to do, but it's going to be fun to watch us this year.
Well, you haven't changed, and your ability to coach offense hasn't either. Scotty Fox was a part of that last year, but the quarterback room, we'll see a little bit of competition there.
Yeah,
Can you give us some insight on what's going on right now as we inch closer to the season start?
Yeah, you know, last year was kind of a freaky year. We wound up playing 5 quarterbacks because of injury and 5 running backs. So hopefully that'll never happen again. But Scotty got some experience as a 17-year-old true freshman, and he's got a great skill set. But we wanted a guy that can run and throw and who we thought could compete for the starting job. And Mike was out there, Mike Hawkins, you know, loved the way he played. You know, he's kind of a quieter guy, but ultra competitive. And he has kind of a decisiveness about him that most young quarterbacks don't have. You know, a lot of times the quarterbacks are in the pocket and they kind of, when they're learning, they don't know where to go with the ball, they kind of hesitate, and he has no hesitation about him. And so his ceiling is really, really high. Thought he had a great spring, Coach. So with him and Scotty, we feel good about it. We have a couple young guys there as well. And, you know, you got to have good quarterback play to win. But you better be pretty good up front, too. And that's the biggest change in our team, I think, overall, was that we had 0 offensive linemen that had started a game last year. This year, we've got 8 that have multiple starts in college. So we're a little bit different up front.
That's a perfect segue because you bring back another legend in Rick Trickett on the offensive line.
Yeah, I wanted somebody older than me.
Yeah.
He's a lot older.
Let's talk about what he means to the development of that offensive line.
Yeah, Trick and I have been together a long time. You know, he knows the system, you know, and it's unique about Trick. It's great for me to show our younger coaches because he still coaches like he has something to prove. Like he feels like he looks like and he treats it like he's a 22-year-old GA that wants to show that he can coach. And he's got a way about doing it. You know, he's the best I've ever been around. I think he's the best in the history of college football. And he still has that hunger to recruit and to coach his guys up. And so he's made an impact already.
I had the opportunity to call your game last year against TCU, and the fan base still as rabid as ever.
Yeah, they're into it.
In Morgantown. And you know, obviously you would say it a little bit of a disappointing year last year, but still, like everyone in that town and the state of West Virginia feels like comes out to those games. For you now, this really feels like your team. Last year there was a little bit of transition, and I feel like you got your fingerprints all over this roster. Am I right to say that?
I think so, yeah. We had to flip the roster again because we had not as much time or money to be able to get the roster we wanted last year. And this year I told the coaches, if we're going to get a portal guys, let's get guys with multiple years. So we only have 14 seniors this year, so we have a lot of the team coming back. And I don't like to use the word developmental or you're building a culture. The culture should start the day you get there. But the reality is every year you're there, the culture gets reinforced if you pick the right guys. And if you're going to pay players, you got to pay the right ones. And I thought we had more time and more purpose in who we got out of the portal. We signed 39 high school, junior college guys, so we were intentful about how we got those around about. And the culture was easy to implement the second year because we had just enough players coming back and staff coming back that knew we wanted to do it. And here's what's different. Like somebody says, so don't you need to be a player's coach nowadays? I'm like, I don't know what that is. I said, players play, coaches coach, administrators administrate. I get paid to coach. I said, my players, every good player I've ever been around wants to get coached. Now, we don't all coach alike. Like, I'm kind of loud, you know. Like, my son's a quarterback coach. He's kind of opposite. He's quiet and measured. I'm loud and out there. I see it, I yell. I mean, but that's who we are. And I think our players know we're always going to shoot them straight. And so they're comfortable about getting better because they know that whether it's good or bad, they're going to get coached, and they want to get coached.
Coach, you brought another West Virginia legend back into the program, Pat White, as assistant quarterback coach. What went into that decision, and how important it is for the players to realize there's a guy in this building that loves West Virginia, and that's going to give everything to make sure there's success there.
You know, it's funny, when I hired Pat, and I hired Noel Devine and Rasheed Marshall, all those guys were great players for me, I said, I'm not hiring you for what you did in the past. I'm hiring what you can do for me now. I said, so your knowledge of it, you know, the guys that have kind of been there and done that, and they did it pre-NIL, of course. So they might, you know, they got scholarship money and all that kind of stuff, but they didn't play to get paid.
Correct.
They played to be as good as they could be, and they had a certain level of commitment that was unparalleled, you know what I mean? And our guys see that. I mean, they're still the same competitive guys, and now they're able to share it, and they're doing it for guys that are making more money than them, which is really unique. You know, we got most of our players, we got a lot of players making more money than most of the staff.
Coaches, yeah.
But we still coach, and they still respect the coaches like Pat to do that, you know.
What was that moment like when you were able to tell Pat that his number 5 was going to be retired, and then for your team to be able to be there in that moment?
Yeah, that was kind of neat, you know, because Pat McAfee, who played with Pat White, he was one of my former players, was in for the thing, and I don't think Pat White had any idea that it was coming, and I knew it for a while that we were going to do that. But I think, you know, it's kind of unique that, you know, it's crazy that he's not eligible for the College Hall of Fame because he wasn't a unanimous first-team All-American. But he's been one of the greatest college quarterbacks in history.
That's a
so
travesty.
It's kind of a screwy deal. But we were able to get his number retired, which is kind of a neat thing. And so it was really, the neat part about that is that even the guy that's here today, Jaden Bray's wearing number 5. And Pat said, listen, we won't start this thing until next year. That's how unselfish he is.
Well, we know, you know, you're synonymous with winning, and at times, really, I mean, you guys have excelled to elite levels, your teams have. If you can do that again this year, you'll be playing at Jerry World on December, you know, in early December. What would that mean for your team to get back here?
Well, not only for our team, but for our state. You know, West Virginia is kind of an underdog state. You know, they got a lot of pride, and so a lot of, you know, we have a home game because the biggest city in the state. And so, like when our baseball team made the World Series this year, you know, the buzz was unanimous. I mean, people were singing Country Roads across the world now. You know, and we started doing that in 2002. And so the impact that a successful sports team, but especially football, we've seen it before, will go through the roof. And that's why I'm excited about it, because, you know, I tell our players, and most of our guys, it's such a small state that most of our players are from somewhere else. But when they get there, they kind of feel the certain bondness that, hey, we're the kind of the underdog kind of deal. And it's going to be fun to watch because we're going to get there back again.
You can feel the pride. It's palpable, and you can feel it coming off you today, Coach. Thank you so much for your time. Rich Rodriguez, head man of West Virginia. We'll talk to some of his Mountaineers after this. West Virginia's got high expectations this year and a lot of hope. We're sitting here with one of their best pass catchers and a bone crusher right here, okay? We got Jaden Bray, we got Jameer Lattimore, and we're talking about the Mountaineers. Jaden, I want to start with you. We're so excited to see you play last year and flourish. Obviously, things didn't go the way you would have wanted to. You sustained a season-ending injury, but now you're back. What was your recovery like?
Yeah, it was good. I flew out to Birmingham and had surgery out there, one of the top surgeons out there. Came back home to West Virginia and just rehabbed really well. Strength staff and recovery staff does a really good job just getting me back healthy and everything. Had a real good spring ball. Spring went great. And now we're just building on to the summer, and we're just getting closer and closer as we speak. You know, being here you just feel like it feels like game day is tomorrow or something. So it's real cool to be back here. Recovery went great. I'm all 100%.
Jameer, I want to ask you a question because obviously you have some synergy with Coach Rodriguez from your time at Jacksonville State. Go to Wisconsin for a year, and I saw a press conference where you said you felt like they didn't really use your versatility like you wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, I know that had to do something with you coming over and your brother coming to West Virginia, but what was it about Rich Rod this time at West Virginia that got you into the fold?
Honestly, it was important to me that I spent my last year with somebody who I knew, who I trusted, and I knew who had the same feeling to win as I wanted, as bad as I wanted to win. And so being able to get back with him, and even Allie on top of that, Zach Allie, the defensive coordinator, was big for me, just knowing that I knew he would use me in many different positions, not just one position, and that I would be able to show my versatility as much as possible. So just knowing what to expect, knowing what I was getting myself into with Rich Rod was big for me.
Jaden, for you guys right now, there's some questions at quarterback. Who will start for the Mountaineers? For you and your offense, how does that impact you and your prep getting ready to go for this season?
Yeah, I don't feel like it messes with us too much because I feel like we do a good job of like getting as many reps as we can, like 1 through the 3 position. So I feel like we'll be comfortable with whoever goes out there on the first snap of the game because our quarterbacks are in there working their butts off every day. So I know we have as much confidence as in them, whoever would go out in there.
Jameer, I got a two-parter for you. You talked about your brother coming over. Was there a chance in spring practice, whether you were playing in the slot or safety, where you were one-on-one with him in the hole? And who won that battle?
Yes, sir. I mean, honestly, as crazy as it sounds, it was always like we would get close and it would just never happen.
Never happen?
It'd always be somebody else who made the play, or like I think one time I was supposed to blitz and I didn't blitz. Like I messed up the play, obviously. Yeah. And I would have ended up having to tackle him. Yeah. But it just never happened in practice. Like, it's just weird.
You guys both wearing one. Was that strategic? Did you guys talk about that?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
Yes, sir. So of course, like, I've always worn one my whole life, and so has he. And so it was like kind of like the package deal type of thing.
Yeah,
We just both wore one, and it just happened like that. We're blessed to be able to do that, and so yeah.
Jaden, I know, Rich Rod is a legend, right, in college football, but particularly in West Virginia. What is it like playing for a guy like that when you know that the whole state is really behind you guys?
Yeah, it's awesome, As first, because when I had transferred in, I was under Neil Brown for 1 year. So just as soon as the whole state knew Rich Rod was getting hired, the whole energy, everything changed, and I hadn't even gone to meeting him yet. And then once I really met him in person, I was like, okay, this is what the hype is about. This is why everybody's so excited, and you can get it from just how he talks, how he just approaches the game, all the knowledge that he has, and it's just great to have a guy like that, and it makes you want to play for him even more, just because his roots are from here. So he really bleeds blue and gold.
So, man, we talked about your versatility. You play in the slot, you play outside the corner, you play at safety. Is there a specific position that's actually your favorite, and why?
I think nickel is my favorite because at nickel, I can show my versatility in that. I can show you I can play press man at corner, or I can show you I can go to a half field like a safety, or play the post as a safety. It's so many different techniques that you play from the nickel position, and I don't think you can necessarily showcase some techniques when you're playing safety or when you're playing corner. So, yeah, that's why I think nickel is my favorite.
Jada, I know you were talking about coming back from injury. For people to understand, sometimes as a player, it's more mental than physical. What did you gravitate to? What motivated you after having back-to-back years of injury? Because I know that's a lot mentally for a player.
Really just what motivated me was just my faith. God always puts you through something, gives his toughest battles to his toughest soldiers. So, I just kind of really got into that. I got a strong support system. My family is really big. After every injury, even if it was big or bad that I've suffered, my mom would have been right there on the sideline, found her way down to see if I was okay. And just having a good support, like I said, good friends around you too. Yeah, and just I would say those are the main things right there.
Yeah, don't get in the way of mom. Trying to get down there and see your son. Yeah. Don't get in the way of mom.
So, yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck this year.
Yes, sir,
we look forward to some success in Morgantown.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, we'll step aside. We'll come back and wrap up the West Virginia Mountaineers preview. Can West Virginia get back on the mountaintop? Feeling pretty good about that this afternoon after chatting with some of those players. What are your thoughts? I got to get the vibe check from you. You've been around these guys all day. West Virginia, give it to me.
When you look at it, Rich Rod, we actually sat down and spoke with him, and you talked about it. It seems like he has a handprint on his team, bringing in Coach Trickett to revamp the offensive line. Pat White, a legend for West Virginia. The vibes are high right now in Morgantown, and look for them to be significantly better this year.
All right, let's talk about the MVP. Who you got?
Cam Cook, without a doubt, led the FBS in rushing all last year, has that synergy with Rich Rodriguez. He knows how to run this offense, and he's going to be leaned on. Again, we talked about Coach Trickett, the offensive line coach, but something that Coach Rodriguez brought up, the experience of the offensive line. They were all youngsters last year. Now another year in this offense. They know how to run the offense. They have a legendary offensive line coach. Cam Cook is going to be the focal point of this offense.
If there's a must-win game, what is it?
To me, it's two. It's Cincinnati and Kansas at home. If they're able to steal those games, I think this could potentially be a bowl-eligible team after, I believe, only winning 3 games last year.
Now, you're a busy man come fall, but if you get a chance to watch a particular game, what's it going to be?
The game that I think is a must-watch is the Duke-Mayo Classic versus Virginia, getting ready to play a Power 4 team in Virginia in the ACC to represent the Big 12. That's a massive game, especially because it's at a neutral site in Charlotte.
Yeah, I look at that, too, as a game that West Virginia needs to win if they're going to bounce back.
Vibes will be so high if they win that game. Yeah.
So high. I think this is a team that could be a sleeper that could turn it around. Where do you have them?
I have them being a little bit better than last year, but not making a bowl game this year. I have West Virginia going 4-8 this year.
4-8.
The biggest question, and we haven't talked about it yet in the closing, is the quarterback position. If you going into fall camp, you haven't named your starting quarterback, there's some concerns there. Now, Scotty Fox Jr. played well in spurts, and he was a young guy. Another year in the offense, you would think he would develop well. And then Michael Hawkins is a guy that's very dynamic with his legs, so it'll be interesting to see who wins that job in fall camp.
I think Michael Hawkins will win the job, and I think that West Virginia is going to go 7-5.
Oh, you're high on them.
I'm high on them, and it has to do with the coaching. I love Rich Rod being back. You mentioned Pat White. And I love kind of a restoration effort that's going on there. I think there's, like, again, the word vibe can be overused, but it's there.
Yeah.
It's there. For Leger Douzable, I'm Pete Souza. Week 1 cannot get here fast enough. We hope you enjoyed our West Virginia preview.